I shall be crowned king. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 301: Victory in Sight. As the final horn sounded, the last vestiges of suspense in the Battle of Ironball Castle began to dissipate. The Mist Army, which had been the first to breach the walls, suffered heavy casualties under fierce resistance from the defenders, but they had successfully fulfilled their mission, drawing fire and acting as human shields for the allied forces that followed, thus covering the Aiden Legion's breakthrough. From this perspective, they had indeed died a worthy death, though Roko Visania, the Mist Heir currently unconscious, might disagree. Nearly 8,000 Aiden Legion soldiers poured into Ironball Castle, through the breach opened by the Mist soldiers, relentlessly pursuing and tearing apart the fleeing defenders. As the army poured in, agonizing cries, billowing smoke from lead bullets, and flames began to spread within the castle. Streets and houses were either set ablaze by defenders attempting to hinder the attack or reduced to ruins by the attackers looting. Among the looting rioters, it wasn't even the rabid Aiden Legion that bore the brunt of the attack, rather, it was the Mysterians who were even more enthusiastic about robbing their own people. They stormed into the houses of nobles and wealthy merchants, smashing through everything in their path with rifle butts and bayonets, killing all who tried to stop them. Finally, blinded by rage, they turned their attention to children and women who were still weeping and begging for mercy. Blood and dismembered corpses stretched from the gates to the cellars. Even the houses set ablaze by the garrison couldn't stop their madness. These Mysterians, who just moments before had been shouting for peace and Mysteria, were now fighting amongst themselves to plunder their own kind, to the point that it took the Aidenians, who were always considered insane, to intervene. They threw away copper coins for silver, discarded silver for gold, and desecrated corpses for jewels. Truly precious paintings, sculptures, and books were discarded like trash, burned in the flames. The defeated defenders were still retreating towards the inner fortress, but many remained to put up a final resistance, although they were quickly defeated and annihilated. They bought precious time for the fleeing civilians to escape, though it's hard to say whether this was meaningful. All of this, once considered commonplace in the Han lands, now seemed so heartbreaking to me. I, Leon Francois, who had experienced suppressing rebellions and considered killing and plundering traitors as a matter of course, for the first time, I truly felt how urgent unity and peace were. Slowly putting down his pen, Leon Francois, sitting on the collapsed city wall, sighed and looked up, his gaze, filled with complex emotions, towards the Iron Bell fortress still shrouded in smoke and fire. Victory was clearly in sight, yet he felt no joy whatsoever. Sporadic gunfire rang out on the city wall beneath his feet. Stormtroopers, the Toon Line infantry, stepped over ashes and corpses, their ranks advancing into the castle, beginning their advance along the outer defenses. They annihilated small groups of enemy troops while rapidly controlling and capturing key strongholds and roads within the castle. As this main force entered the battle, the rout of the Ironball Castle defenders intensified. Even small units that managed to break through the vanguard Aiden Legion's attack quickly discovered they were no match for the relentlessly advancing Allied line phalanx, incurring heavy casualties in the process. While the defenders fought back desperately, the rabid Aiden Legion continued their frenzied assaults and infiltrations through the streets and buildings. Many defenders were caught in encirclement and pincer attacks before they could even retreat. One moment they were exchanging fire with the advancing line phalanx, the next they were fixing bayonets and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Aiden soldiers appearing from behind. By 11:30 a.m., all 20,000 Allied troops had been committed to the battle, and the total casualties, excluding the Mist soldiers, did not exceed 200. The defenders of Ironball Castle had suffered more than half their losses. The remaining troops were completely unable to withstand the onslaught, let alone hold the castle, and could only retreat into the inner fortress to defend it. By noon, all retreat routes to Ironball Castle had been cut off, and the Allied forces controlled the entire outer walls and towers of Ironball Castle, as well as half of the inner city. The remaining defenders, unable to retreat, had no choice but to hold the inner fortress or surrender. And so far, the siege of Ironball Castle had only lasted 6 hours. The fact that the battle was progressing so smoothly filled Rukavasania, who had just awoke from his sickbed, with both surprise and joy. He was naturally joyful because Anson Bach had indeed kept his promise and, as he had assured, had captured Iron Bell Castle in just one day. It was a scene he had dreamed of his entire life, a place he had gazed upon for far too long. Ruko still vividly remembers that snowy night in the 40th year of the saint's calendar, when he, a mere 10-year-old, was led timidly by his mother and servants into the Iron Bell Castle's main hall. That year, he was still a child, while his father was a 27-year-old youth, still bearing the weight of the nation's fate. That year, the Second Council of Public Order, the dawn of peace for the world of order, was still 7 years away. At that time, Mist was still the true overlord of the Han lands, allied with Aden and Toon, and attempting to forge a seven-city alliance with Kalandia to unite the entire Han lands in response to the war threat from the northern continent. That year, his servant knelt humbly before him, pointing to his father's chair with a slightly teasing tone, calling him Grand Duke Mist, younger. That year, his father lifted him high, proudly declaring to the crowd that he would surpass him and become the lord of the Han lands, and so he waited for 60 years, through countless changes and shifts in the world, yet he remained always just a step away from his rightful place. His feelings shifted from longing to anticipation, then to ambition and near despair, until it all became an obsession. His mother died of illness, his servant betrayed him and was killed, one by one, those who cheered for him in the hall passed away, and he himself grew from a tender boy into a frail, gray-haired old man. Only his father remained vigorous, sitting steadily in his chair. Now, his excited servants told him that perhaps he wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow, perhaps he could be crowned Grand Duke of Mist. How could Rukavasania not be overjoyed? But what terrified him was also this. He knew very well the defensive strength of Iron Bell Castle and the fighting power of Grand Duke Mist's personal guard. Now, Anson Bach had conquered Iron Bell Castle in less than a day, a force that could not help but fill him with fear. What terrified him even more was, with such a powerful Clovis army, what could he possibly offer to satisfy their appetite? The burial goods in Vasonia's ancestral tomb alone would likely be far from sufficient, not to mention the unknown amount of treasure within. What if the final amount failed to satisfy Anson Bach, or even made him feel cheated? Pay reparations, see territory, become a vassal of Clovis, or... Rukavasania grew increasingly frightened. His heart, which had just calmed, began to pound rapidly again. The blood in his body surged like a flood breaking through a dam, repeatedly pounding against his head along his spine, as if something were about to tear open his skull and crawl out of his body. Ugh! The next second, the old man's body suddenly convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and his limbs began to tremble involuntarily. With a thud, he lay back on the bed, foaming at the mouth amidst the cries of his frantic servants, convulsing and falling into a state of unconsciousness. However, this minor incident did not affect the siege of Iron Bell Castle, or rather, no matter who died, it could not stop the Allied soldiers, blinded by rage and filled with a thirst for victory and spoils, from fighting to the very last moment. At 1:10 p.m., after the line infantry had completely occupied and controlled the entire outer perimeter of Iron Bell Castle and began clearing the battlefield, Chief of Staff Karl Bain formally relayed the orders of Deputy Commander Anson Bach. The grenadiers and skirmishers began to move out, launching an attack on the inner fortress of Iron Bell Castle under the cover of artillery fire and line infantry. Clusters of gold and red cannon fire once again illuminated the earth, pouring down like thunder on the defenders of Mistral, turning the ancient and noble castle into pillars of fire shrouded in black smoke. Amid the booming cannon fire, the soldiers of the Storm Division's grenadiers, with high spirits and with the support of friendly forces, entered the battlefield, launching their final offensive as the deputy commander's confidants. This wasn't just about grabbing credit and letting trusted confidants who had been watching the whole thing gain experience, it was also, to some extent, a symbolic signal, a declaration to allies and enemies alike that the battle was over, and this would be the final assault. We won. In the empty meeting room, an expressionless Karl tossed a matchbox onto the table, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and reported to Anson. Fabian personally led the 1st Grenadier Battalion, the former Grenadier Battalion of your Storm Regiment, clearing the way with the grenades and blasting open the inner fortress gates. The elite defenders were all wiped out during the gate battles, and what remained were just weaklings, utterly ineffective. Oh, Anson rested his chin on his hand, head bowed, remaining silent. Someone from Mr. said that old gentleman Rukovasinia has fainted again, apparently from excessive joy. His heart isn't doing well, and they want us to send a medic specifically for him. I agreed. Oh, sigh. Did you know that the Aiden and Mr. People gave the Storm Division a new name, the Grey Shirts? Just because someone is so stingy, they won't even issue him a full set of black and red standard uniforms. Oh, also, Eric, the head of the arms factory, said that Miss Talia has arrived in White Tower City, and quite coincidentally, Miss Sophia from the France family has also arrived. They're all waiting for you in White Tower City. Oh, Anson, who had been expressionless, stiffly nodded, then his whole body jolted as if he had been electrocuted, his terrified eyes seeming to pop out of their sockets. What did you just say? I just said several things. Which one are you talking about? Carl, with his arms crossed, rolled his eyes. Fabian has already breached the inner fortress. Not that. Ruko's gone mad with joy again. Not that either. Anson, his face filled with terror, was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. You lied to me. You're very clever, my Grey Shirts commander. Carl sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. If those two young ladies really had come, do you think I would have been the first to know? What do you want to do? Anson, still shaken, clutched his chest, looking at him weakly. This is what I should say. Carl's expression turned serious again, and he leaned close to Anson, staring into his eyes. What do you want? What do I want? Why attack Iron Bell Castle? Why? Didn't you see it? Saw what? You're a Tomb Raider? I don't doubt your moral standards, but a bunch of burial goods can bribe you? No, 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 your shamelessness goes far beyond that. You overestimate me. I mainly saw that he was old and pitiful. Something's not right. Carl narrowed his eyes, staring meaningfully at Anson. Something must have happened, and it's an accident that absolutely cannot be made public. That forced you to do this, right? The two men stared at each other in silence for a long time. Carl swallowed hard, then abruptly averted his gaze, pulled out a chair, and sat down, turning his back to Anson as if nothing had happened. Can't you tell me? No. Anson shook his head with a wry smile, letting out a long sigh. It's just that this matter is indeed very troublesome, and it was truly an accident. I haven't figured out how to resolve it yet, and, you guessed right, it absolutely cannot be made public now. The 13 councils, no. Duke Aiden has betrayed us again, no. Then what is it? Carl finally couldn't help but turn around. It can't be that the Empire has sent troops, can it? Anson's smile froze on his face. Carl was startled. Really? No, not exactly. Anson quickly shook his head to dispel his concerns, but his expression didn't ease much. But the seriousness of the problem is no less than that of the Empire sending troops. That's why I ordered the Iron Bell Fortress to be captured as soon as possible, because if we don't, the entire Hantu will likely fall apart again soon, and even some of our allies will take the opportunity to betray us. Under Carl Bain's gaze, Anson, his expression grave, reached into his robes. Yesterday, I received an urgent letter. The sender was Major General Ludwig Franz. Chapter 302 Grand Duke Mr. As it turned out, Rukovasinia had underestimated the fighting power of the Storm Division and the Allied forces, or rather, he had been overly optimistic about the Iron Bell Fortress defenders' determination to fight to the bitter end. Faced with the Storm Division's artillery battery firing 4 rounds a minute for nearly 15 minutes, and the Grenadier Regiment's lavish offensive tactics of advancing in line formations, providing skirmisher cover, and clearing a path with grenades, the Iron Bell Fortress defenders' will to resist had already plummeted to rock bottom amidst the thunderous explosions. They were only holding on by a last shred of momentum. Once they calmed down from their panic, they realized that with their escape routes completely blocked, the city defenses utterly breached, and the enemy's forces and firepower several times their own, any hope of turning the tide was nothing but a pipe dream. On July 11th, 100th year of the Saints' calendar, at 3:30 p.m., after the Grenadier Regiment finally smashed open the main gate of the inner fortress hall with grenades, the loyal Miss Nobles captured the 87-year-old Grand Duke Mist alive and announced their surrender. As the banner of the Clovis rose atop the dozen or so remaining towers of Ironball Keep, the 20,000-strong Allied army officially declared their occupation of the capital of the Grand Duchy of Mr. This not only marked the end of the Mr. Civil War, but also symbolized the formal conclusion of the War of the Harn Lands, which had lasted only a few months. Following this was the coronation ceremony of the Grand Duke of Mr., symbolizing the rebirth of this ancient nation and indeed the entire Han lands. Ironbul Keep, Banquet Hall 6 p.m. The gradually dimming sunset painted the sky with fiery afterglow, bathing the smoke-filled siege positions and the still-burning embers of Ironbul Keep in a crimson glow. Although many officers in the Allied army, and even some Mr. Nobles, complained about the timing of the ceremony at sunset, it proceeded as scheduled at the insistence of a 70-year-old man who was unsteady on his feet due to repeated comas. Inside the spacious hall, the doors blasted open by grenades had been demolished, and a bright red carpet had been hastily laid over the floor, which was soaked with a mixture of blood, bodily fluids, and bits of flesh and bone. The hall reeked of cheap perfume, incense, fireplaces, and the stench of blood, corpses, and pus. The rifles and ammunition boxes piled in the corners had been replaced with portraits and sculptures still stained with blood, and unidentifiable trees, grasses, and flowers hastily dug from outside the city. In short, thanks to the tireless efforts of the Allied forces and the nobles of Mist, this hall, fresh from the ravages of war, at least resembled a banquet hall. Of course, compared to a true coronation ceremony, it still looked far too shabby. Leaving aside the guests present, almost everyone was fully armed, some with bloodstains on their clothes, and reeking of gunpowder, blood, and sweat. Even their status was appalling. Not a single local noble from Mist, and Clovis's side had hardly any minor nobles. The highest-ranking person present was the heir to one of the two duchies. In the era of the Seven Cities Alliance, guests of this caliber would only be fit for open banquets where people celebrate together, as witnesses to a Grand Duke's coronation. This would be tantamount to humiliation and an excuse for war between the two nations. But for Rukovasonia, this was enough. It was truly enough. Standing outside the door, looking at the guests who filled the hall, bustling with activity and watching him, looking at the red carpet extending straight from his feet to the Grand Duke's seat, looking at the black-robed priest standing beside the red carpet, holding a pure silver crown. Rukovasonia was filled with emotion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man took his cane from his attendant and walked down the red carpet into the hall. With each limping step, the crowd parted like waves cleaved by a sailboat, consciously or unconsciously making way for him. The crimson carpet stretched out beneath his feet, and the pungent smell of blood in the air irritated him, causing him to quicken his pace. He walked faster and faster, and the red carpet stretched out even faster, until the Grand Duke's chair, and a black-robed priest standing before the steps, holding a jeweled crown, blocked his path. In the name of the Ring of Order, his humble servant hereby declares, the priest said calmly, raising the silver crown high above his head, his face expressionless. His voice was soft, but the whispers in the hall fell silent with his movement, all eyes turning to the heavily breathing old man. A few hours ago, the former Grand Duke of Mist, Elgar Vasonia, officially announced his abdication, in accordance with the traditions of the Han lands, the wishes of the former Grand Duke, and the ancient Mist succession law. His eldest son, Rukovasonia, will inherit the title of Grand Duke of Mist. He will be honored with a silver crown of mist. As the words fell, the elderly man, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid with excitement, hurriedly turned his back to the priest so that the priest could place the crown on his head. His legs were so weak that his movements looked quite comical, as if he were almost unable to stand under the weight of the crown. However, Rukovasonia himself did not notice, and apart from a few stormtrooper officers who secretly chuckled, the rest of the guests present chose to pretend to ignore it. Who will be his witness to legitimize his name? As the priest finished speaking, young Leon, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stepped out from the crowd, lifted his purple one-shoulder cloak with gold trim, and respectfully bowed to the equally excited Grand Duke Mist, son of Claude, Leon François, representing the François family and the Duchy of Thun, voluntarily become a witness to the coronation of Grand Duke Mist. As soon as he finished speaking, young Leon couldn't help but turn around sharply, looking with extremely eager and burning eyes at another figure hiding in the crowd. Feeling the chilling gaze, Leonard shuddered and twitched his lips. He reluctantly stepped out of the crowd, and with a very unwilling expression, followed Leon's lead and bowed to Rukovasonia. Leonard Emmanuel, representing the Emmanuel family and the Duchy of Aden, is willing to be a witness to the coronation of Grand Duke Mist. The crowned old man nodded excitedly, casting grateful glances at the two young men with contrasting expressions, then turned his gaze back to the crowd, waiting for the last person to appear. And then, well, nothing more. With a brief silence, a small commotion arose in the hall. Only then did the Allied forces and the nobles of Mist realize that the person most expected to be present, seemed to be missing. Cough cough cough. With a sudden sound, all eyes instantly turned to Carl Bain, who was coughing violently. The chief of staff, his face flushed, had a complex expression, and his face was extremely embarrassed. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, Leon's confusion, and Lenore's meaningful gaze, he stepped out of the crowd, his throat bobbing as if he were pondering something and trying to decide what to say. Well, let's just say, meeting the old man's suddenly flustered gaze, Carl stammered, Anson, no. It's just that the vice commander, he's suddenly a little tired and wants to rest. After all, he's been busy for so many days, it's understandable, and, I didn't mean that, I meant, he stammered for a long time until the junior clerk hiding behind him secretly slipped a small note into his hand. Carl Bain, Major of the Clovis Army, Chief of Staff of the Storm Division of the Southern Legion. On behalf of the Deputy Commander of the Southern Legion, and the Kingdom of Clovis, the Royal Family of Austria and the Privy Council, I am willing to be a witness to the coronation of the Grand Duke of Mr. Applause. Before the stunned old man could react, Carl, who was extremely nervous and embarrassed, began to clap vigorously. His clapping was followed by the Storm Division officers in the hall, and the applause quickly spread. Toon people, Aiden people, Mr. People. Eventually, everyone began to clap, looking at each other with bewildered expressions, confused about what had just happened. The shabby coronation ceremony began in this lively yet inexplicable atmosphere. A certain person who should have appeared but didn't was subsequently forgotten by everyone. Iron Bell Fortress, the underground prison. The moment Anson Bach pushed open the cell door, his expression froze. Don't look anymore, it's me, a weak voice echoed in the dark cell, stopping Anson in his tracks and causing him to raise an eyebrow. It's you, it's me. The speaker was a well-proportioned young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, slightly older than Anson. He wore an excessively luxurious but tattered silk robe, his hair was disheveled and stained with chalky white paint, his face was covered in dirt and blood, his right eye was swollen, and his body was covered in wounds and bruises. Despite his disheveled state, he seemed cheerful, almost excessively so, not at all like a tortured prisoner. The astonishment in his eyes gradually faded. Anson closed the cell door while scrutinizing the young man before him. Who exactly are you? You already know, the young man chuckled, raising his only remaining open eye to look at Anson. But what you really want to ask isn't that, I'm a spellcaster, a blood mage? Anson asked casually. Yes, the young man shrugged. But not the really powerful kind, otherwise we wouldn't be meeting here. Why are you so eager to meet me? Because I'm your defeated opponent. Isn't it only natural to want to see the person who defeated me? The young man smiled again, the corners of his mouth turning up in a pleased smile. But Lord Anson Bach, you've surprised me a little. The dignified deputy commander of the Southern Legion. Instead of attending the new Grand Duke's coronation ceremony, you've gone to the prison to see a prisoner. Tisk tisk tisk, I bet Ruko must be very disappointed now. Of course, it might be better this way. Changing the subject, the young man suddenly became serious. As his biggest supporter, you didn't show up at the most crucial moment, choosing to stand him up. That's also a way of showing strength, letting him see that he's just a puppet with no real power, holding only a title. But then again, knowing him as I do, he probably can't understand such profound questions. The young man's expression was sarcastic, as if he had seen the entire coronation ceremony taking in the moment. Anson, watching him quietly, didn't interrupt. All right, let's not talk about that disappointing guy anymore, the young man sighed, his gaze returning to Anson. Let's talk about you, Lord Anson Bach. Talk about me. Yes, you, the young man nodded seriously. Why did you come here? You were the one who sought me out, Anson said calmly. Isn't it natural to want to see your defeated opponent, if you're someone who likes to show off? Perhaps. The young man pursed his still bleeding lips, his one remaining intact eye gleaming with an unusual light. But you don't seem to be. How do you know? Because the first look you gave me was clearly to confirm if I was the person you knew. If it were someone who liked to show off, it wouldn't be a question, but rather beating me up first, and then asking me if I knew where that person was. You know quite a lot. Yes, because that's the kind of person I am, or rather, a spellcaster. The young man was very frank, as if he had completely resigned himself to his fate. So why did you come? I said. Meet my defeated foe. Anson remained unfazed. I must admit, you've given me quite a few surprises. You mean I'm a spellcaster? That might sound strange, but I'm not the kind of spellcaster you think I am. I'm actually the 13 councils, Anson interrupted softly. You knew? The young man's one eye widened, and he gasped. No wonder Grand Duke Toon so readily pledged allegiance to you, Clovis, so you knew all along. I have no obligation to answer you. Anson's eyes narrowed slightly. Besides, you haven't answered my question yet. What question? The young man paused, taken aback. Since you are a spellcaster, neither Iron Keep nor the siege lines outside can stop you. Don't deny it. I've personally witnessed the extent of a blood mage's power. Anson slowly crouched down, meeting his gaze. So why did you insist on staying to meet me, instead of leaving when the city fell? What exactly are you and the 13 councils behind you plotting, Grand Duke Mr. Lady Elgarvasonia? Chapter 303 Request, Order. For various reasons, research on the three old gods in modern times has reached a bottleneck. Truly high-level spellcasters often avoid discussing the secrets they know, while young and inexperienced newcomers often crave a simple, straightforward system and regard it as truth. The fact is, all the systems and theories that emerged after the 47th year of the Saints' calendar can be considered far-fetched. The three paths were never parallel from the beginning, but rather resembled a crossroads extending forward, and even this analogy is extremely inappropriate. The most criticized are the followers of the Lord of Blood Magic. They are often regarded as mentally challenged and modified among the old god believers, and are given derogatory terms such as flesh monsters or vampires, completely ignoring the immense potential of blood magic's extremely universal applicability. The main reason for the criticism lies in the fact that blood magic is completely inapplicable to the five-stage theory that barely explains conjugal and dark magic. This indulgence in stereotypes and theories, neglecting reality, and even blaming problems on reality, is probably the biggest problem of the believers of the old gods in our time. Saints Calendar 72, Research on the Three Old Gods. Thanks to a mentor who served the blood magic family loyally, Anson had a decent understanding of blood mages, unlike most spellcasters who knew almost nothing beyond their own area of study. Unlike dark mages and conjugal mages, who only undergo a qualitative change in their life form at the blasphemous mage stage, blood mages are a brand new existence from the moment they are born. They possess superhuman vitality, bones as tough as steel and capable of self-control, rapidly proliferating flesh, extremely strong resistance to disease, and, at least one special ability, more robust vitality, more controlled and stronger bones, enhanced or mutated organs. These superpowers will become part of their bodies and the cornerstone of their next evolution. Using the five-stage theory criticized in the so-called textbook for spellcasters, the study of the three old gods, the advancement process of blood magic spellcasters is a process of repeated flesh strengthening and frequent mutation. To put it simply, from the perspective of a sorcerer, blood mages are the type who constantly strengthen and mutate their bodies, ultimately using quantitative change to lead to qualitative change. But, using the power of blood magic to maintain youth, you are the most bizarre type of blood mage I've ever seen, Anson said, scrutinizing the young man on the cell floor with a hint of sarcasm. Despite their different types, spellcasters can know each other's presence through sensory connection. Spellcasters skilled in this, especially dark mages, can even determine the other's exact location, whether they have discovered them, and their strength, somewhat similar to the mutual attraction between gifted individuals with bloodline power. Just as gifted individuals can conceal their abilities by sealing their bloodline power, spellcasters also possess methods of concealment, otherwise, they would have been exterminated by the Church's Inquisition long ago. However, no matter how well concealed, it's impossible to hide completely. For example, the Grand Book of Magic housed in Clovis Cathedral describes no fewer than 20 methods of concealment and detection. Anson possesses a copy of this Grand Book of Magic, which is why he can determine that the former Grand Duke missed before him is extremely weak, only slightly stronger than an ordinary Imperial Knight officer. Therefore, his remarkably youthful vitality can only originate from the supernatural ability he gained during his first birth. That's the biggest difference between you and us show-offs. With a nonchalant shrug, the young former Grand Duke Mr. chuckled self-deprecatingly. Longevity, and eternal youth, those things are incredibly appealing to people like us. I'd be willing to pay any price to be as energetic at 60 as I was at 30, including the risk of having your entire family killed by the judgment, Anson scoffed. You're quite the Clovis, completely ignorant of the situation in the Hantu. The former Grand Duke Mr. shook his head. The fragmented Hantu is the church's most solid base during the sexist wars. The old god faction here was wiped out before the first year of the saintly calendar. Without the old god faction, how much power do you think the church's judgment could invest here? The darkest hour was under his nose. That phrase flashed through Anson's mind. Indeed, as the other party said, compared to the fragmented and easily manipulated Hantu, the northern empires in Clovis, these powerful nations, are the church's key targets of observation, because any one of them, even slightly influenced by the old gods, would cause unimaginable damage to the church. The 13 councils approached me, promising me immortality if I did what was in the best interests of the Iser elves, the former Grand Duke continued. That was in the 55th year of the Saints' calendar. The Seven Cities Alliance was formed, but the threats from the Empire and Clovis were growing daily. The Hanland desperately needed a powerful force that wouldn't truly threaten us for protection, so I agreed, but they didn't tell me that this immortality would completely change me, and that they would forever have a handle to control me. If I made a choice that didn't suit their wishes, they would secretly report this secret to the church, and then, he spread his hands, looking calmly at Anson, just as you said, my entire family would be killed by the religious trial, the 1,000-year-old Visonia family would be uprooted. I tried to resist, but failed, so I simply chose to let things slide. Externally, I stopped trying to unify the Han land, and internally, I tried to meet all the demands of the 13 councils. Helping them smuggle weapons from the Empire, they have huge appetites, and there are quite a few guys in the Seven Cities Alliance who cooperate with them, Kalindia, Mist, Toon. As far as I know, the only one among the kingdoms of the Hantu who seems to be averse to cooperating with the 13 councils and the Empire is Aiden's Emmanuel family, that tough nut to crack. Anson raised an eyebrow, but did not interrupt him. Of course, as the cooperation went on for longer, many flaws in the 13 councils were exposed. For example, they weren't as powerful as they seemed. For example, the Elven King of Ithel had been relentlessly suppressing them. For example, this once powerful old gods faction, which ruled over all of Ithel, had long since weakened due to corruption and decadence, until this inexplicable war between Clovis and Ithel. The 13 councils' initial goal was to use the Clovis to eliminate the Elven King of Ithel and the forces within the country that supported the church. As far as I know, their plan has been very successful so far, but that's not enough, because their fundamental goal is to regain power, and, well, in their words, to make Ithel great again. They want to use the Empire to defeat Clovis, then press their advantage, unify the Han lands, and establish the Ithel Hanlands United Kingdom, and then there's you, me. Anson was somewhat surprised. They consider you a serious threat to the resurgence of the Iser elves, even more so than Ludwig Franz, though I don't know why either. The former Grand Duke's surprise was no less than his, but it is indeed true. The 13 councils, or rather a portion of them, have always been trying to eliminate you and your army. To achieve this goal, they have not hesitated to betray more of the Iser elves' interests in the Han lands to the Empire, inciting more Hanland nobles to become enemies with the Clovis. Although the latter goal probably failed, you acted too quickly, and before many Hanland nobles could even react, most of the Hanlands had already raised the Clovis's banner, and the rest became your allies, but they will not give up so easily. The Iser elves and the 13 councils will not give up so easily. This great war is their only chance to rise again. The Empire has been unable to conquer the Clovis's borders for a long time, and has even been dragged into a war of attrition. If the Iser can defeat the Clovis on the front lines and prove their worth, they will receive the Empire's unwavering support, because only with the Empire's strong support and proactive intervention to block the pressure from the Church can the 13 councils avoid being attacked by the entire Order world for suppressing domestic forces that support the Church. You and your subordinates, the Southern Legion, the Hantu, are the sacrifices they need to offer for their rise, the former Grand Duke said with a self-deprecating smile. And I have no interest in being someone else's sacrifice, so you deliberately ignored us, even allowing your vassals and sons to betray you. Not exactly, but if you're willing to take it that way, it does make me feel better. The former Grand Duke shrugged again. Having told you so much, could you also grant me, your defeated opponent, one or two promises? Lord Anson Bach, looking into his calm eyes, Anson frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "All right, I can promise you." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for his waist with his right hand, drew his dagger revolver, and pointed the black muzzle at the former Grand Duke Mist's forehead. The former Grand Duke slowly closed his only remaining eye, a faint smile playing on his lips. Remember to cremate my body, don't leave any evidence for the Iser elves, please take good care of the child, Ruko, don't let the Visonia family perish at his hands, alright." After a few seconds of silence, Anson solemnly pulled the trigger. Bang! The iron door slammed shut, and Anson stood alone outside the dungeon door, expressionless. It was already late at night, and the entire Aranbal keep was pitch black. Only in the distance, under the bright moonlight, was the castle hall still filled with revelry and laughter. Allied nobles, stormtrooper officers, and even some of the previous prisoners, everyone was enjoying the banquet, celebrating the end of the Great Han War. Anson, expressionless, gazed at the brightly lit castle in the distance, then pulled a letter from his robes. He snapped his fingers, the faint light from his index finger making the slightly hastily written characters barely visible. To Anson Bach, Deputy Commander of the Southern Legion, as I write this, I am leading the main force of the Southern Legion in a steady retreat, gradually gathering the remnants. The Legion's structure remains relatively intact, so there is no need for excessive worry. The siege of the Deerhorn Fortress is proving very difficult. The rugged terrain is extremely unfavorable for our full-scale deployment, and the enemy is very well prepared. Although their firepower is slightly inferior, the numerous fortifications make it difficult for us to achieve any significant results, even with artillery cover. On the 20th day of the siege, the Iser Elven nobles, who had previously reached an agreement with our forces, suddenly launched an attack from the rear of the siege lines. They lacked heavy artillery but had a force of 20,000. After defeating them at a minor cost, the Legion's scouts immediately discovered signs that the Ithel elves were reinforcing the Stag's Horn fortress. Upon confirmation, these appeared to be elite border troops of the Ithel elves, numbering around 6,000. Faced with this situation, and considering that the strategic objective of conquering the Ithel Elven royal court in the short term was no longer achievable, the Legion was steadily retreating to the rear to ensure its supply lines were not cut off. During this period, our marching columns, supply trains, barracks, and camps were repeatedly ambushed and besieged by small groups of Ithel elves. Simultaneously, to accelerate the retreat, we had to abandon a large amount of heavy equipment and spoils of war, leading to a slight decline in morale. Currently, the Legion is marching towards Headless Cliff Fortress, located in western Ithel, near the border. It is a transportation hub with high ground artillery fortifications, making it an excellent forward base. My plan is to use this fortress as a base to launch a large-scale invasion of the entire Ithel Elven Kingdom. This plan requires at least 30,000 troops, plus twice that number in reserves. Therefore, as Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Legion, I order you to end the war against the Hantu as soon as possible, stabilize the situation, and mobilize no fewer than 20,000 troops to march north and enter the Kingdom of Iser within 40 days. I know this violates our private agreement, but the Southern Legion's mission is to win the punitive war against the Iser elves. I assure you, I will not take away any of your merits, but this is not a request, it is an order. Currently, our army is well organized and well supplied, sufficient to hold the fortress against any attack by the Iser elves. However, the longer we delay, the better they will prepare, and the more opportunities the Empire will have to mediate and intervene in this war. Therefore, you and your army must appear at the Cliff Fortress before August 20th and bring the Hantu kingdoms into this war as our allies. I repeat, this is not a request. This is an order. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Ludwigian Conversation. Rewind to 20 days before the fall of Aranbal Fortress. June 21st, year 100 of the Saints' calendar. In a desolate wilderness in the western border of the Kingdom of Iser, a vast torrent of people was slowly flowing, advancing from east to west. Thousands upon thousands of military boots, hooves, and wheels rolled by, creating an incessant clatter. A forest of military flags fluttered gently in the breeze to the crisp beat of drums and bugles. In the dense ranks, no fighting spirit could be seen on the faces of the soldiers. Some wore only weariness, dejection, and frustration. Others were even more wary, their eyes nervously watching the bushes and trees on both sides of the road, as if the sounds emanating from there were not the rustling of a breeze, but whispers. The officers walking along the side of the ranks were even more so, their faces ashen, their suppressed eyes harboring anger several times greater than usual. At the slightest displeasure, They would subject any disobedient soldiers to action education. Even if they were beaten to death, the surrounding soldiers would only watch coldly. This massive army, numbering over 10,000, advanced steadily in silence, the atmosphere oppressively tense. The cause of this lay in the recent siege of the Deerhorn fortress. Faced with the Elven King of Visor's relentless defense, the defection of elven nobles from various regions, and the complex terrain, even with overwhelming artillery firepower, the Southern Legion failed to gain much advantage. Even with a crushing casualty ratio, several assaults ultimately failed. Especially after the elven nobles suddenly broke the unspoken agreement and launched an attack on the Southern Legion, the threat to their long and fragile supply lines forced them to retreat, abandoning their risky military maneuver of a surprise attack on the royal court. Thus, after a disastrous initial positional battle, the Southern Legion hastily began its retreat in chaos. Having never seriously prepared a withdrawal plan from the start, they could only choose to advance along the route they had taken during the attack, towards their only remaining military stronghold within Isar. But this approach presented two problems. First, the Southern Legion encountered no resistance during its advance, thus choosing the shortest and most direct route to the Elven royal court of Isar, inevitably traversing the territories of numerous elven nobles. Previously, this had been without issue, as the local nobles dared not and did not resist. Now, however, these lords were rising up one after another. Although most of their fighting strength was negligible, it still caused considerable trouble for the rapidly marching troops. Secondly, there was the pursuit. For an army of several thousand or even tens of thousands, failing to achieve its strategic objectives was not the most terrifying aspect. The truly terrifying thing was the relentless counterattack that the enemy would have to face after the defeat. An army hastily retreating is bound to abandon a large amount of cumbersome baggage and heavy artillery, which means their firepower and ability to sustain combat will plummet. If there is no complete retreat plan before the battle, ensuring organizational integrity and that each combat unit has clear instructions and tasks, the so-called retreat is almost destined to turn into a rout or even a complete collapse. Pursued, encircled, and annihilated piecemeal by the enemy, these are the stages where the most horrific casualty ratios in battle occur. However, the Southern Legion was fortunate, because almost as soon as they withdrew from the siege of the Deerhorn fortress, abandoning a pile of unwanted baggage, the fortress's defenders immediately ceased their pursuit. At the same time, the Elven King's armies showed no sign of joining the Elven noble armies. Both sides were similarly dressed, but their banners were clearly distinct, appearing as allies with a common enemy, yet still wary of each other and harboring their own ulterior motives. Although it's unclear why the Elven nobles, who were at odds with the Elf King, suddenly became loyal to the kingdom, it seems the conflict between the two sides hasn't truly been resolved. This gave the retreating Southern Legion a sigh of relief, averting the worst-case scenario. But it was only a sigh of relief. The defeat at Deer Antler Fortress was an unprecedented blow to the previously victorious Southern Legion, a blow not only on the battlefield but also to their morale. Victory was within reach, the enemy was just a step away from surrendering, and then suddenly they were interrupted, even facing the risk of having their supply lines cut off and their escape routes cut off, and being surrounded and annihilated if they didn't retreat obediently. The phrase mental explosion perfectly describes the Southern Legion's morale at this moment. Among them, a small group almost completely collapsed, their previously overflowing confidence plummeting from the stratosphere to the ocean trench. For example, Ludwig Franz. In the marching column, the Major General, the Corps Commander, remained perpetually frowning, his cold expression suggesting indifference to his surroundings. Even Lieutenant Colonel Roman, the commander of the Grenadier Regiment and his most loyal confidant, was hesitant to report to him. Knowing Ludwig as he did, Roman understood that the more serious, calm, and composed Ludwig appeared, the more it proved his inner turmoil. Any complex situation or bad news could ignite a powder keg. His guess was largely correct. Ludwig had collapsed. And it was a complete and utter collapse of the confidence he had painstakingly built up. The strategic approach was completely flawed. All the previous victories and achievements were squandered at the Deer Antlers fortress. The enemy's fighting spirit was severely underestimated, and the attitude of the Isar Elven nobles towards the kingdom of Clovis was misjudged. If Roman hadn't resolutely opposed deploying the grenadiers in the siege phase, holding their ground and launching a counter-offensive when the 20,000-strong Isar Elven army attacked from the rear, the Southern Legion would have had absolutely no chance of maintaining its formation and retreating as calmly as it has now. The cost was the loss of more than two-thirds of his most loyal and elite grenadiers, nearly 1,000 men, in this pointless battle. What did this mean? It meant that, according to Clovis's military system, this army had been completely rendered ineffective. To withstand an attack from an enemy force many times their size, these soldiers, who had followed him since his conscription from Thundercastle, had to charge out of their trenches, forming two thin, loose lines outside the position, almost like skirmish lines, and charging hand-to-hand under a hail of bullets. With their courage and sacrifice, they bought Ludwig time to calmly redeploy his troops to defend the city, annihilating the 20,000 elven nobles of Iser and winning that unexpected encounter. However, they lost the entire siege of Stellar's fortress, and suffered a complete defeat. The very next day after losing the siege, he received news from Anson about the war in the Handlands. The Storm Legion had unified eastern Handlands, Calindia had surrendered, and aid and submission and the conquest of Mr. were only a matter of time. At that moment, Ludwig felt a profound sense of loss. Previously, he had only regarded Anson as a somewhat disobedient but capable subordinate, a young officer who occasionally had ideas, and a friend who could anger him. But now, Anson, with only 2,000 men, had conquered Eaglehorn in a way that exceeded his own imagination. Afterwards, he led 5,000 troops across the entire Hantu, winning one victory after another, and was about to bring the entire Hantu to his knees. Meanwhile, he, with more than twice the number of troops, and with far superior elite and firepower, had fallen to such a state. Such a vast disparity made it difficult for Ludwig not to feel mentally unbalanced. In the current situation, to completely destroy the resistance of the Iser elves, he either had to force them to their deaths in several large-scale battles, burying tens of thousands of Iser elves in the wilderness, or he had to mobilize tens of thousands of troops to advance on multiple fronts, crushing all forces that could still attempt resistance on this land. Besides these, Ludwig couldn't think of a third way to turn the tide. But neither of these two options, or any other, was feasible given the current strength of the Southern Army. As for Ludwig seeking aid from home, enduring the army's constant excuses and endless humiliation, it would be better to simply take his own life. Hence, that letter. Although this act of breaking his promise to request aid was also tormenting Ludwig's already shattered pride, he was well aware of how unrealistic it was to raise 20,000 troops and 40,000 reserves within 40 days. But at this point, besides hoping Anson Bach could create another miracle like at Rimingham Palace, Ludwig was truly helpless, or rather, he was willing to sacrifice what little face he had left for victory. He wasn't entirely unprepared for Anson, this slightly greedy fellow, to make exorbitant demands or propose some absurd conditions after the war. As the sun gradually set, the Southern Army, having marched for a day, had to stop to rest and build temporary camps. This work was usually given little attention, but with the myth of consecutive victories shattered, the Southern Army seemed to have reverted to the habits of the Thundercastle conscription era, prioritizing fortification construction over actual fighting. So much so that Commander-in-Chief Ludwig didn't need many instructions, each unit displayed tremendous initiative. Exhausted, Ludwig rode through the bustling camp. The officers around him were still shouting that they hadn't failed yet and would teach the despicable Iser elves a lesson, but the soldiers' blank faces, forced smiles, and weary, bored eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Back in his tent, Lieutenant Colonel Roman stood by the lit brazier, hands behind his back, his stern face suggesting hesitant words. "What is it?" the commander-in-chief asked. His brow furrowed as he removed his overcoat. "No," Lieutenant Colonel Roman shuddered. "Just here for a routine report." As usual, Ludwig, his eyes narrowing slightly, saw through his subordinate's thoughts but didn't expose him. How's the situation?" "The camp is set up, and a water source has been found. The estimated departure time is 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. There are no signs of any movement by the Iser elves nearby," Roman said seriously. "According to the scouts' estimates, our army should reach the cliff fortress by tomorrow evening at the latest." Ludwig nodded. "Anything else?" "Nothing for now." Roman paused, his gaze drifting slightly. "That's all for now." Ludwig hung his coat on the hanger. "I need to rest now. Wake me up before 3:15 a.m. tomorrow." "Yes, sir." With that, Roman saluted and walked out of the tent. Ludwig stood there, watching his retreating figure. Then, just as he was about to leave the tent, the Grenadier regimental commander stopped, his lips pressed tightly together, and turned nervously to the commander-in-chief. "There's someone who wants to see you." Ludwig looked at him quietly. "Who?" "Draco Veltz, Roman's expression was slightly strange. He says he's a novelist, a Clovis, a novelist? Ludwig's expression was somewhat surprised, not because he wondered why a Clovis novelist would want to see him, but because he felt like he'd heard the name somewhere before, but he just couldn't quite place it. For the commander-in-chief, who could even remember the names of every infantry battalion commander under his command, this was simply unbelievable. During the riots in the outer city of Clovis, this person entered the austere palace as a representative of a group of rioters and negotiated with His Majesty face to face, Roman whispered, reminding him. And regarding the cause of the riots, it's rumored that this person and the forces behind him were also among the masterminds. Furthermore, Colonel Anson Bach seems to have had contact with this person as well. Ludwig suddenly realized, he finally remembered. He finally remembered why he had an impression of this person, but he couldn't recall his existence. It was Sophia who told him. His good sister, who dreamed of being a detective all day and liked to cause trouble for him, seemed to admire this person quite a bit. This person had intervened in the North Harbor Rebellion, was suspected of the Clovis Old Gods activities, was related to the Iron Sky incident, and also participated in the Clovis Outer City riots, even threatening His Majesty Carlos II to his face. So why did he contact me? Ludwig asked, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure either, but it seems to be related to some intelligence about the Iser elves. Roman glanced towards the door. Do you want to see him? Is he in the camp right now? Yes, I've placed him in the Grenadier Regiment's camp and assigned a few veterans to guard him. Oh, that's perfect, Ludwig snorted. Tell your soldiers that this man is an old god's follower, a rioter, and a traitor to the kingdom. There's only one way to deal with this kind of person. Shoot him to death. Chapter 305 Tell the Truth. At Lieutenant Colonel Roman's persuasion, the novelist finally escaped being gunned to death and met the commander of the Confederate Army while still alive. Of course, in a prison cell. The Confederate Army, on a forced march, certainly didn't have the luxury of prison wagons, but that didn't stop the grenadier soldiers from using their ingenuity. They dug a pit half a person's height, surrounded it with wooden fences, and finally sealed it with a roof, and this makeshift prison was complete. It was poorly ventilated, didn't get sunlight, was cramped, damp, and stuffy, warm in summer and cold in winter, and you could get bitten by mosquitoes, cut by the barbs and rusty nails on the wooden fences, and had a high probability of experiencing the pleasure of tetanus. After being brutally beaten by the grenadiers, stripped naked, and tied up like a dumpling, Draco officially moved into this single suite tailor-made for him. Good evening, Mr. Draco Veltz. Outside the cell, Ludwig, expressionless, stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the novelist who was grinning foolishly. Are you comfortable here? If not, I can have the engineers build you a better one. No need. Really, no need. You're too kind. Draco, covered in cold sweat, shook his head rapidly, forcing a stiff smile that screamed, Don't kill me, I'm kind. His eyes, filled with a will to survive, looked clear and pure, making this seemingly 30-something-year-old smoker appear like an innocent and adorable boy. I'm very, very good like this, really. A mocking smile appeared on Ludwig's lips. Really? Draco nodded rapidly, so quickly and frequently that one might even suspect he was a gifted individual who had awakened bloodline power. Especially now, with a dozen or so grenadiers standing around the cell, their bayonets pressed against his head, back, and chest. Is that so? Ludwig nodded, glancing sideways at Roman behind him before turning his gaze back to the man he found utterly repulsive. For some reason, from the moment he saw the novelist, Ludwig felt an overwhelming aversion. Of course, this wasn't due to an older brother's innate hatred of his sister's idol, at least Ludwig wouldn't admit it, nor did he believe it, but rather because he knew from the first glance that this man was utterly unprincipled. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, had no bottom line, knew nothing of loyalty or dignity, and thrived in chaos. To respect such a person would be the most shameful waste. Like Anson Bach, although occasionally using unconventional methods for victory and profit, at least he never violated principles, kept his promises, had a sense of honor, and was fiercely loyal to the kingdom. In Ludwig's eyes, he belonged to the type still salvageable and workable, Draco Veltz, that was utterly hopeless. Speak, Ludwig said coldly. You went through all that trouble to come to me, and even managed to get on my good side with the Grenadier Regimental Commander first. You must have a lot to say. Yes, the novelist, covered in bruises, nodded rapidly again, looking at the commander-in-chief with a somewhat obsequious expression. Actually, in short, it's just one sentence, Ludwig repeated emotionlessly, his expression surprised. Yes, one sentence, Draco nodded in affirmation, then suddenly said seriously, run, don't take anything. And whatever you do, do not go back to Cliff Fortress. Get a horse and return to Eaglehorn immediately, quickly, very quickly. It will be too late if we wait any longer, it will really be too late. His tone was urgent, and his expression was extremely solemn, as if one could feel the fear in his eyes. The atmosphere around the cell suddenly became serious. Ludwig looked into those clear, sincere eyes and remained silent. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. That's it, Yes, that's it, Draco quickly agreed, speaking with feigned seriousness. That's it, nothing else to say, probably, nothing. Good, Ludwig nodded slightly, turning to Roman. He's finished. Kill him, huh? Draco was startled, then saw Ludwig turn and leave, and suddenly heard the sound of more than a dozen people cocking their guns around his head. In that instant, a bone-chilling cold rose from the soles of his feet, rushing up his spine to the top of his head, making him shudder and thrash violently like a dying fish on a chopping board. Wait. I'm telling the truth, it's all true, not a single lie, I don't care. Ludwig whirled around, his expressionless face radiating murderous intent, staring intently at the novelist vigorously exercising in the cell. You want to threaten me? No, Draco, his eyes wide, shook his head rapidly. Absolutely not. Ludwig gave a contemptuous snort. Is it the truth? The truth? Draco stammered as if his neck had cramped. Absolutely not. No. I won't lie, I'll only tell the truth. Then tell the truth. Tell the truth. The truth. Draco, trembling with fear, suddenly found it hard to breathe under Ludwig's gaze. The truth is, they're coming. Ludwig pressed on. Who's coming? Them. Draco swallowed hard. The 13 councils, the old gods faction of the Iser elves. The moment the words left his mouth, Ludwig's pupils contracted sharply. The surrounding soldiers were stunned, some looking bewildered, some frozen in place, and others with shock in their eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. Everyone, return to your ranks. After a brief moment of shock, Ludwig, recovering from his astonishment, immediately gave the soldiers the order, you have 10 minutes to return to your respective camps. You are not allowed to discuss the lies of this traitor of the kingdom with anyone, do you hear me? Yes. The soldiers immediately felt as if they had been granted amnesty, quickly formed ranks, and jogged out of the prison. Watching the soldiers' departing figures, the commander-in-chief, his face as cold as iron, waited until they were completely out of his sight before slowly shifting his gaze to Roman behind him. Did you know from the beginning, the grenadier regimental commander, his lips tightly pursed, had a slightly complicated expression. After several seconds of Ludwig's gaze fixed on him, he nodded slightly, lowering his head apologetically. Ludwig sighed heavily, his face darkening. He turned his gaze back to Draco, even though Draco's fawning smile made him want to vomit. What else do you know? How much do you want to hear? The novelist's throat bobbed again. The general outline or the details? To be honest, I don't have much time left. Details? Ludwig paused, then added, but keep it concise, don't ramble. Understood. Draco readily agreed, his survival instincts kicking in. The whole affair dates back to the 47th year of the Saints' calendar. The year the Second Council of Public Order was held, the Iser elves converted to the Circle of Order. That year, get to the point, Ludwig drew his gun, the muzzle pointing at the novelist's head. The crux of the matter is that our Truth Society and the 13 councils have broken down. Draco shuddered again. The original agreement was just to overthrow the Elven King and the Church's influence in Ithel, but now they want to elect a new king who believes in the old gods, and they also want to defeat Clovis, unify the Wildlands, and make the Ithel elves great again. Your Truth Society, just an insignificant, small, non-profit organization with only a few people, dedicated to public welfare. Beads of sweat streamed down Draco's face. We don't believe in the Empire's human exceptionalism, nor do we think humans are necessarily superior to other races, and we believe the fate of the Ithel elves is also. What is your relationship with Saint Isaac? Ludwig interrupted coldly. Don't forget, my father is Archbishop Clovis. Do you think I don't know what the Truth Society is? Just a coincidence of names. Draco panicked even more. In short, we reached an agreement that after the Clovis army defeated the royal guard of the Elven King of Ithel, the Ithel elven nobles would rebel against the elven king's rule, allowing the Clovis to conquer the royal court and end the war, and we, this small, non-profit organization, would help the 13 councils cover up some actions during the rebellion that could be used against us by the church, preventing the Church of Order from finding grounds to intervene and mediate the war, allowing them to rise to power and rule the elven kingdom of Ithel without any trouble. Then, they went back on their word. Draco's expression twitched. Because of some minor accidents, they suddenly decided not to overthrow the elven king, but instead to deepen their cooperation with the Empire and completely defeat the Clovis kingdom, and we, this insignificant public welfare organization, were simply kicked aside. What accident? Ludwig pressed. I'm not entirely sure. They no longer trust me, and such secrets are impossible to reveal, Draco answered cautiously. I guess it might be due to some kind of internal power struggle, which led to some more radical leaders coming to power. They overturned all previous decisions in one fell swoop, intending to use the most direct and violent means to restore the power of the 13 councils before St. Calendar 47. In other words, I know what the 13 councils are, Ludwig interrupted again. The novelist immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. This is troublesome, really troublesome. As the son of the Archbishop, Ludwig certainly knew very well what the 13 councils' intervention in the war meant. The Second Council of Public Order in St. Calendar 47 deprived the Church of Order of its authority to intervene in secular affairs, but only if it was unrelated to faith. Once heresy and heretics were involved, certain fanatics and the Inquisition of the Church of Order would pounce like sharks smelling blood. This wasn't meant as irony, but rather because, as a highly cohesive organization, the wealthy and powerful Church of Order couldn't genuinely relinquish secular authority, a point even Luther's own father, had emphasized. Just as he himself constantly attempted to interfere in the finances of the Kingdom of Clovis. Once the conflict escalated from a bilateral dispute to a religious affair, the war wouldn't be as easily resolved as it seemed, and could very well become a political event, especially since the Kingdom of Clovis desperately needed the Church's financial support to counter the Empire's aggression. If the Church was determined to intervene, Clovis wouldn't dare openly defy it. The only question was, why would the 13 councils be so foolish as to believe the Empire would stand against the Church for them? The sectarian wars were centuries ago, whether voluntary or involuntary. The various sects had already integrated into the Church of Order system, possessing the world's most cutting-edge knowledge and research, the only currency system circulating throughout the Order world, and controlling supreme discourse power. What madness would Emperor Hodor of the Empire have to stand up for a bunch of Iser elves and old gods? Even if he were willing, would those Night Lords agree? Ludwig was utterly baffled, racking his brains but unable to understand what these Iser elves were up to. Lord Draco Veltz, I have another question. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. The novelist, bound like a mummy, was as docile as a teacup cat, and a 30-something teacup cat at that, one who loved smoking. Of course, Ludwig wasn't interested in that. Why are you telling me to run? Because they're launching a surprise attack on you tonight. Draco's eyes suddenly became urgent. This plan was devised a long time ago, almost simultaneously with the Royal Guard's disastrous defeat at Eaglehorn. They see you and another commander of the Southern Legion, Anson Bach, yes, Colonel Anson Bach, as the biggest obstacle to the 13 councils' rise to power, and thus organized a surprise attack on the Southern Legion and you personally. Of course, I know you are an excellent commander, and your soldiers are absolutely elite. You would never fear a group of despicable Ithel elves in a direct confrontation, but this time it's really different. They have indeed been preparing meticulously for a long time, and they have some things they didn't have before. Things, I'm not entirely sure what's happening in the Wildlands, but right now they have definitely concentrated a vast majority of the 13 councils' strength, including the army and spellcasters, for a sneak attack, starting today. Draco suddenly paused, looking up at the night outside. What time is it? Standing behind Ludwig, Roman pulled out his pocket watch. 20:55, that's almost 9 o'clock. The novelist, who had blurted out, suddenly gasped. If that's the case, then what? Then, I think you don't need to run anymore, because they've already, boom. Before he could finish speaking, a golden red light illuminated the night. Chapter 306 Fire descends from the sky. Under the bright, silvery moonlight, a golden red flame shot up from the ground. Against the night sky, it resembled a pillar of fire piercing the clouds, instantly illuminating the entire earth. No, not just resembled, It was a pillar of fire, literally. A pillar of fire with a radius of at least 4 meters and a height of at least 20 meters, continuously burning and spiraling upwards. It appeared out of thin air without warning, conspicuously there, showing no sign of extinguishing quickly, and still burning fiercely. Ludwig and Roman stared wide-eyed, their astonished gazes fixed on the scene that had suddenly appeared before them, speechless. In his cell, Draco curled into a ball the moment the pillar of fire appeared, his eyes warily scanning his surroundings. General Roman, regaining his composure first, turned to Ludwig, his face grim. From this position, I'm afraid the camp. Go back now, assemble the guard company and grenadiers, and suppress the legion. Ludwig nodded and decisively ordered, each regiment immediately move into its designated positions, artillery in position, and if necessary, relay orders to the legion directly on my behalf. Anyone who tries to disobey orders, or deserts, kill them on the spot. Roman, startled, pounded his chest with his right hand and saluted the commander-in-chief. Yes, sir. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already quickly disappeared. Ludwig turned sharply, his gun barrel piercing through the cell and poking Draco's forehead, pointing at the pillar of fire behind him and growling, "What's going on? I don't know, I really don't know." The novelist shook his head desperately, his pure eyes looking so innocent. They don't believe me anymore. How can they tell me this? Then how do you know what time they made their move? How could Ludwig believe his lies? I don't know. Draco was almost crying with fear. He could tell Ludwig was really about to shoot. I'm guessing. Draco nodded quickly. I know some general outlines, and with some information about their routes and recent events, guessing when they'll make their move isn't difficult at all. Not difficult. Ludwig's face, flushed a deep red, twisted slightly. Then guess what they're trying to do with this thing? What they're trying to do? The novelist, his face contorted with grief, stared at the pillar of fire that illuminated most of the forest and swallowed hard. I guess, maybe, perhaps, some kind of symbol, a symbol? Ludwig whirled around, staring at the fire that showed no signs of dying down. Judging from its location, it was right behind the Southern Legion's camp, the only route the Legion could take to reach the cliff fortress, and the only road through which a large legion could pass. While placing it in this position might cut off the Southern Legion's retreat, that was all. It couldn't cause any damage to the Legion. Instead, it provided some visibility. Wait, visibility? Ludwig's pupils dilated, his mouth opening uncontrollably, but no sound came out. Almost simultaneously, thunder rumbled from the distant ground. Countless shells, trailing long plumes of flame, streaked across the dark night, heading towards the pillar of fire. That was the Southern Legion's camp. In that instant, seeing Ludwig still stunned, Draco Veltz broke free from the ropes he had secretly untied, kicked open the cell door. Yes, the lock had been broken long ago, rushed forward, and tackled the commander-in-chief, pinning him beneath his body. As they collapsed to the ground, a shrill whistling sound tore through the air above them, followed by a deafening roar that pierced their eardrums. A wave of intense heat ripped through the cells and surrounding trees like paper, and golden red flames rose slowly behind them. Countless flames rose into the night sky. Enemy fire! Everyone, get down! With a thunderous roar and a series of screams, Roman's desperate roar was almost completely drowned out. He could only lie sprawled in the trench, watching helplessly as the entire legion was engulfed by the fire that rained down from the sky. In his vision, a torrential downpour of shells streaked across the sky like meteors, exploding into blinding golden red blazes on the ground. The flames, mixed with billowing black smoke, devoured everything in sight at lightning speed, plunging the entire Southern Legion into a sea of fire. Roman stared in disbelief. Since the start of the war, this was the first time he had seen the Iser Elves possess such firepower. Even their so-called Royal Guard, the elite of the elite, mostly used infantry guns with limited firepower, with only a dozen or so heavy cannons on their artillery positions. Their frontal firepower couldn't even suppress the Southern Legion before it became stronger, but now, the Southern Legion, caught off guard, couldn't even raise its head, let alone retaliate with artillery fire. The number of cannons on the other side, even by the most conservative estimate, wouldn't be less than 100. What a terrifying number. Where did the Iser Elves get so many cannons? And how did they manage to evade the Legion's scouts and launch a sneak attack at this time? Amidst the continuous explosions and billowing black smoke, Roman, desperately trying to suppress and assemble his troops, could even see the undisguised fear on the faces of the grenadiers behind him. They were all veterans who had followed Ludwig from the very beginning, and just over 10 days ago they had faced an Iser elf army dozens of times their size head-on. Now, they were also panicked and bewildered. If even they were in this state, it wasn't hard to imagine the condition of the other soldiers who were hit by the shelling. Although the Southern Legion, which inherited the tradition of the Thunder Fort conscripts, had more technical experience in building fortifications than in frontal combat, this was, after all, just a temporary camp. It might be able to hold off small artillery pieces or infantry, but to withstand heavy artillery bombardment was wishful thinking. Collapse at the first touch was the most euphemistic description of the Southern Legion's position at that moment. Long stretches of communication trenches and foxholes were mercilessly torn apart and ravaged by solid shot and grenades, and many surface fortifications were reduced to ashes in the roar. The soldiers hiding in the trenches didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to limbs and blood, which were sent flying into the sky by the blast wave, mixed with dust and rubble, and fell back down. Coupled with the chaos caused by the sudden appearance of the pillars of fire within the camp, 2/3 of the troops failed to reach their trenches and bunkers before the artillery barrage. They were hastily assembled in the confusion and then met the rain of death on the open ground. Even without opening his eyes, just listening to the surrounding explosions and screams, Lieutenant Colonel Roman could easily imagine how horrific the casualty figures of the Southern Legion were, and how they were rapidly rising every second. If the fighting continued like this, the Southern Legion would likely collapse without a fight. Of course, Roman wasn't worried about this. Besides the fact that no army in the world could possibly use up enough shells to kill over 10,000 people on the same battlefield, it was also because he, to some extent, didn't care about the fate of the entire legion, or even his own. His only concern was Ludwig Franz. The enemy's target was Ludwig Franz's life, so the methods would definitely not be as simple and brutal as indiscriminate bombardment, ground troops, assassins, spellcasters. Their appearance was only a matter of time. 15 minutes later, the rumble of artillery fire finally subsided and ceased. Only thick black smoke lingered over the burning position, showing no sign of dissipating. Brushing the dust off his clothes, Roman, his face grim, pushed aside the grenadier whose body had been blown in half, struggled to crawl out of the mangled trench, and quickly scanned the surrounding area, assessing the state of the position ravaged by the artillery fire. The once fortified defenses were now a complete mess. Except for the rear section of the defense he personally supervised, the front line was completely buried in dust and debris from the artillery shells. A few infantry company flags and scattered rifles could still be seen on the position, but apart from the flags and weapons, there was probably nothing left. As for behind him, the camp had been in chaos since the shelling began. Now all that could be seen were vast stretches of ruins and tents ablaze with explosions. How many soldiers were still alive? How many hadn't been broken up? How many had managed to hold out until now without deserting, or perhaps had no chance to desert? It was all unknown. "Commander," a young-looking grenadier approached Roman from behind, his terrified eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. In his mind, with the Legion in this state, finding the commander and covering their retreat seemed to be the most important thing. Bugler, Roman, his back to the grenadier, suddenly spoke. The young grenadier paused, startled. "Huh? Sound the bugle," Roman repeated, his tone devoid of emotion. "Assemble the troops and prepare for battle. The artillery of the Iser elves is no match for the Empires. When the cannon fire stops, it means the infantry is about to launch an attack on the position. Speed up. We don't have much time to waste." Yes, despite his confusion and bewilderment at his commander's orders, the grenadier instinctively obeyed. He found the bugle on the body of an old soldier whose body had been blown off halfway, but couldn't manage to snatch it from the corpse. After several unsuccessful attempts, the impatient young grenadier simply severed the corpse's wrist with his bayonet and raised the bugle with one hand still attached. The resounding bugle call echoed repeatedly across the smoke-filled, fire-lit battlefield. So many shells and they still haven't killed them all? Damn Clovis, that's all money." Gazing at the Clovis banner rising again on the smoke-filled battlefield, an Iserian elven general, dressed in opulent attire, clad in gilded breastplate and eagle helmet, couldn't help but curse. In his rage, he smashed his solid gold telescope on the ground, causing his servant to frantically pick it up while being kicked in the process. To procure so many shells, the entire kingdom's armory had been practically emptied. Even nobles like himself had to reluctantly part with their own money. The Iserian elves' limited industrial and logistical resources could only handle small-scale disturbances and border conflicts. In a large-scale war, their limited reserves would only last for 1 or 2 battles at most, after which they would have to import from Clovis or the Empire, at unimaginably exorbitant prices. These are all expected, aren't they, Uncle Aldebert? A sweet, gentle voice sounded from behind, but the elven general's face showed no sign of being moved. Instead, his expression suddenly changed, and fear visibly appeared on his face. He whirled around, then with a thud, knelt on both knees, prostrating himself before an elven girl wearing a tricorn hat and dressed like an imperial knight. Yes, your admonition is absolutely right. Such foresight truly humbles me, Princess Freya. Really? The gentle elven girl blinked, her right hand resting on the hilt of her gilded knight's sword, and leaned close to the prostrate elf with concern. But I only spoke of some very ordinary things. For you, of course, all of this is ordinary, but for us, Albert swallowed hard, his fearful gaze sweeping over the longsword at the girl's waist. That is truth. That is wisdom. That is something utterly unimaginable. Is that so? Yes, yes, yes. It is because of your wisdom that we were spared annihilation by the Clovis, that we escaped by chance, and that we even have a chance to. No, the girl's voice suddenly turned cold. It was Louis who sacrificed himself, willingly becoming bait to lure the Clovis, that allowed you worthless scum to survive until now. You can still stand here and breathe, all thanks to him. Without him, you would have been torn to pieces by the Clovis long ago. Yes, yes, yes. Albert trembled violently, desperately burying his head in his chest as he lay on the ground. So, dear Uncle Aldebert, and you foolish and incompetent scum, my men. Freya Mossesfield slowly turned around, her icy gaze sweeping over the trembling, fearful faces. The once-in-a-lifetime moment to show your bravery and loyalty has finally arrived. I need you to lead your soldiers in an attack on the Clovis Legion, which has been largely destroyed by artillery fire. Ravage them, annihilate them, kill them all. If anyone thinks this is too difficult, I can lower the bar, allow that honest gentleman to perish with the enemy. So, if any Clovis interferes with me while I settle things with Ludwig France, I will annihilate you all. Do you understand? The gentle-spoken elven princess's eyes turned blood-red at that moment. Chapter 307 The Queen. Amidst the deafening shouts of battle, the dust and gravel on the ground trembled. Under the pitch-black night, countless Iser elven soldiers surged forward from every corner and direction, from the grass, the mudflats, the dense forest, along wide roads and muddy paths, towards the burning position shrouded in billowing black smoke. Enemy attack, a roar like a tidal wave echoed, followed by a Roman's hoarse scream. Clavy, prepare for battle, charge. Panic gripped the soldiers on the position. They couldn't help but panic, after enduring over 10 minutes of devastating artillery fire without warning, followed by the sounds of an enemy attack. Any soldier with even a shred of reason, any well-trained veteran, would know this meant one thing. This was a prepared ambush. And they were surrounded. In the flickering shadows of the firelight, swarms of Iser elves, like demons wandering from the darkness, were indistinct and indistinct. They growled and howled as they surged into the smoke-shrouded battlefield. To defend against potential ambushes and sneak attacks, the Southern Legion's preparations around their camp were meticulous. From palisades to trenches, breastworks, and foxholes for ambush points, every imaginable facility was present. But now, all those carefully prepared fortifications had been reduced to ruins in the recent artillery barrage. Only a few rudimentary trenches remained between the Southern Legion's camp and the enemy. Defending these trenches were only a few thousand line soldiers hastily assembled, their organization scattered and their command structure in disarray. Roman's face was ashen. He ignored the panicked mutterings of the young grenadier behind him, and didn't disturb the veteran kneeling in the trench, praying repeatedly to the ring of order. Through his binoculars, his cold gaze continued to observe the Iser elves charging towards the position. Then, a cold smile spread across his lips, sending a chill down the spine of the young grenadier behind him. Give the order, Roman said without turning his head. The 3rd and 7th Infantry Regiments, move to the left flank. The 5th and 8th Infantry Regiments, move to the right flank. Open up the central line, leave the unit flags on the ground, but do not leave a single soldier behind. The Grenadier Regiment and the Guard Company, all move to the central line, spread out in lines, each company operating independently, maintaining suppressive fire. Once the enemy begins to attempt infiltration and breakthrough, do not obstruct them, but maintain your formation and do not collapse. Retreat in an orderly manner to the flanks to avoid the enemy's frontal assault. Artillery companies, if there are any survivors, Have them aim their fire at the road, using solid shot, high explosive shells, or shrapnel, regardless of the weight. Fire as much as they can, until the cannons explode. As for the remaining troops, if they have been reorganized and are ready for combat, have them all stand by on the last line of defense. Unless there are orders to attack, they are not allowed to return fire unless the enemy gets within 50 meters. Yes, sir, the young grenadier quickly answered, saluting with his right hand on his chest. Then he lowered his head, cautiously looking at Roman. So, how long do we have to hold out before we can break through? When to break through? That's up to our enemy. A fleeting smile reappeared on Roman's face. Speaking of which, I'm just as curious as you are, curious about how long they can hold out, huh? The grenadier's face froze. Meanwhile, in the dense forest outside the military camp, dizziness, tinnitus, numbness, all these familiar sensations made Ludwig think he had returned to 2 years ago. Back then, through his own abilities, he had successfully become an army colonel and the artillery commander of the Lion Fortress. While inspecting the warehouse, he was nearly sent flying by a poorly made cannon by a corrupt quartermaster. That was the first time he had personally experienced the terrifying power of a 12-pound cannon. Desperate to get up, Draco found himself pinned down by something heavy. Ludwig, expressionless, raised his hand and shoved the unconscious Draco aside. With some difficulty, he used his legs to support himself and staggered towards the burning military camp. Wait, cough cough cough, wait a minute. Draco, who had been pushed and hid his head, instantly snapped back to attention. He scrambled to his feet and rushed to stop Ludwig, who was trying to leave. What are you doing? What's it to you? Ludwig glanced at him with utter disgust. Get lost. Since you told the truth, I don't have to shoot another Clovis. It's important, very important. Draco, still shaken, swallowed hard. I can't just watch you die here. Why? Ludwig asked coldly. Because, Draco stammered. Yes, why? Looking at the disheveled yet murderous Ludwig before him, the novelist immediately realized that despite having 1,000 perfectly valid and reasonable reasons, none of them could stop the commander-in-chief. Nor could he save his life from Ludwig's gun after he finished speaking. Draco couldn't tell the archbishop's son how crucial his existence was to maintaining the chaos of this world, disrupting the existing order of the Iser Elf Kingdom, and breaking the shackles of the Church of Order on this world. Nor could he tell him that someone he trusted so much was actually, so he had to change his approach. Because I am Anson Bach's friend, Draco blurted out sincerely. A close friend. So I cannot stand by and watch my close friend's superior and friend, you, Ludwig Franz, die at the hands of a despicable, treacherous Iser elf, close friend. Ludwig's expression was subtle as he spoke. That's right, Draco nodded quickly, patting his chest without any pretense to show that he was not lying. My dearest friend, when did this happen? About a few months ago? I can't quite remember. A few months ago? Ludwig nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes. So, starting from the iron sky, you two have been hooking up, right? Up. Draco was momentarily dazed, then heard the sound of a revolver magazine turning beside him. Looking down, he saw Ludwig's right-hand pistol pressed against his throat. Lord Draco Veltz, you certainly know how to surprise me, Ludwig said coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. So I can assure you, you're still not entirely telling the truth. Tell me, what are the 13 councils planning? I told you I don't know, Draco cried out anxiously. Please. Run. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. Still not going to talk? What did I say? I really don't know. Is that so? Ludwig scoffed, giving the distraught novelist a contemptuous look, then pointed the gun at his temple. Stop. Stop. Don't do this. Please don't do this. This time, Draco was truly on the verge of tears. Clearly, the commander-in-chief was certain that no matter the cost, he couldn't let Draco die here. Will you talk or not? Ludwig, expressionless, gripped the hammer with his thumb. Tell me, Draco surrendered, raising both hands. What does the 13 Council want? They want to seize power, overthrow the current Elf King, and install a new one. They want to wage a full-scale war against Clovis, and they want to purge all forces within the country that support the Church of Order. They want so much? And what they need most to accomplish all this is to annihilate the Southern Legion and take your head, Commander-in-Chief. Only your head can unite the entire kingdom of Iser, draw the Empire to fight against the Church of Order on their behalf, show loyalty, prove that they will fight Clovis to the end, and allow the Empire to fully support the Kingdom of Iser without any worries. Therefore, General Ludwig Franz, you absolutely cannot die. As long as you are alive, the Southern Legion and Clovis have not been defeated, the Kingdom of Iser will not be completely united, and this war of punitive retribution against the Iser elves will still have the chance to turn things around. More importantly, as long as you, the Archbishop's own son, are alive, the Archbishop of Clovis will not fully support the Church's intervention in this war, thus preventing the Church's power from expanding and the Order world from continuing to be turbulent. Of course, this cannot be said. Draco thought to himself. You want me to abandon the army and run away alone? Ludwig holstered his gun, his contempt for Draco undiminished. That's impossible. Besides, enemies are everywhere. What's the difference between fleeing alone and committing suicide? You're right. If you just run away like this, that's certainly the case. A smile finally appeared on Draco's face. The enemy is the 13 councils, the spellcasters of the Iser elves. In some ways, they are even stronger than the old gods in other parts of the Order world. For example, if you run away now, they have plenty of ways to track you down, then, but, Draco snapped his fingers. I have a perfect way to help you evade their pursuit. Ludwig's expression shifted slightly, and his right hand quietly gripped the trigger of his revolver. The principle is simple, not very complicated. Basically, it exploits the blind spots of these spellcasters. You might not know, but these guys, like some particularly stubborn gifted individuals, have a mysterious confidence in their abilities, so as long as— Oh, why did you interrupt me? Why did you pull out your gun again? What are you going to do? Before the rambling Draco could continue, Ludwig, holding a revolver, expressionlessly raised his hand and pointed behind him. Suddenly realizing something, the novelist twitched his lips, slowly turned around, and looked behind him. A smiling elven girl had appeared behind him at some point. Draco sighed deeply, looking at the elven girl before him with a completely resigned expression, and slowly bowed to her. Good evening, Your Highness Princess Freya Mossesfield, and Her Majesty the future Queen of Iser. The elven girl smiled, but the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. Ludwig's pupils contracted sharply, and his right hand gripping the gun handle tightened even more. These guys are like some particularly stubborn gifted individuals, inexplicably confident in their abilities, so as long as— What? The innocent and lovely elven girl spoke softly, her blood-red eyes staring at the novelist with a chilling power. Go on, Lord Draco Veltz. Lewis said, not finishing your sentence isn't a good habit. As long as you express enough goodwill, you can become friends with them. Draco bowed deeply, cautiously addressing the elven girl. So, Your Majesty the Queen, it's so late, would you do me the honor of having a simple meal nearby? It's on me. Staring at the novelist's pitiful, ingratiating face, a smile bloomed on the elven girl's lips, like a flower in full bloom. Then, she pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Clang, the long saber clashed with the oncoming rifle, plunging straight into the chest of the Iser elf. The blood-spurting elven soldier was kicked to the ground, his heavy military boots stomping directly on his face. Grenadiers, attack! Roman roared, his blood-soaked body lashing out like fangs with his chipped longsword, tearing apart elven soldiers as he charged forward. Gushing blood flooded his senses. For a gifted individual who inherited the blood of the Wild Hunt Knights, this stimulation was the best fuel to keep him fighting. Encouraged by their commander, the grenadiers on the entire position fought a desperate, bloody battle, raining down bullets to turn the fanatical Ithel elves into cold, mangled pieces of flesh lying in pools of blood. But the enemy was too numerous, even with the entire grenadier regiment, the guard company, and a portion of elite skirmishers spread across the defensive line. They couldn't stop their advance. Fortunately, these enemies were mostly not elite, their fighting strength significantly inferior to that of the Ithel elves at the Battle of Eaglehorn. Therefore, almost from the very beginning, both sides quickly engaged in a firefight. They hid in the trenches, firing while simultaneously mobilizing small groups to attempt surprise attacks. Any setbacks led to rapid retreat, too afraid to advance. This was a common flaw among most of the new recruits who had received modern training. They only dared to fire from a distance, completely lacking the courage for close combat. Therefore, many traditional armies, especially the elite noble knights' armies, could easily rout a new army at least 2 or 3 times their size if they dared to withstand a few volleys and charge recklessly to within 20 meters. But this had its limits, especially when the enemy outnumbered them several times over. In less than a quarter of an hour, The central position had already fallen by more than half. Its breach was only a matter of time. And at that moment, Roman, covered in blood, suddenly picked up the Iser elf's rifle from the ground and pulled the trigger, firing into the sky. Chapter 308. They've arrived. The instant Roman fired his gun into the air, the young grenadier hiding in the trench immediately obeyed the order. Blowing the bugle, he clutched tightly with all his might. As the resounding bugle call echoed again, the Southern Legion, holding their flanks, suddenly turned their guns and launched a fierce attack on the central positions already occupied by the Iser elves. Whether due to overconfidence or a desire to ensure the success of the surprise attack, the Iser elves were unable to quickly assemble enough elite troops, resorting to a motley crew of ragtag soldiers. This resulted in an overwhelming concentration of incompetent individuals, giving the entire army a foul stench. While the fighting strength of an army is often difficult to judge, their training, their ability to maintain morale in harsh conditions and unfavorable combat, and their capacity to maintain organizational integrity during battle are already apparent to an educated and experienced soldier. Therefore, simply by observing the Iser elves charge, Roman could determine that the enemy's main force consisted almost entirely of untrained ragtag troops and new recruits. The only thing this army could do was rely on its numerical superiority to overwhelmingly break through the defenses in the first wave of attack. Once the attack failed and it was forced into a stalemate and defense, its organization would collapse precipitously. Combat units unable to effectively execute orders and a command system paralyzed from the start of the battle would quickly lead them into a predicament of fighting independently or even self-destruction. The actual outcome was basically in line with Roman's prediction, basically because less than 15 minutes into the battle, before the Southern Legion had even launched a counterattack, the organization of the Iser elves had already collapsed. Thousands of Iser elves surged into the position like a tidal wave. After being hit hard on the flanks, they immediately rushed chaotically into the central position, fighting against a sparsely manned grenadier regiment and guard company. Relying on their overwhelming numerical superiority, the number of elves, they forced the grenadier regiment to retreat continuously, gradually shrinking the defensive line. And then, well, that was it. There was no tiered offensive, no focused attack direction, no flanking maneuvering of the main firing points, and not a single ounce of covering fire. It was like a horde of sand surging in, clueless about what to do besides attack, no different from a hyena that had broken free. Perhaps it was even worse. After the flanking maneuvers were launched from the left and right flanks, the once mighty Iser elven army's offensive momentum immediately ceased. The flanks, initially hit, didn't attempt to counterattack but immediately began a frantic escape. These scattered units then began charging at the formations of other units, if they even had any formations at all. The swept-up troops and reinforcements clashed together on the smoke-filled, night-shrouded battlefield, completely unable to distinguish one another, instinctively pointing their guns at their own allies. Bang! The attacking Iser elven army was utterly thrown into chaos. Roman, of course, wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slip by. The Southern Legion, which had previously held the left and right flanks, began to deploy infantry companies one by one, launching a flanking attack along the bombed-out ruins of the positions against the chaotic Iser elf army. In the center of the ruins, shrouded in thick smoke and burning everywhere, soldiers from both armies used shell craters and corpses as cover to fire at each other, flanking and outmaneuvering from trenches and fortification ruins, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with bayonets and rifle butts in the pitch-black smoke and fire. Whistling bullets flew wildly through the smoke and flames of explosions, and shouts of battle drowned out the shrill screams. Flags rose and fell repeatedly, and battle lines were locked in a constant tug-of-war. Roman's encirclement transformed what was originally a positional battle between giant waves and reefs into a chaotic strangulation. In the chaos of battle, although the morale of the Iser elves plummeted due to their thwarted offensive, and their command system went from paralyzed to completely collapsed, with severely undertrained recruits unable to withstand the rhythmic, alternating attacks of the Southern Legion, they still possessed an absolute numerical advantage. The heavily damaged Southern Legion, lacking manpower, dared not commit its entire force unless absolutely necessary. Thus, 10 minutes into the battle, the Southern Legion's artillery finally opened fire. Despite the unexpected onslaught, it was unclear whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. While the Legion's ammunition depots were not spared from the artillery barrage, and even suffered hundreds of casualties from secondary explosions, most of the artillery pieces escaped destruction. As for why, because the lazy supply troops and artillerymen hadn't even unloaded the artillery pieces from the supply wagons. During transport, they were scattered and piled up with other wagons outside the camp, left to be exposed to the wind and sun. When the guards dragged these cowardly artillerymen out of their bunkers, besides the cannons, they also found a stockpile of shells and propellant, which they had hoarded, intending to resell. Boom, boom, boom. Using the pillars of fire raised by the Iser Elf spellcasters, the Southern Legion artillery, also illuminated, began to counterattack the Iser Elves who were continuously pouring into their positions. Terrifying shrapnel shells rose into the sky, detonating violently above the dense Iser Elf attack formation. Thousands of scorching lead bullets rained down like a storm, accompanied by agonizing screams, tearing any flesh and blood they touched into dust. Faced with this sudden artillery barrage, the Iser Elf Legion's follow-up offensive was abruptly halted. Seeing their comrades blown to pieces in the front ranks had an immediate and effective effect on calming the fanatical Iser Elves. Soon, the overwhelming offensive was immediately slowed, and the unstoppable Iser Elves were forced to find a new direction of attack or turn tail and run, only to be killed by the guns of their rearguard soldiers. However, their slowed offensive did not mean that the Southern Legion would sensibly cease its shelling. In some ways, quite the opposite. After confirming the shelling's effectiveness and halting the offensive, the Legion's artillery, having regained some morale, fired even more fiercely. As the second most trusted unit in the Southern Legion, the directly subordinate artillery battalion had always enjoyed extremely high status under Ludwig. Unless truly driven to desperation, they would not, and dared not, abandon their commander-in-chief and flee. The deafening roar of the artillery echoed repeatedly as the well-trained artillerymen expertly cleaned their red-hot barrels, adjusted the guns that had been swayed by recoil, and prepared fuses, shells, and propellant. 15 seconds later, golden red tongues of fire once again erupted from the black muzzles. Under this near-frenzied bombardment, a blockade of smoke and flames formed between the Southern Legion's positions and the main direction of the Iser Elves' attack, cutting off the enemy's follow-up offensive. As the Iser Elves, embroiled in melee on the central positions, lost reinforcements, their already rapidly declining morale collapsed even faster. The stalemate gradually began to show signs of clearing under the ever-rising Crimson Unicorn banner. Blow the horn, Roman, his face smeared with liquid and solid matter after smashing an Iser Elf's head with the butt of his rifle, roared at the young grenadier behind him with a ferocious expression, ignoring his disheveled state. Yes, sir, the grenadier, pale with fright, quickly grabbed the bugle hanging on his chest and blew it with all his might. When the third resounding bugle call echoed across the battlefield, the Southern Legion's counterattack finally began. The Southern Legion soldiers, previously routed and scattered by the Ithel Elven artillery barrage, their organization on the verge of collapse, were like wild dogs released from their reins. They launched an attack on the Ithel Elves in the central position in skirmish lines, because it was too difficult and unnecessary to reform them into lines. With the last few thousand troops committed to the battle, the clearly demoralized and unreinforced Ithel Elven army began to be driven back from their positions bit by bit, but behind them was no longer the path they had come from, but the area under the Southern Legion's artillery fire. To attack meant death, to retreat meant even greater death. The increasingly desperate Ithel Elves displayed the will of the dying to resist, launching wave after wave of counterattacks, attempting to create a breach in the Southern Legion's offensive line. However, the collapse of their command system forced them to fight individually, making them easy prey for the Southern Legion, which quickly regrouped and launched a pincer attack, turning the Iser Elves' desperate counterattack into a suicide mission. As the troops attempting to break out were routed one by one, the Iser Elf army's rout became increasingly obvious. Even they themselves gradually succumbed to despair, realizing that their encirclement and annihilation were only a matter of time. At this moment, Roman called a halt to the offensive. After the vanguard entered the battle, the troops that followed began to deploy in line, defending the battlefield and digging new trenches amidst the numerous shell craters. Some skirmishers began to expand the perimeter, setting up observation posts. Supply troops and medics entered the positions, clearing the battlefield, treating the wounded, and organizing cleanup operations. As for the remaining Iser Elves on the battlefield, still putting up a last-ditch fight, Roman seemed to have suddenly lost interest in them, leaving them to languish. Unless they attempted to break out, the Southern Legion showed no sign of launching an offensive. Because it's unnecessary, Roman, covered in blood, sat on the edge of a trench, puffing out a cigarette soaked in blood. The faint firelight illuminated his Zhenning, meaning ferocious or hideous, face, making the bewildered young grenadier too afraid to speak. I said, "How far the battle goes tonight doesn't depend on us. The eyes are elves. We'll fight them as long as they want. When they collapse, that's when we break out." Therefore, the eyes are elves on the position not only couldn't be eliminated, but they had to be allowed to exist, as long as the position remained a patchwork of missing teeth, and the eyes are elves still offered a glimmer of hope. They wouldn't easily change their main offensive direction, much less dare to bombard the position with artillery fire while their own troops were engaged in battle. The initial artillery barrage was indeed fierce, the relentless bombardment directly collapsing at least 3 infantry regiments, rendering them combat ineffective, but it also exposed how utterly incompetent the enemy's artillery technology was. Even with guidance, vision, and pre-selected optimal artillery positions, they still couldn't achieve accurate strikes within their field of vision. Imperial artillery, for example, could even send their line infantry charging with bayonets under the blast of explosives, leaving the enemy no room for defense or counterattack. That kind of firepower was truly terrifying. And the eyes are elves, having received Imperial technical training, as long as there were strong fortifications, you could even cover the enemy's artillery fire like a pre-battle fireworks display. That's the difference. If the ambush had been against elite Imperial troops, Roman wouldn't have wasted time like before. He would have actually followed Draco's orders and taken Ludwig away, without even letting the commander-in-chief know what had happened. But now, he not only wanted Ludwig alive, but also to preserve as much of the Southern Legion's main force as possible, to prevent Ludwig from having to rely on some shameless scoundrels and their scum during a counterattack. Yes, I'm talking about Anson Bach. If it really came to that, who knows what reasonable demands and conditions that guy would come up with, even just as a precaution. That situation couldn't be allowed to happen. But what if the enemy has reinforcements? The young grenadier asked tremulously. Or, what if their artillery really disregards their own men and opens fire on the positions? Then we'll dig deeper trenches, build denser defensive lines, we'll do everything in our power to fight the enemy to the bitter end, Roman said coldly. This is war. You never know how low the enemy can go, how dirty and despicable they can be, but that doesn't matter. Because no matter how despicable or shameless their methods, they can't easily win against an army with unwavering will. If they dare to come, we'll make them pay the price. Boom. Before the words were even finished, a deafening roar echoed across the position. Roman, jolted, looked up sharply, his beast-like pupils contracting as he immediately spotted the distant flames. It was definitely not an explosion from artillery shells or grenades, because the flames from those explosions would never shoot straight into the sky, standing like a pillar of fire on the ground. A towering pillar of fire spiraled into the air, its spray of gold and red flames creating agonizing screams across the battlefield. In the distance, the pillar of fire could even be seen slowly moving, not standing still. Almost simultaneously, horrific screams erupted from the right flank. Large swaths of blood mixed with mangled limbs and flesh swirled through the dense ranks of soldiers. The gushing blood, like living tentacles, twitched and reached towards the fleeing, screaming Southern Legion soldiers. Roman, a cigarette dangling from his lips, slowly rose, picked up his tattered, beast-fang-like saber, and gently patted the shoulder of the terrified young grenadier. They're here. Chapter 309 Miss Talia's Hospitality. Clang. A burst of sparks deflected the long, narrow knight's sword, stopping it just centimeters from Draco's throat. Is he your friend? The elven princess looked at Ludwig, who had drawn his sword to block her attack, a hint of surprise in her serious expression. In her original plan, he should have used this opportunity to escape. No, Ludwig said coldly, but he's a Clovis, albeit the worst Clovis. I am a Clovis soldier, protecting my king and my people, is my duty. Standing between the two, Draco raised his hands, his forced smile frozen, cold sweat pouring down his face, his entire body tense and motionless. Ludwig, too lazy to pay him any attention, gripped his sword held tightly, his attention completely focused on the elven princess opposite him, the future elven queen, Freya Mossesfield, as someone had mentioned. She gripped the knight's longsword tightly, its conical blade, specially forged to pierce armor, was far heavier and more cumbersome than a saber officer's dagger, neither convenient nor agile, a weapon already outdated for the predominantly unarmored armies of this era. Yet this cumbersome, obsolete weapon was held with the delicate, boneless grace of a quill pen, sharp and deadly. Ludwig wasn't sure if this was the supernatural power of the Iser elves or the power of a spellcaster. He was certain of only one thing: His revolver had only 6 bullets, and at the moment of pulling the trigger, there was little chance of missing. Only a simultaneous hit to the head and heart could kill a spellcaster. Very well, Freya's smile slowly faded, her bloodshot eyes growing even colder. Then I'll take you all. Wait, Draco, caught on the middle, suddenly spoke, raising his hands in a universally recognized standard surrender gesture. I have something to say, Lewis. Lewis is alive, he's not dead. The elven princess's expression froze, the bloodshot in her pupils showing signs of fading slightly. Ludwig frowned, nearly firing his gun, and couldn't understand what this guy was up to now. The former commander of the Royal Guard, Louis Bernard, he's alive. The novelist, trembling like a leaf, broke out in a cold sweat, his voice involuntarily rising 8 octaves. He's alive. All right, unharmed. Freya seemed incredulous, but the next second her pupils were filled with blood again. Liar, I'm not lying, really, Draco screamed, frantically pointing to Ludwig behind him. He can testify that what I said is true, really, sensing Freya's sudden gaze, although he didn't know what Draco was up to. Ludwig didn't think he had any reason to lie and harm an elven girl. It's true, Louis Bernard isn't dead, we captured him alive, and now, a hint of urgency and panic appeared on the elven girl's face. Now, he should be on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom of Clovis, heading towards the Duchy of Edland, his father's territory. Ludwig declared righteously, I assure you in the name of the Franz family that Sir Louis Bernard was not subjected to any mistreatment or humiliation, nor was he blackmailed or threatened. Before entering the Empire's borders, we are enemies on the battlefield, adversaries, but as a knight, I admire his character and would never do anything to shame him or myself. Really? Freya's expression was still incredulous. Believe it or not, Ludwig said calmly, appearing quite composed, not many people know about this, but it's not a secret, even that bastard got the news. Did he? Freya's expression turned serious. She stared intently into the commander-in-chief's eyes, seemingly desperately trying to find evidence of his lying, her small hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. Ludwig remained unmoved, maintaining his utmost vigilance. The deathly silence lasted for a full minute. Freya, her face growing increasingly grim, gradually regained her composure and solemnly nodded slightly to the commander-in-chief. I believe you, your mental fluctuations and heartbeat tell me you're not lying. Draco, drenched in sweat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the cool June forest night, he felt utterly dehydrated. He was about to take over Ludwig's words, first comforting the somewhat unstable Princess Freya, analyzing the pros and cons for both sides, and then telling a couple of dry jokes to lighten the mood. But things didn't go as he expected. The moment he relaxed, Freya's longsword drew sparks from Ludwig's blade and lunged towards his neck. Wait! The terrified novelist was about to say something when he felt an unstoppable force on his lower back, sending his bruised face crashing to the ground once more. Get down! With a roar, Ludwig kicked the novelist to the ground, simultaneously pulling the trigger with his left hand, which was drawing his gun. Bang! 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 6 shots in quick succession, 3 to the head, 3 to the heart, sealing off all possible angles for dodge or parry. Then, his wide pupils saw the whistling lead bullets burn with astonishing speed the moment they left the muzzle, leaving only ashes, not even a wisp of smoke, when they actually touched the elven girl. Meanwhile, Freya's longsword had already transformed into a silver streak, tearing through armor as it hurtled towards Ludwig. Even before the blade arrived, the gust of wind it created gave him the illusion of seeing death. Clang! Blade and sword made intimate contact once more, the powerful blow nearly causing Ludwig to drop his weapon. Stunned perfectly described his expression. Ludwig's expression was almost distorted. For the sake of Louis's survival, Freya spoke coldly, her blood-red eyes no longer showing pupils. I bestow upon you the punishment of the pillar. You will be burned in my agony, turned to ashes, to repay the humiliation Louis suffered. As her words fell, Ludwig suddenly felt the surrounding air begin to dry. Even though the battlefield was hundreds of meters away, he felt as if he were standing next to a crater from a recent explosion. Freya gave him no time to hesitate. Her knight's longsword, its blade beginning to glow slightly red, whipped up waves of heat as she continued to slash fiercely at Ludwig. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as the powerful blows forced Ludwig to retreat repeatedly. As an officer who had risen through the ranks of artillery commander and the archbishop's son, one-on-one combat was never his forte, having only received some basic training. Furthermore, From the girl's movements, he could tell that this elven princess had not received any real combat training, but was simply swinging her sword haphazardly with brute force. But this did nothing to lessen the oppressive aura emanating from the elven girl. In fact, it intensified. Wherever the two passed, the weeds withered and shrank at a visible speed, the soil hardening and cracking, and the more withered it became, the more intense the indescribable heat intensified. Clang! The instant the blade and sword light clashed, the sparks suddenly ignited into raging fire, lunging towards Ludwig with Freya's slashing sword light. Unable to dodge in time, Ludwig could only crouch down, raising his sword in front of him. First came a deafening clang of clashing blades, then golden red flames, like flowing matter, completely engulfed Ludwig's figure. Boom! Accompanied by Draco's cry of alarm, blinding flames erupted in the forest. Wherever the smoke and dust filled the air, scorched earth remained. But Freya's face showed no joy at the triumph of revenge. Instead, she was stunned. As the smoke cleared, Ludwig, crouching on the ground, was unharmed, except for faint scorch marks on his uniform, from which a faint golden light had appeared. "You?" Freya's expression was slightly surprised. "The Holy Grail Knight bloodline. Its effect is that before suffering a fatal wound, it allows me to wear armor, allowing me to withstand a 6-pound shot without dying." A self-deprecating smile appeared on Ludwig's face, a useless ability, but my adjutant said that if I don't persist in practicing, he won't allow me to approach within a kilometer of the battlefield. The instant his words fell, a golden red sword light struck like lightning. The entire knight's sword was engulfed in golden red flames, leaving a trail of intense heat in its wake. Clang! The moment the blades clashed, bursts of flame erupted from the edge, and the longsword in Ludwig's hand emitted a piercing wail. "Keep your distance," Draco, hiding not far away, suddenly shouted. "Don't get close to her, keep your distance, at least 20 meters. The distance a spellcaster can control is limited, she can't distort reality outside of her spell's range." Freya's expression suddenly turned ferocious, her furious bloodshot eyes snapping back. "Traitor, die!" The panicked novelist immediately crouched down, covering his head, his entire body shrinking into a ball in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar rang out, and a massive tree behind him, as thick as a person's embrace, exploded from its trunk, transformed into a conspicuous torch by the rising flames. Ludwig didn't waste the opportunity he had fought so hard for. He turned and sprinted away from the elven girl, the golden red flames constantly exploding around him, relentlessly pursuing him. Draco, having escaped unscathed, lay prone under the still-burning tree, watching the elven girl relentlessly chasing Ludwig with trepidation. Boom! A sudden burst of fire erupted in front of him, a wave of scorching heat mixed with sand and dust assaulting him. Realizing he was surrounded, Ludwig immediately turned and collapsed to the side. Suddenly, in the direction he fell, a blinding golden red light shot upwards, aiming for Ludwig's neck. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the overburdened saber, having blocked the fatal blow, was cleaved in two. The broken blade still gleamed with the residual heat of the flames. Ludwig tumbled to the ground, looking up to see Freya, her face cold and stern, surveying his wretched state, her bloodshot eyes filled with malice. The golden red blade stopped before his neck. She wasn't in a hurry to kill this Clovis who had defeated Lewis. She wanted to torture him, humiliate him, make him kneel and beg for mercy, pleading for the honor of being burned at the stake as a sacrifice. Ludwig gasped for breath. His eyes fixed on the sword tip pressed against his neck, the faint golden light emanating from his body fading visibly. A cold smile slowly rose from Freya's lips, her fair, delicate left arm rising gently with her outstretched hand. As she moved, flames began to ignite around them. The flames were initially dark red, quickly turning golden red, and growing increasingly dazzling as the elven princess's slender arm rose, transforming into golden white that illuminated everything, enveloping the two of them. Ludwig, drenched in sweat, remained motionless, showing no sign of the panic the girl had expected. And just then, a faint gust of wind suddenly sounded from behind, and Freya, startled, instinctively looked behind her. Then, her blood-red pupils reflected a figure charging like a ferocious beast, and a longsword in his hand that cleaved through the flames. PFFT, the figure moved so fast that Freya hadn't even fully reacted when the limbs were severed. Only when the white reflection appeared in her pupils did she realize her left arm had been cut off. Bang! The long-haired elven princess fell straight to the ground. She seemed to try to dodge, but the sorcerer's sense of distance couldn't compensate for her lack of experience, and the power she gained through magic was completely overwhelmed by Wild Hunt Knight Roman. Thump. Ludwig acted decisively. He kicked the elven princess in the chest and then stomped on it. Seizing the opportunity, Roman extinguished the flames in his right hand while pulling a cold metal ball from his pocket with his left, and shoved it into Freya's mouth while she was still screaming. Made by the August Armory, a new type of grenade, Roman said to the semi-conscious elven princess on the ground, code name, Miss Talia's hospitality. As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked the fuse, and he and Ludwig fell to the ground. Boom. Chapter 310 The Sun. As the deafening explosion echoed through the forest, Freya's figure was engulfed by the rising flames. Like a flickering kerosene lamp, it vanished in a fleeting moment of brilliance, leaving only scorch marks, shattered fragments, and the traces of its blast, along with thick, acrid black smoke. In the billowing smoke, the elven princess's charred limbs were torn apart, her delicate, lovely face and head were reduced to a heap, her torso fused with her charred cloak, cape, and metal breastplate, her completely carbonized limbs scattered among dust and sand. Gone with a blast, flesh and blood gone. Gazing at the small, motionless fragment of her body at the epicenter of the explosion, Ludwig, lying prone on the ground, was once again certain that importing infantry equipment from the August Armory was indeed a very wise decision. Although it was half the price of the Leighton grenades, its blast radius and power were absolutely worth the extra cost. It seems that once the supply line is secured, we'll need to find a way to replenish our infantry equipment from the Augusta Armory, Ludwig thought to himself. In the nearby forest, Roman, coughing violently, got up from the ground, threw away the hilt of his remaining knife, and walked towards them. The grenadier commander looked utterly disheveled, his helmet was gone, his uniform was tattered, and he was covered from head to toe in a foul-smelling, dark red, viscous liquid. His right hand and exposed skin bore the marks of severe burns. But his eyes remained sharp, his cold expression revealing a composure that showed neither regard for others' lives nor his own. Reaching out to help Ludwig up, the expressionless Roman stood ramrod straight and gave the commander-in-chief a perfectly standard salute. "General, how is the regiment?" Ludwig returned the salute and immediately got to the point. "We've repelled the enemy's first offensive," Roman replied immediately in a deep voice. Neither of them mentioned what had just happened. "The supplies and wounded have been tallied. The entire legion has suffered about a quarter of its casualties. 2 infantry regiments have been completely rendered incapable of fighting. The remaining infantry regiments have each lost anywhere from a company to half a battalion. There are about 2,000 lightly wounded, and the seriously wounded. I haven't received the statistics yet, but it shouldn't be too many, because the artillery bombardment was mainly aimed at our encampments and outer positions. The various infantry regiments suffered heavy damage. Many units can no longer maintain their original structure and must be disbanded and reorganized, especially the middle and lower ranking officers have suffered heavy casualties and need to be replenished as soon as possible. The enemy failed to break through our defenses at the end of their first offensive and, in a fit of rage, used spellcasters. Our ordinary line infantry tried to stop them, suffering heavy casualties, and in the end, they could only gather grenades and shrapnel to encircle and kill them point by point. 2/3 of the guard company were killed. Ludwig's breathing became slightly rapid, while Roman's report continued. Half of our logistical reserves and 2/3 of our ammunition were destroyed under enemy fire. Only a basic quantity of each type of artillery shell remains, all exhausted in the recent defensive battle. After the first offensive, I collected as much spoils and unarmed weapons as possible, ensuring each infantryman has about a day's rations and enough ammunition for 1 or 2 more battles. Currently, the enemy is maintaining a siege of our outer positions, and their main forces command system is semi-paralyzed, completely unable to effectively block our movements, and showing no signs of organizing a new offensive. Since the enemy can no longer launch a new offensive, let's organize a retreat immediately, Ludwig calmly stated. A forced march, aiming to reach the cliff fortress within a day. The supply troops and lightly wounded are currently inventorying and organizing supplies. While the vanguard and skirmishers have officially set off, Roman said without changing his expression, according to the operational plan, the vanguard will arrive at the cliff fortress at 3:30 p.m. tomorrow, and the rearguard will arrive at 5 p.m. Before the words were finished, a neighing sound came from not far outside the woods. Draco, riding a chestnut horse, came galloping towards them, followed by another warhorse of the same color. Seeing the figure frantically dismount, the 2 men tacitly stopped talking. "I thought you wouldn't be coming back, Lord Draco Veltz," Ludwig said with a mocking smile, looking at the disheveled novelist. What, you didn't like your old cell? Want a four-sided enclosure with iron bars? Draco, shivering and hugging his shoulders, his clothes were either torn off or burned, surprisingly ignored the commander-in-chief's mockery. He trotted over and immediately leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily. As soon as his heartbeat slowed slightly, his first words were, "Where's the elven princess?" "Dead," Ludwig said coldly. "Dead?" Draco's eyes widened, then he shuddered. You're sure? I blew her up myself." Roman frowned slightly, looking at him. "Her HUD's gone, but that's all that's left. You can go see for yourself if you don't believe me." Draco's expression froze for a moment, then he stood up, pushed Roman aside, and walked towards the center of the explosion. The next second, his face turned deathly pale. "What's wrong?" Ludwig's eyes also grew serious. No. The pale-faced novelist suddenly raised his head, clutching his head and looking around frantically. "No, what's wrong?" Roman, who had spoken, had already taken a step forward, shielding Ludwig behind him, his burned right hand gripping the hilt of a spare bayonet on his trouser leg. "Nothing's right." Draco, his face contorted with hysteria, didn't answer Roman's question at all. He jumped up as if possessed, clutching his head, large beads of cold sweat pouring down his forehead. In the pitch-black forest, Roman and Ludwig exchanged bewildered glances, watching the novelist stand there, utterly bewildered. "How's the retreat going?" Completely too lazy to deal with a guy, Ludwig continued the previous topic, at the fastest pace. "How long until the rearguard can set off?" "About an hour." Roman gave Draco, who was still hysterically screaming, a deep look, and replied in a low voice, "I left the remaining third of the guard company and grenadier regiment at the front lines as scouts, reporting to the rearguard every 5 minutes to ensure the retreating troops aren't pursued, maintain communication as much as possible. Have the drummers and buglers follow behind the retreating troops, playing the drums non-stop, don't waste time." Ludwig nodded slightly. "If necessary, I will personally command the rearguard." "She's alive." The hysterical Draco suddenly turned around, screaming and interrupting him. "Talia Massacre, she's alive, not dead." Ludwig was startled at first, then grabbed Draco's collar, pointing angrily at the charred remains on the ground. "Then tell me, what is this?" The novelist's cheek twitched, and he stammered in a flustered manner, Did I tell you that the spellcasters of the eyes are elves, are a little different from us humans? They don't use rituals or prayers, of course. These are just hearsay. I'm not a follower of the old gods. Their method is emotion, extreme emotion, which can cause a creature with elven blood flowing through its veins to awaken the power of one of the three old gods. The awakening of this power is extremely uncertain, and it is often directly related to the individual's emotions. Simply put, for example, if the key to an elf's awakening power is anger, then the angrier she is, the more likely her power is, the stronger. Ludwig was stunned for a moment. "So, do you know how the spellcasters of the Ithel elves, or rather the 13 councils, are ranked?" Draco swallowed hard, cautiously observing the two. "The higher the purity of the Ithel elf spellcaster's bloodline, the stronger and more extreme their awakened spellcaster's talent, and there are often spellcasters who, upon awakening, possess strength comparable to a blasphemous mage. You should know that, right?" "Then Freya Massacre, her father is the Elf King, and her mother is the Elf King's cousin, so she can probably be considered one of the purest-blooded Ithel elves in the entire kingdom. Therefore, although I very much want to believe that you two really did eliminate this evil old god faction, but," Draco's smile was more like a grimace, "but for the sake of the Ring of Order, I sincerely remind you to don't think things are so simple. She is not that simple." "Then what is this?" Staring intently at the charred corpse he had just blown to pieces, Roman couldn't help but speak. "I don't know, I really don't know." Draco shook his head frantically, the fear in his eyes widening. "But if that princess has already awakened to the level of a blasphemous mage, and by the way, that's quite possible, the limitations imposed by casting range on her are actually negligible." Ludwig and Roman exchanged silent glances. "How much longer until the troops can withdraw?" Ludwig suddenly asked Roman. 1 hour, Roman's expression was incredibly grave. "Too slow." 45. Ludwig suddenly changed his mind. "No, 30 minutes. At the latest, 30 minutes. Have all troops retreat across the entire front, on a forced march." "Yes, sir." The moment the words left his lips, a series of thunderclaps echoed across the distant land. The three astonished figures looked up almost simultaneously at the blinding light slowly rising overhead. The sky was burning. "You really know how to prove your incompetence, you scum." Freya Massasfield stood calmly before the artillery position, looking down at the kneeling, trembling Iser Elven generals. 2 months of preparation, 20,000 soldiers, 100 cannons, thousands of shells, dozens of excellent spellcasters, and tens of thousands of laborers to ensure their timely arrival, and this is the result, allowing Ludwig and his lackeys to retreat with ease. Very well. Very well, you scum. You've given me yet another perfect reason to utterly abandon you. Your incompetence has allowed our enemy to defeat us with minimal cost, the elven girl said coldly. They still have gifted individuals, and artillery, the trembling elven general emphasized. Our attack was halted by their artillery fire. If their artillery hadn't been spared, we would have already, so it's my fault, is it? Freya suddenly interrupted. No, I wouldn't dare. The elven general shuddered and resolutely buried his head in the mud, his body trembling violently like a leaf. No, this is my mistake. The elven princess remained calm. She knelt down on one knee, her soft, boneless hand gently stroking the elven general's chin, slowly lifting his textbook-perfect face, a face etched with fear, so that they could look her in the eye. I gave you too much trust, to the point that you were overwhelmed, didn't I? No, no, no. Your Highness, I saw it even when Louis was still alive. You didn't actually want that much trust. You worshipped him as a hero, a savior, not because you believed in him, but because you needed a savior, a savior who would allow you to enjoy victory and glory without doing anything. No. I was wrong. I was really wrong. You are such scum, dust. The brilliance you radiate is all thanks to dear Louis. Without him, you all deserve to be slaughtered by the Clovis in Eaglehorn. Now that you know he's still alive, you must be very happy. The savior is alive, and you can continue your incompetence, continue as you were before, ignorant and arrogant, wantonly trampling on and enjoying everything the savior brought. I beg you, I will never dare again, never again, but the savior needs sacrifices. They are all sacrifices. I'm so happy now, Louis is alive. I want to celebrate. I want everyone to share my joy. Freya smiled. Can you understand that feeling of happiness that makes your blood boil? Why don't you experience it? No. I really can't. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Victory is not the end. No, I object to sending troops to support Major General Ludwig Franz immediately. The resounding voice of the junior clerk, Alan Dawn, echoed in the not-so-spacious room. This was an emergency meeting convened on short notice. At 10:30 p.m., the entire Storm Division and even the Allied forces were still reeling from the banquet following the coronation of Grand Duke Mist. A third were fast asleep. A third were trying to prove to one or more bed partners that they weren't drunk and were quite energetic. The remaining third had given up fighting their bodies, enjoying the pleasure of being able to lie in bed during the day. Carl, Fabian, and Alan, the only three in the entire army still maintaining good sleep habits, were dragged into the meeting by Anson. No maps, no plans, no strategies, only a letter. A letter from Major General Ludwig Franz, commander of the Southern Army. This matter was bound to come to a head sooner or later, and it was probably unavoidable. After all, Anson considered himself quite loyal, so it was better to reach a consensus at the top while the Hantu War was over, then hold a military conference to inform the entire army, and finally see the attitude of certain reliable allies to decide how to finally support Ludwig. To put it simply, mainly because Anson felt that at least among the four of them, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to openly disobey orders and watch Ludwig die. Then, according to the intelligence we have obtained so far, firstly, the Southern Legion has not suffered serious losses, its organization is intact, its core main force is still intact, and it has a relatively stable supply line and a very solid forward base. It is not at all in serious condition. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, the junior scribe holding the document spoke eloquently. Secondly, the Legion's setback in the heart of the Iser Elf Kingdom was entirely due to Major General Ludwig Franz's strategic errors. The hasty attack caused the supply line to fall behind the front lines, and the blind assault on the capital without establishing a solid rear led to the failure. As for mobilizing 20,000 soldiers and 40,000 reserves within 40 days, that's not a problem, but it will definitely shake our allies' confidence in Clovis. More importantly, the Storm Division's logistical capabilities are simply insufficient to provide sufficient supplies for 60,000 soldiers. In the Hantu, we can still rely to some extent on the help of allies and certain friendly people, but once we immediately head north, the Storm Division will have to bear all the burdens for them, which is something we absolutely cannot do. Most importantly, this is destined to be a thankless task. If we do it poorly, we'll be punished. If we do it well, it'll be meaningless, because we're just mechanically obeying the Commander-in-Chief's orders. All the credit will go to Major General Ludwig Franz, and all our efforts will be for nothing, absolutely nothing. As if afraid others wouldn't understand the gravity of the situation, the junior clerk emphasized through gritted teeth, standing on his chair and slamming his right fist repeatedly on the table. An awkward atmosphere filled the meeting room. Ahem. Carl, sitting opposite him, coughed twice, first glancing at the embarrassed Anson, then cautiously lowering his gaze to meet the angry junior clerks. I remember, you used to be a priest at Clovis Cathedral. Right, that's right, Alan nodded, then said in a serious tone, but now I am Colonel Anson Bach's loyal clerk, and of course I must prioritize his interests over anyone else's. Immediately setting out to rescue Major General Ludwig Franz is completely against Colonel Anson Bach's interests, so of course I must oppose it. This statement, brimming with positive energy, made Carl roll his eyes. Fabian Anson, with his head down, looked at his grenadier regimental commander, his eyes filled with inquiry. My views overlap somewhat with those of Lord Alan. This is a thankless task. Even if we do complete the mission assigned by Major General Ludwig, the Southern Army won't feel we saved them, nor will they feel any gratitude. More likely, they'll think we're here to show off, to steal credit. Of course, I don't mean any slander, just objectively stating a common phenomenon. Therefore, even if Major General Ludwig is grateful to you, to avoid making others feel unfair, he probably won't treat you well, and might not even offer you much benefit, the former guards officer said seriously, but as a soldier, carrying out orders is a duty, unrelated to personal gain. So, Anson winked at him. So if you've made up your mind, then no matter how difficult or how much it costs, the Grenadier Regiment guarantees to complete the mission, to resolutely carry out all your orders, Fabian answered quite cleverly. Anson, seemingly deeply moved, nodded slightly in approval to his Grenadier commander, then slowly turned his gaze to the equally loyal Chief of Staff. The implication was, it's your turn. With a heavy sigh and a helpless expression, Carl Bain propped himself up on the table. He roughly guessed what Anson meant, but the bastard wanted someone else to say it for him. Well, more accurately, he wanted to say it himself, making it seem as if he respected everyone's opinions. I think, Carl began slowly, glancing slightly at Anson, he must go. Why? The astonished junior clerk blurted out. Yes, why? Came the equally astonished Anson Bach. Fabian, sitting behind the Chief of Staff, remained silent, his thoughtful gaze subtly observing two of the other three. Suppressing the urge to strangle someone, Carl Bain took a deep breath and raised his right thumb and forefinger to Anson. 2 reasons. First, what's this war called? Anson thought seriously for a second. Oh, the War of Retribution against Ithel. The War of Retribution against Ithel. The main battlefield is the Kingdom of Ithel, not the Seven Cities Alliance or the Wildlands. Carl glanced at everyone. To put it more bluntly, this war has had nothing to do with the Wildlands from the beginning. Our enemy has always been only one, the Ithel Elves, but it's not anymore, Fabian added. That's right. It's not like that anymore. So who's to blame? Carl tapped the table. The Seven Cities Alliance has lost 3.5. Small countries have either become vassals or been annexed and divided up by large countries. Tens of thousands have died, and the lead bullets and artillery shells used up could form a small mountain. Did they come to cause trouble and provoke Clovis? Up, the junior clerk, stared at intently by the Chief of Staff, trembled and obediently sat back down in his chair. No, right. We actively invaded them, which is why the Hantu was drawn in so quickly. Carl patted the clerk's head. In other words, from the very beginning, the fate of the Hantu was not part of the army's or the Privy Council's plans. It was a secondary battlefield that was opened up unintentionally. To put it more bluntly, how well the Hantu fared was actually irrelevant to the domestic situation, but if the main force suffered setbacks in the Kingdom of Iser-Elf, that would be a major event affecting Clovis's eastern strategy. What does a setback on the main battlefield mean? It's not just Ludwig Franz who's unlucky, he might be transferred to some less important Western front and continue as a major general. And what about us? Nobody thinks the new commander will be as easy to talk to as Ludwig, right? Karl glared at Anson. So, even if it's just to preserve what we've already gained in the Han too, and to keep the army from ignoring our swaggering on the secondary battlefields, we must ensure Ludwig's continued victories on the main battlefields, so they can't utter a single no to the Southern Army's military operations. That makes sense. Anson nodded seriously, looking completely convinced, ignoring the three men's varying expressions. And the second is that if Ludwig suffers a defeat, it will also threaten us. Karl picked up the letter on the table. The Clovis and the Han II are only 5,000 men, while the Han II army mobilized because of us exceeds 100,000. How can 5,000 men intimidate 100,000, making them obediently obey the orders of an infantry division commander? Is it because our deputy commander is eloquent, or is he truly invincible? Karl sneered. It relied on the complete annihilation of the Royal Guard's main force at the Battle of Eaglehorn, and the strength of the Kingdom of Clovis, but if the Southern Legion suffers a complete rout within the territory of the Elven Kingdom of Iser, and Eaglehorn is recaptured by the Elven army, what do you think will happen next? Even if the Francois family of Thun can still stand by our deputy commander's side out of relatives, right now, besides the 5,000 Thun people, there are also 8,000 Aden Legion soldiers and 4,000 Mr. Legion soldiers in Iranbul Fortress. Oh, and Calindia. Currently, Calindia's supply lines account for 2/3 of the Storm Division's logistics, and a large amount of savings are still in the Great Cathedral of the vast lands in Calindia Port. If the main force of the Legion is annihilated, and our retreat is cut off by the Iser elves, will they still keep their promises? I don't know if you believe it or not, but I certainly don't. Karl shrugged. That's right. We can't trust our allies in the Hantu too much. Anson's tone was full of certainty as he looked at the other two. So I've decided to support Major General Ludwig Franz. What about you? I agree. The junior clerk nodded first. The chief of staff is right. Supporting Major General Ludwig Franz is more in your interest. I've changed my mind. I agree too. Fabian remained serious. As soldiers, obeying orders is our duty, without a doubt. Is that so? That's good. Anson smiled happily. It seems we all think the same way, so we've reached a consensus, of course, because I'm your clerk. That's right. As subordinates, it's also important to maintain consistency with our superiors. Karl Bang rolled his eyes again. The Storm Division had finally made a fortune and gained a foothold in the Hantu. But this did not prove that the Clovians had gained a foothold in the Hantu. On the contrary, it could very well be the beginning of problems. The reason is simple. The stormtroopers are a foreign army, while the war in the Han lands has ended. Whether Anson was willing or forced, he had ended the war in the Han lands in various ways. Therefore, if the stormtroopers wanted to remain, they either had to instigate another war or find a suitable enemy. The Eiffel Elves were that perfect enemy. The new Han lands had transformed from a 7-city alliance into a 3-nation alliance. To truly unite these 3 nations, besides their mutual interests and consensus, a pledge of allegiance was needed. Through a war against the Eiffel Elves, they needed to maintain trust with each other and with Clovis without reservations. Such a counterattack by the Han lands against the Eiffel Elves was already in Anson's plans, and Ludwig's plea for help only accelerated this plan. The only thing he still didn't understand was how much preparation the 13 councils had made, and to what extent they intended to push the war to its limits for their greatness again. Now, no matter how you look at it, the Kingdom of Iser is likely completely fractured, with various factions scattered like a disorganized mess, yet capable of reuniting for the same cause. Anson's intuition tells him that this Schrödinger's cat-like split of the Iser elves is probably not as simple as it seems. There are likely more than one force trying to influence and interfere with them, for example, the Truth Society. Furthermore, although we've reached a consensus, this matter should not be leaked for now, Anson said solemnly to everyone. The events happened suddenly, and if it's not explained clearly, it could be misinterpreted as a major defeat for the Southern Legion, to the point of annihilation without support. We absolutely cannot allow such rumors to spread within the army, especially not to reach our allies. Therefore, until we devise a more secure method, all information must remain confidential. But work can begin. We should try to achieve a smooth transition when announcing the news, and only consider revealing the truth if absolutely necessary. But we must ensure that our allies are the last to know. Understood, understood, everyone replied solemnly. Before the words were even finished, Everyone in the room heard a loud bang. The door had been kicked open. Léon François, disheveled and flushed with drunkenness, burst through the door, as if he had just woken up and been startled by something. He strode into the room, clutching a letter, and shouted to Anson as he went, "Anson, something terrible has happened. I heard the Southern Legion has suffered a setback in Yser and has been completely routed." Chapter 312 waits. The moment young Leon stumbled into the doorway, Anson was devastated. Of everyone present, only he knew, and Carl probably already guessed, that there had been no leak. The letter had arrived 4 days earlier, sent by a soldier of the Storm Division. He had received it in White Tower from a man who claimed to be Ludwig's Guard platoon leader. The letter was intact and untouched, and the messenger had received no password other than to deliver it. Therefore, before 10:30 this morning, Anson was the only one in Ironball Keep who knew the full contents of the letter. Leon's appearance then meant only one other thing: things were changing. And definitely not for the better. On the night of June 21st, our army was ambushed by the Eiffel Elves while retreating to the cliff fortress. The enemy's plan was extremely meticulous, and our scouts and sentries were unaware of the attack until 30 minutes before it occurred. The enemy used numerous artillery pieces to indiscriminately bombard our army's camp. Post-battle statistics show that at least 100 cannons, the handwriting is messy and has been accidentally soaked with wine by Leon, bombarded our camp for at least 15 minutes. At least 4 infantry divisions of Eiffel Elves participated in the attack, including, but not limited to, the armies of local Eiffel Elven lords, as well as the Royal Guard, whose main force had been annihilated at Eaglehorn and had temporarily disappeared. Their nominal supreme commander was Freya Mossesfield, daughter of the Eiffel Elven king. The fierce battle raged until 3:55 a.m., when the enemy's offensive was completely repelled, and the plan to encircle and annihilate our army was utterly thwarted. The stubbornly resisting Yser elves resorted to wicked magic in the battle without any scruples. During the battle, the number of clearly identified Old God cultists was no less than 3 digits, roughly. During our retreat, the despicable cultists not only attempted to assassinate Major General Ludwig Franz himself, but also used extremely terrible magic, turning our defensive positions into a sea of fire, in which thousands of Clovis soldiers perished. In this battle, all of our heavy artillery was destroyed, only 8 light infantry guns remained, all ammunition was lost, and the logistical supplies for each combat unit could only last for 2 days. The entire guard company was wiped out. The Grenadier Regiment suffered 3/4 casualties, the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th Infantry Regiment suffered 1/5 of their troops wounded, 1/4 killed, and 2/3 of their middle and lower ranking officers lost. The remaining infantry regiments, cavalry regiments, skirmisher regiments, and directly subordinate artillery battalions suffered between 1/5 and 1/4 of their troops' casualties in the first round of shelling, with the total casualties of the Legion being approximately. The Legion has retreated to the cliff fortress and established a solid defensive line. However, the army of the Yser Elves is following closely behind and is continuously gathering at the fortress. Once the supply line between the Legion and Eaglehorn is cut off, the Southern Legion can only hold out for at most 3 months. Moreover, the enemy has shamelessly switched to the faith of the old gods, abandoning the glory of the Ring of Order, and is very likely to use even more extreme means. When little Leon realized that he seemed to have unintentionally made a mistake and began to try to make amends, the news of the defeat of the main force of the Southern Legion had already spread to 1/10 of the ears of Ironball Keep. Then, in a more efficient way, "I'll tell you a secret," I just saw Gotra and said, "You absolutely mustn't tell anyone else." It took less than a day for 9/10 of the people to find out as well. A bolt from the blue. Undoubtedly, once the main force of the Southern Legion suffered a major blow, the previously smooth-sailing Kingdom of Clovis would immediately adjust its eastern strategy, either try to stabilize the situation and hastily end it, or massively reinforce its troops, overwhelming the seemingly redeemed Kingdom of Yser with absolute strength. So, what kind of changes will this small accident bring to the future of the vast land, which has just drawn back the curtain of war and welcomed the dawn of peace? Everyone was waiting. Waiting for Anson Bach to appear, to clarify the truth, or to admit the facts, waiting to see the Storm Master hurriedly pack his bags, like bandits whose home had been robbed, fleeing back in disarray after just winning a battle, lest the enemy cut off his retreat. And then, they waited a whole day. Under the arrangement of Grenadier Regiment Commander Fabian and Chief of Staff Karl, all regimental commanders and even lower-ranking officers down to the company level received gag orders, remaining completely silent about the news. The entire Storm Division was eerily quiet, as if nothing had happened, continuing with its usual assembly, training, meals, and rest. As for Anson Bach himself, he seemed to have vanished into thin air, not showing his face for an entire day after kicking Leon out the door. All the guests who tried to visit him only saw the junior clerk with his perpetually formulaic smile, dressed in a black and white suit, top hat, and briefcase. Was it because of the shock, the overwhelming emotions, and then, despair? Lennox Emanuel, who was turned away by the junior clerk for the third time, couldn't help but speculate as he looked at the closed door. It's less shock and more confusion. In the pitch-black conference room, Anson lay on the table, arms crossed, staring at the ceiling and muttering to himself. Confusion. A voice popped into his mind. The 13 Council, or rather, the Iser Elves, where did they get the audacity to use magic so openly, in broad daylight? Oh, I think it was at night, in full view of everyone, without the slightest attempt at concealment. Anson frowned. Don't they realize that by doing this, they're essentially giving Clovis solid proof of their invasion of Iser? In his view, this Princess Freya Mossesfield, seemingly imposing and invincible, was actually already a dead woman, a dead elf. From the description in the letter, she was indeed very strong, strong enough to be a reinforced artillery regiment herself, but the world was not ruled by spellcasters and followers of the three old gods, but by the Church of Order. Even an apostle of the Rune family, Miss Talia's father, only dared to live in seclusion at Lund's Manor outside Clovis City. He could destroy the city with a mere flick of his wrist, yet he still upheld a promise he made to the Church. Now that this princess has willingly exposed herself, not only will the Church and the Order world not tolerate her, but the Old Gods faction, which still wants to remain hidden and continue its existence, will not let her go either. The 13 councils have already made themselves a target. Perhaps, this is the purpose. It's not out of the question. The 13 councils' goal is to overthrow the Church's power in the Kingdom of Iser, to defeat the Church and rebuild its glory. A certain degree of showing off power might really be necessary, otherwise they can't prove that their methods are superior to the Church's. Anson pondered for a few seconds. In that case, the Church's intervention must have been within the 13 councils' expectations. In order to suppress the Old Gods faction, the Order Church will definitely spare no effort and will probably not hesitate to pay some price if necessary. So what is the trump card that gives the 13 councils the confidence to do so? The Empire. The word came to his mind. I think if even the Old Gods faction of the Empire couldn't convince His Majesty Herod to support them, a bunch of Ithel elves probably can't either. Anson shook his head, pouting. But, if the Ithel elves can truly become great again, they can indeed relieve a lot of pressure on the Emperor, forcing Clovis to fight on two fronts, eventually exhausting their strength and forcing them to surrender. So, in fact, the Empire used the Ithel elf kingdom. The voice in his mind asked again. Well, it's not impossible, since the Ithel elf king completely entrusted the army's construction to the Imperial Training Corps, making Louis Bernard the Legion commander. Then perhaps even the battle plans were formulated by them. Anson touched his nose and put his right hand under his head. Let an outsider directly command an entire legion. Why haven't I encountered such a good thing? Cough cough. If that's the case, it means that Clovis's war against Ithel was within the Empire's plan from the beginning, but due to some unexpected events, it may have been brought forward. Then, the voice in his mind trailed off. Then it's not that the Empire wasn't prepared for war, but rather that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Imperial intervention is only a matter of time and extent. They invested so much in the Iser elf card, and now it's been played prematurely, exploding into a bunch of self-destructive old god factions. Will the Empire dare to intervene in this war as before? Emperor Horrid, does he dare to bear the consequences of a direct confrontation with the Church? Anson didn't think the Empire would offend the Church for the sake of the Iser elves, but if he did, would the Church definitely switch its support to the Kingdom of Clovis to punish the Emperor? It was hard to say. From the Church's perspective, they probably hoped the Kingdom of Clovis would lose this war and be incorporated into the Empire, because this would weaken the impact of Clovis's rise on the entire world order and maintain the stability created by the Church. For the Church, this was a rare opportunity to intervene in secular conflicts, but if they wanted to intervene, they would inevitably stand against the Empire and support the Kingdom of Clovis. As for the kingdom of Clovis, the church was an ally they desperately needed but didn't really want. Bringing the church into the war would legitimize the conflict and deter the empire from rash actions. However, involving the church would significantly diminish the spoils of victory. The church would undoubtedly want to expand its influence within the kingdom of Iser, and would set a new precedent for church interference in secular affairs. After the 47th year of the Saints' calendar, all factions hoped to gain more from this war against the Iser elves, but before achieving their desired victory, they had to pay a heavier price and face the scenario they least wanted to face. Unless someone else stepped forward at this crucial moment, using their power to completely change the current situation, placing a small, inconspicuous weight on the scales of power, not enough to break the scales, but enough to shift the balance. Who would be the small weight? The three dukes of the Han lands, the rebel fleet of Calindia, the Truth Society behind the novelist, Freya Mossesfield, or Anson? The sudden voice behind him startled Anson, who turned around abruptly to see a small figure behind him. Lisa. The girl was wearing her black and white pleated skirt, a small bowler hat perched on her head, which was tilted to one side. Her legs, encased in white knee-high stockings, were tightly clasped in her arms, her feet together, squatting on the chair like a cute doll, her bright red eyes staring at him. This outfit made Anson exceptionally happy. He had always felt that this was how Lisa should be, but the problem was that Lisa herself didn't think so. What she wore didn't matter to her. Only that Barony rifle and the canned food could never be lost. It was just that he always felt something was a little off. When did you come in? When? The girl raised her head, thinking seriously for a moment. I don't remember. You don't remember? Yes, I saw you lying there, talking to yourself for a long time. It was scary. I didn't dare interrupt you, afraid of frightening you. Anson, so you've been here the whole time, right? Yes, Lisa nodded. Anson, so you heard me talking to myself just now, right? Yes, Lisa nodded vigorously. Anson, for a moment, Anson felt a sense of despair. As a gifted individual, a qualified, at least that's what he thought, a spellcaster, he hadn't even noticed the person he knew best walking from the front door to behind him. Wait, something's not right. Lisa wasn't such an obedient child. Unless she was sleeping, eating, or being ordered, nothing could keep her quietly in one place for hours, and it was impossible for her not to be holding her Barony rifle in such quiet. This obedient Lisa couldn't be the Lisa Anson remembered. Anson's expression froze abruptly. A suspicion that suddenly made him a little panicked was gradually surfacing in his mind, becoming clearer with the girl's smile and those bright red eyes. Yes, in his memory, there was such a quiet, polite, and very well-behaved little girl. Her name was. You finally realized, Your Excellency Anson Bach. Lisa tilted her head and smiled, her gentle words and childish voice achieving a subtle harmony at this moment, mixed with a hint of resentment. I thought I'd have to chat with you for much longer before you'd bother to look at me, my dear fiancé. Anson shuddered in fright. Chapter 313 Exterminate All. My dear Miss Talia, your arrival is truly an honor. Slowly regaining his composure, Anson jumped off the table with a slightly embarrassed expression, found a chair, and sat down, meeting the eyes of the girl before him. If you don't mind, may I ask, Lisa? She's fine. I'm only temporarily borrowing her body, and it's with her consent. Talia. Oh, no. Lisa had a faint smile on her face, fiddling with her messy hair. Don't forget, we are close relatives. Blood ties for an ancient spellcaster family. It often means exactly what it says. Was she warning me something? Anson sat up straight and nodded solemnly to her. Thank you. This wasn't just for Lisa, but also for Anson himself, thanking her for agreeing to his request and appearing as promised. A little over a month ago, while still in Green Valley, Anson, who had been assassinated by the 13 councils, wrote her a letter hoping the Rune family could provide a more convenient way to transmit information over long distances and answer his questions more quickly. The subtext was that Anson was willing and hoped to go further towards them, willingly becoming a member of the Rune family camp. For him, this was a risky step he had to take. The war of retribution in Ithel was escalating, but Anson didn't have much intelligence about the Ithel elves, especially the 13 councils. This was a very unfavorable situation for a commander in the midst of this war. At the same time, as a spellcaster who hadn't yet become a blasphemous mage, he had recently lost his mentor due to some accidents, gaining freedom but also severing contact and protection from the old god's world, thus urgently needing a new force to provide this protection. The Rune family was that protection. It was a risky move because the other party was too powerful, and Anson knew very well that he couldn't offer much in return. If they decided to abandon or betray him, he wouldn't have the same room for maneuver he had when dealing with a black mage. Even the decision to accept or reject them would depend entirely on their will. Now, the appearance of Lisa, Talia August Rune, was the Rune family's official response, indicating their willingness to accept Anson Bach's surrender. "No need for thanks, dear Anson," the gentle-spoken girl blinked her clear, red-filled eyes. For some reason, every time she said dear, Anson couldn't help but shudder. "You have no idea how happy I was when I received your letter." Ah. This is the first time Talia has ever received a letter from her fiancé saying she wants to get closer to him. Anson shuddered again, but managed to hold it in. "Let's get back to the point. Regarding the questions you raised," the girl's expression became slightly more serious. "First, there's the old god faction of the Wildlands, the Rune family, which doesn't have close ties with the Wildlands. This land hasn't been very important for the past few centuries, because of the obscuring effect of the Dawn Ice Peak. Its connection to the rest of the world is too severed. Among the Rune family's few collections, there are indeed a few genealogies of spellcaster families from the Wildlands, but almost all of these families were driven out and slaughtered in what the blasphemers called the Sex War. Even if some continued, they should have already left that land and moved to the Empire or the Kingdom of Clovis." Anson nodded slightly. Grand Duke Mister had mentioned this before. The Wildlands was the Church of Order's base during the Sex War. They could offer concessions to the lords there, even granting them very lenient religious and economic policies. However, they absolutely would not allow a group of spellcaster families to remain within their base. This is understandable, as the sectarian schism at that time had already greatly shaken the Church's rule. To demonstrate their authority, the persecution of heretics would even intensify. All the spellcaster families that dared to dream of establishing themselves in the Wildlands had long been wiped out by the local lords, the Inquisition, and the Knights of the Church. Ironically, after the Church reunified its authority and re-established its power, the once murderous Church suddenly became more lenient, even reaching an agreement with spellcaster families like the Rune family, who were once absolute enemies, tacitly acknowledging their existence. As for the 13 councils, they are an organization that cannot be judged by common sense, the girl, curled up in the chair, continued with a smile, because we and they are fundamentally different. Anson, his expression blank, pondered the explanation offered, his brows furrowing slightly. "You mean, origin," she answered softly. "Regarding faith, regarding magic, regarding the definition of each other's identities, humans and elves, on this level, can even be said to be completely opposed." Talia opened her arms, letting her red dancing shoes gently fall from the chair, stretching her petite body. "We have our own story. Our connection with the three old gods is faith, a covenant, a god and his believers, a savior and his followers. They are symbols, ideals, a direction forward, ancient miracles and a kind of change." Mutter, the king of black magic, made it so that there were no more secrets between one life and another. Pluto, the master of blood magic, pointed out the path to change oneself and adapt to the world. Aten, the controller of fate, granted his followers the opportunity to change the world. Maybe we didn't embark on our different paths because we agreed with his ideals, but the moment we set out on this path, it represented a completely new and different attempt. That's us, spellcasters, believers of the true God, Talia said softly. But the elves, they're not like that. Their power doesn't come from contracts, but from bloodlines. The purer the bloodline of an elf, the more power they can awaken from a particular old god. The stronger the awakened bloodline, the more powerful their descendants will become, creating even more powerful families, from 1 to 13, from 13 to 1,000, from 1,000 to millions. That's the elves. For us, the three old gods are faith. For them, the three old gods are history. For them, the elves are the bloodline, descendants, and chosen people of the gods. The girl shook her head slightly. For them, ideals are not important. What matters is how much divine blood flows in their veins. The miracles we see are not miracles for them. The changes we perceive are all taken for granted by them. So, dear Anson, you can consider the elves to be the earliest true believers and spellcasters of the gods. Or you can consider that no true believer or spellcaster has ever been born among the elves. To them, we, in a sense, are more despicable than the blasphemers of the Ring of Order. And what about us? Anson thought for a moment, then asked, are the spellcasters among the Iser elves also special beings? For some, yes, Talia looked at Anson with great admiration. These spellcasters are roughly divided into two factions. One faction believes that the elves are descendants of the three old gods, and only when the elves once again reign over the world can the glory of the primordial ring be restored. The other faction believes that the elves usurped the power of the three old gods, leading to the weakening of the primordial ring and the rise of the Ring of Order. They believe that only by annihilating the elves is the right path, but ultimately, these are just a very small number of voices. For the vast majority of spellcasters and believers in the true God, the survival and continuation of the elves has never been a very important matter. They are just a very, very small part of the believers in the true God. No different from the rest. Talia's smile held a hint of regret. Perhaps, this is the real reason why the elves hate us spellcasters so much? Anson nodded slightly. The girl's explanation made him understand many things at once, such as why the Iser elves, or rather the 13 councils, wanted to assassinate him. During the siege of White Tower City, he not only persuaded Grand Duke Toon to abandon the siege of the Iser elves in White Tower City, but even took the initiative to reveal his identity to them, attempting to contact the 13 councils, and handing over tens of thousands of Iser elves in White Tower City to them. In Anson's eyes, he had shown great sincerity and a willingness to cooperate with them. Afterwards, the 13 councils never contacted him again, and he assumed it was because Ludwig's advance was too fast, leaving little room for cooperation between the two sides. In retrospect, the seed of death was planted the moment he did. The 13 councils didn't consider the old gods faction, excluding the elves, as one of their own, but rather as heretics, and heretics are enemies far more despicable than cultists. His self-disclosure of his identity was tantamount to telling them that the most powerful old god faction in the kingdom of Clovis, the Rune family, had also intervened in the war against the Iser elves. His displayed sincerity was likely seen as mere intimidation by the 13 councils. No wonder they were cooperating with Duke Aiden and the former Grand Duke Mr., willing to do anything to kill him. Wait a minute. Anson's silent expression suddenly froze. If the 13 councils decided to kill him because of his self-disclosure, then their current willingness to jump in and fight this war regardless of the consequences, was that also related to him? Because of his appearance, the 13 councils made a misjudgment, thinking that the Clovis old gods were preparing to intervene in the war, so they wanted to step forward first, showing off their military might to deter the Clovis old gods and prevent the Rune family from making any rash moves? If that's really the case, then isn't Ludwig's current misfortune also because of himself? What's wrong? Talia asked softly, noticing Anson's unusual expression. Nothing. Quickly regaining his composure, Anson awkwardly changed the subject. I mean, right now there's an elven spellcaster openly using magic in front of everyone. And she might be my enemy. Do you have any suggestions? Talia lightly pressed her index finger to her lower lip, remaining silent for several seconds before saying, the best way, of course, is not to be her enemy, but that's impossible for dear Anson, right? Anson nodded silently. In that case, my advice is, to understand your enemy as thoroughly as possible. Talia, or rather Lisa, spoke with a serious expression, her stern face utterly genuine. The spellcasters of the Iser elves, of course, they would never call themselves that, they are completely different from us. Their power awakens from their bloodline, unrelated to spells or contracts. Their power does not come from evolution or the sublimation of thought, but from emotions. Emotions are the source that drives an elven spellcaster. If the emotion that awakens an elven spellcaster's power is happiness, then the happier they are, the stronger they are, and vice versa. Talia explained, therefore, if you know enough about an elven spellcaster, or know certain clues that might affect their emotions, you have a certain possibility of limiting their power, preventing them from unleashing their true strength. Oh, is that so? Anson's eyes lit up. This means that the strength of Iser elven spellcasters is not stable, and they are very likely to be greatly weakened due to unexpected changes caused by large fluctuations in their emotions. Of course, there's also the possibility of a significant power boost, but in any case, it's the turning point. With enough luck, he might not even need to confront the elven spellcaster directly. A few words could solve many problems. And his luck has always been good. Of course, achieving this requires sufficient intelligence, and the person gathering the intelligence must be highly skilled, capable of keenly capturing the most crucial details and making summaries and judgments. Anson thought of someone. To be precise, a certain novelist. With that person's insight, it should be easy. No, Probably he wouldn't even need to say a word, the novelist would likely know what he wanted from him. As for how to find this guy, and the Truth Society behind him, that's even less of a concern, because they'll come to him. The Truth Society's goal is to use this war to weaken the church's power and influence. Now, their close ally's self-destruction has given the church an excuse to kill. The one truly anxious is Draco Veltz himself. But, wait. Miss Talia, Anson, you didn't seem to ask me the name of that elven spellcaster. That's not important, that's right. She paused slightly, then smiled gently, her tone calm and composed. Because of her, the 13 councils, and their followers, are destined to be wiped out, just like the spellcasters of the vast lands once were. Chapter 314 Bad News. Looking at the smiling Talia, Anson, who had maintained a composed expression, felt a chill run down his spine. The girl's words revealed at least two things. The Rune family already knew about the situation on the Eastern Front, and they had other sources of information besides themselves. Of course, that was obvious. The church had already taken action against the actions of the 13 councils and was about to intervene in this war of retribution of Iser, with the Rune family's tacit approval. Although he knew this was bound to happen, it still sent a shiver down his spine. Dear Anson, you don't seem happy. Talia noticed a fleeting change in his eyes. Are you sympathizing with your enemies, or do you think the Rune family, your fiancé, are too cold-blooded? Absolutely not, Anson immediately denied without even thinking. I'm just curious, does the Church of Order also consult other old god factions on matters like this? Of course not. Talia shook her head, a hint of mockery creeping into her innocent smile. But these blasphemers enjoy watching dogs fight, letting the old god factions kill each other, thus weakening the threat they pose, while keeping the pristine white gloves from getting stained with blood. Dogs fighting? Anson raised an eyebrow, tentatively asking, you mean, those old gods who hate the elves? My dear Anson, you always manage to surprise me. Talia smiled. The hatred for elven spellcasters, well, how should I put it? It has a rather long history in Clovis, and to some extent overlaps with the struggles between Clovis and the Either Elves over the past few centuries. Therefore, although the earliest proponents of this theory are not related to Clovis, they are very influential among Clovis's older spellcaster families and some old god groups. Got it? This is a combination of old and new grudges. Clovis is a very young, newly emerging power. What does newly emerging mean? It means that it has only truly become powerful in the last 100 years or so. Before that, it was constantly being ravaged by various powerful nations, or in a state of infighting. This history has influenced ordinary Clovis people in that, on the one hand, they feel they can stand on equal footing with the Empire, or at least a major duchies of the Empire. On the other hand, they extremely admire the Empire's culture, customs, traditions, and institutions, to the point of rigidity and inflexibility. Deliberate imitation of imperial etiquette was seen as high-class and noble, while rigidly adhering to Clovis traditions was, well, because the Clovis had a short history and few traditions to uphold. For the Clovis old gods, the feelings of weakness and isolation were even stronger. Leaving aside the oppression of the Church of Order, the eastward expansion of the Iser Elves meant that the Clovis region in the modern sense was a territory they had to conquer. Given the Elves' theory that bloodline is everything, it was easy to imagine what kind of treatment the human old gods would receive under their rule. This explains why the doctrine of elves stealing the power of the three old gods was so popular among the Clovis old gods. If the Church of Order dared to loosen its grip and turn a blind eye, the Clovis spellcasters would likely fight to the death with the 13 councils. And the Church, all they needed to consider was how to clean up the mess after both sides were nearly wiped out. A truly shrewd calculation. Then, what about the Rune family? Having thought things through, Anson cautiously asked Talia, how does your father view this matter? My father harbors no ill will towards any of the old god factions, including the 13 councils, but he doesn't exactly have any goodwill either. Talia smiled. Spellcasters who become apostles will gradually drift away from our thinking over time. They will try to maintain some similarities to our way of thinking, but how much is something even they themselves cannot guarantee. So accepting this is my decision, and I believe that accepting the goodwill from the Church of Order and remaining neutral is beneficial to the Rune family. More importantly, it is also beneficial to you, dear Anson. She looked at Anson, her gentle gaze turning somewhat excited. Make good use of this opportunity, dear Anson. You can not only change the current situation and achieve victory, but you can also break free from your shackles and become a true leader. The thought that her fiancé is about to become the hero and savior of this war, causing the army and the France family to lose face, makes Talia unable to help but get excited. Speaking of the France family, I saw her at a charity gala a while ago. Talia suddenly changed the subject, her eyes thoughtful. Sophia France, huh? Anson was startled and immediately became alert, but his expression remained normal. Oh, she was organizing a charity sale at the time, and most of the items being auctioned off were Anson's spoils. Talia's tone was still innocent and lovely, yet full of tenderness. Talia can tell that she cares a lot about whether she can help you. Is that so? Anson smiled indifferently, his eyes without any ripples. I always thought that she and I were just using each other. Using each other? Yes, I need an investor, and she needs someone who can help her get rid of Ludwig Franz's influence. No, anyone else? Talia blinked. Anson looked confused. Like what? Nothing. Talia smiled gently. Anson is Talia's fiancé, Lisa's brother. Talia has full confidence that she won't lose to High Bishop's daughter. Anson also smiled. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's alright. Anson doesn't need to know these things. Anson only needs to know that he's a member of the Rune family. That's enough. Talia shook her little head. What Anson needs to do is become Clovis's hero, and leave the rest to Talia. The girl's words were filled with deep affection. A love that sent chills down Anson's spine. Iron Bell Fortress, outside the temporary deputy commander's room. After seeing off the dejected and distraught Grand Duke Mist once again, the junior clerk slowly withdrew his gaze, took out a pocket watch from his coat. The hand stopped at 6:29. 1 minute left. Alan Dawn silently counted down, methodically tidying up the documents and clutter on his desk while mentally counting down the seconds, his clear eyes fixed on the closed door. Bang! Just as he finished counting from 60 to 1, a dark figure burst through the door. Sitting behind his desk, Alan smiled at Leonard Emanuel, who strode into the room, and politely placed a glass of mulled wine, poured a minute and a half earlier, in front of him. The gloomy-faced young Leno didn't nod at the other party's politeness, his brows furrowed as he glared at the junior clerk. Where's Anson Bach? The vice commander is currently resting and refuses to meet with anyone, the junior clerk said with a formulaic smile. If you absolutely need to see the vice commander, you can sign here. As soon as he leaves the room, I will immediately report this to him. You see, besides you, the list includes Grenadier Regiment Commander Fabian, Chief of Staff Karl, Grand Duke Mist, and the heir to the Han lands. Bang! Before Alan could finish, Leno slammed his fist on the list. I want to see him now. Now, that's impossible, the junior clerk said calmly. I am Lord Anson Bach's clerk. As long as I haven't been dismissed, it's impossible for you to see the vice commander without an appointment. That's against regulations. Against regulations. Leno's cheeks twitched slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he looked at the junior clerk. Listen, I have some very important information to tell you, Vice Commander. It's extremely important. This matter concerns not only the Han land, but also the interests, even the life and death, of the kingdom of Clovis and himself. So tell me now, when exactly will he come out, or where exactly is he right now? Because we really don't have time. Understand? Understood? The young man nodded slightly. I understand your feelings right now, and I understand the importance of this matter. In fact, you're not even the first one to come about this, huh? Lenore's expression changed in surprise. Then why hasn't he come forward yet? I don't know. The junior clerk shook his head. I'm just a lowly, insignificant clerk, but I think that since the vice commander is unwilling to come forward, perhaps he has his own considerations. What do you think? Alan Dawn looked up and winked at him. Lenore fell silent. To be honest, although his intuition told him that the junior clerk in front of him was just fooling him, for some reason, Lenore still felt a pang of guilt. Not towards himself, but towards his father, Duke Aiden. As the second person in the world who knew him best, the first being Duke Aiden himself, Leno knew very well what kind of man his father was. In the Emanuel family's dictionary, treachery and despicable shamelessness were often positive terms appearing in the biographies of past dukes. The Duchy of Aden was located in the westernmost part of the Hantu, guarding the first line of defense against the Empire. If the Empire really decided to launch an invasion, Leno wasn't very confident about his father's choice. Normally, Leno wouldn't care, but now the Hantu had changed from a 7-city alliance to a 3-nation alliance, with the east and central regions firmly controlled by the two Grand Duchies of Mist and Thun. One of these two countries was Anson's relative and ally, and the other had completely become his vassal and lackey. If one had to name an outsider, it was only Aiden. Now the junior scribe told him that Anson Bach probably already knew about it. If he already knew, what was his reason for deliberately not showing himself? Was it because 3 alliances were too many? Because he felt Aiden didn't know how to trust? Because the Francois family of Thun wanted to seize the opportunity to annex the entire Hantu and be crowned king? Lenore's expression grew increasingly panicked, his breathing becoming rapid. He now even felt that everything before him might be a trap. A lure to Anson Bach so that he could legitimately eliminate him and seize the 8,000 Aiden soldiers. Images began to flash through Lenore's mind. In a fit of rage, he knocked the junior clerk to the ground, ink mixed with blood flowing across the floor. He stormed open the door, the dark room illuminated only by a dim kerosene lamp. Anson Bach sat before the lamp, staring at him with cold eyes as if looking at a dead man. He slowly raised his right hand, and the door slammed shut behind him. He turned around in a panic, finding the room crowded with people, rifles of varying lengths pointed at him. And standing at the very front was Leon Francois. Young Leon, gun in hand, tears streaming down his face, silently chanted words like belief and dream, while pulling back the bolt, loading a bullet, locking the bolt, and placing his right index finger on the trigger. Then, Lord Emmanuel, startled awake, Lennox nearly fell to the ground. He came to his senses to find the young scribe sitting unharmed before him, looking at him with concern. "Are you all right?" "No. I'm fine." Lennox waved his hands frantically, hastily picking up a pen and writing his name on the registration list, after Grand Duke Mist. Having finished registering, he turned and left dejectedly, leaving only an uneasy silhouette that faded into the distance from the young scribe's sight. Alan Dawn, still maintaining his formulaic smile, watched him leave. Continuing to methodically tidy the table, he poured out a full glass of mulled wine and replaced it with chilled Tirpitz rum. 2 minutes later, before the ice in the glass had completely melted, the door behind the junior clerk opened. Watching Anson slowly emerge from the room with a complex expression, the young man pushed the rum on the table towards him and picked up a stack of documents. "Your Excellency Anson Bach, there are 2 pieces of news that urgently require your decision. Let me guess." Anson raised his glass. "One bad piece of news and another, even worse news?" "You could say that." The junior clerk, holding the documents, nodded slightly. "It turns out the Calandia fleet didn't betray us. They were merely hiding to prevent being controlled by our forces. Currently, the nobles of Calandia Port have rebelled, massacring the Calandia regiment we left there to maintain order. This is intelligence sent back by the cavalry company, and then, their backer, is the Empire." Chapter 315 The Rebellion of Calandia. Boom, 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 accompanied by the thunderous roar of cannons, the flames spewing from the ship's cannons pierced the fog-shrouded sea, turning the still sleeping port into a sea of fire. The once bustling port of Calandia burned in billowing black smoke and raging flames, collapsed amidst the piercing screams of the air, screamed in agony as it was awakened from its slumber, and wailed amidst the scorched earth and rubble. The crimson unicorn battle banner, ignited by the flames, fell from the top of the collapsed watchtower into the sea as the ashes danced in the air, slowly sinking. Warships flying the Iris battle banner began to approach the burning port. And just as the Imperial fleet drew near, a horrific massacre was quietly unfolding within the port of Calandia. In the squares and streets shrouded in morning mist, the sounds of gunfire and clashing blades echoed intermittently, frantic footsteps, piercing bugle calls, and bloodthirsty howls mingled, insults and screams piercing the fog, dragging the entire city into a chaotic abyss. Ragged, even naked, pouring commoners of Calandia, along with nobles in finery, some even wearing old-fashioned helmets and breastplates, surged forth from every corner of the city like ants, brandishing a jumble of weapons, from farm tools to ornaments, and chanting bloodthirsty slogans as they swept through the streets and alleys, besieging the outposts and soldiers in red and black uniforms, carrying the Clovis battle flag. During the march towards Mist, Anson had already withdrawn all troops, including the Allied forces, leaving not a single soldier in Calandia. The troops left to maintain order in Calandia were the Calandia regiment organized by Fabian. As a distinguished former Imperial Guard officer, Fabian's security force was essentially a miniature Imperial Guard. Oppressing the innocent was its norm, threats and intimidation were its only language, and extortion was its performance metric. To recruit as many men as possible, Fabian had to lower his recruitment standards. Vagrants, beggars, unemployed sailors and workers, bankrupt farmers, prisoners, street thugs, all were included. Furthermore, for cost control, Anson didn't even intend to pay the unit's salary, so they had to generate their own income. The only benefit of enlisting was the provision of production tools, 4 days of military training, plus a rifle with a bayonet and ammunition, though perhaps not very effective. While training the Colondia Regiment, the junior clerk in charge of the matter summarized a set of experiences for training foreign security forces based on Fabian's methods. The first step was to find a group of locals who had little affection for the area, or even harbored resentment, and organize them. The second step is to give them guns. The third step is to throw them into the streets and have them maintain order and collect taxes. Then, you'll have an army of loyal locals. It's easy to imagine the hatred that would erupt between this trained security force and the locals. The moment the Imperial fleet appeared at the port, the entire city was like a lit powder keg, exploding instantly. Thousands upon thousands of poor and nobles united like never before, sweeping through one outpost, guard post, camp, and armory after another like a tidal wave. The security forces stationed at Colondia Port, though numbering in the thousands, were scattered throughout the city. Like reefs and islands in a raging storm, easily torn to shreds by any single wave. Amidst the shouts of battle, the bloodshot-eyed masses brandished their crude weapons, recklessly charging the heavily fortified outposts and armories, falling in droves amidst the chaotic gunfire of the Colondia Regiment. Despite their superior numbers, the poor of Colondia were poorly armed. The city's original security force had been disarmed on the first day the Storm Division entered, and all the armories had been confiscated and looted by the Storm Division and the Allied forces, leaving not a single lead bullet. Therefore, facing the Colondia Regiment stubbornly holding their stronghold, they could only attack with crude melee weapons, charging forward, leaving corpses strewn across the streets and blood overflowing from the sewers, fighting with flesh and blood against gunpowder and steel. The Colondia Regiment, trapped inside their stronghold, faced encirclement on all sides, yet continued to resist stubbornly, showing no intention of surrendering, not because of loyalty or high morale, but because the hatred accumulated over so long made them acutely aware that surrender would only result in being torn to pieces. Rather than fall into the hands of their fellow countrymen and suffer a fate worse than death, they preferred to fight to the bitter end, trying to carve out a path to survival. A brutal battle raged around the makeshift fortifications left by the Storm Division. Fueled by daily anger and pent-up pain, the Colondians relentlessly charged against the sturdy walls, barbed wire, and trenches a meter deep, facing a hail of bullets from narrow firing ports. They scrambled for passageways and gates barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people, often guarded by 4 or 5 soldiers. In the boiling inferno, one supply depot and armory after another gradually crumbled under the weight of despair and helplessness. Despair might have given these quasi-guards the courage to fight, but it couldn't transform them into true guardsmen overnight. Moreover, even in the most desperate circumstances, there was no shortage of traitors who would use weapons and the lives of their comrades as a bargaining chip for survival. The destruction of the Colondia Legion did not bring the riot to an end. In some ways, it was more like the beginning. With a common enemy eliminated, the conflict between the bloodthirsty commoners and the nobles and wealthy immediately erupted. The Colondians remembered who had shown no will to fight against the invaders, Clovis and Aidan, who had surrendered before the enemy even appeared, who had abandoned their army in Green Valley to die, who had allowed them to be exploited and oppressed by outsiders. And unlike before, this time they had guns. The nobles and wealthy merchants mingling in the crowd were the first to suffer. They dared not provoke the Colondia Legion, but they still had the courage, and a great deal of courage, to loudly encourage others to their deaths while hiding behind the rioters. So the rioters immediately spotted the loudest, most boisterous among these people, and were surprised to find that they had flushed faces, wore clean and tidy clothes, and were completely unharmed. Then, before they could react, they quietly pointed their guns at the back of their heads. Bang! Mansions were set ablaze, warehouses were breached, and shops were smashed. The rioting populace, incited by Colondia nobles and wealthy merchants to overthrow the Storm Master's rule and reclaim control of the city, turned their attention to them. The nobles attempted to resist, only to discover that their situation was no different from that of the Colondia Legion they had wiped out, the absolute minority in the city. Even more tragically, after being plundered by the Storm Masters, they were left without any real weaponry. Their once proud family guards, When faced with the city's rebellious rioters, lacked even the Calandia legion's courage to fight to the death, they preferred to become rioters themselves rather than fight to the death against thousands of rioters. As the chaos spread further, the riots spiraled out of control, and the city's order collapsed along with the destruction of the Calandia legion and the near annihilation of the nobles and wealthy merchants. Slaughter and looting were everywhere. Opportunistic gangsters and vengeful figures seized the moment. The once honest men had transformed into the most ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. A frail, emaciated beggar, wielding a butcher's knife, slit someone's throat for gold soaked in blood. When the Imperial army easily swept through the Calandia legion at the port, preparing to seize the entire city, they found Calandia port completely engulfed in a raging inferno. The only places that maintained order were the great cathedral of the vast earth, representing the Church of Order, and the Calandia Council. The former, possessing a transcendent political position, escaped destruction thanks to the last vestiges of faith held by the common people. The latter, situated at the highest point in the city, and with the desperate defense of the remaining Calandia nobles, managed to withstand wave after wave of the rioters' onslaught. The nobles, huddled in their castles, watched the billowing black smoke of the city outside in despair, their hearts bleeding. Their original plan was to incite the populace to wipe out the Calandian legions left behind by the Storm Division, and then, relying on their high prestige and reputation, replace these bandits and rebuild the prosperity and stability of Calandian port. This way, they could regain control of the city while avoiding the entry of reinforcements, the Imperial army, into the city, resulting in street fighting and unnecessary sacrifices and losses. Both they and the civilians would benefit. However, they never expected that due to a series of previous defeats and compromises, they had lost all credibility among the people, let alone any prestige, only infamy. Furthermore, these mob-like Calandians not only showed no appreciation for their sacrifices and responsibilities, but even directed their anger at these truly noble Calandians, turning the city into ruins and wasting their efforts. Now, the only hope of these Calandian nobles and wealthy merchants is that the Imperial army can enter the city as soon as possible, suppress the rising riots and rebellions, and maintain order for them. As long as peace could be maintained, and these noble Calandians were spared the threat to their lives, then, having already sold Clovis once, selling them to the Empire again wouldn't matter. But what they didn't know was that the Imperial army had no intention of sacrificing themselves for them, nor did they want to waste their limited forces on meaningless urban pacification battles, wasting soldiers' lives. For the port of Calandia, which refused to surrender easily, and the tens of thousands of bloodthirsty rioters, there was a more modern, more efficient way to end it all. So, on the orders of an officer, the Imperial warships anchored in the harbor opened their gun ports again, aiming their cannons at the city. A sea of fire and thunder engulfed the entire port of Calandia. According to the cavalry's report, the Empire deployed its entire fleet to bombard the port of Calandia, and then organized troops to systematically suppress the rioters street by street, with very high efficiency. In the meeting room, Fabian, the Grenadier regimental commander holding the intelligence, calmly reported to Anson and all the officers present, by 5:35 p.m. that day, before the reconnaissance cavalry withdrew, the riot in Calandia port had been basically quelled. The Imperial army has completely controlled all districts of the city, the fortresses, the warehouses, and everything else. Of course, the price is that the entire city has been reduced to ruins, Fabian added, except for the outermost city walls. 4/5 of the city has been completely destroyed. The population loss is impossible to quantify, but it should not be less than 20,000. Why? An officer couldn't help but ask. Because the port of Calandia has a permanent population of less than 80,000, Fabian glanced at him. This riot lasted all day, and we almost emptied the entire port of Calandia of its supplies. The Imperials who came by ship are unlikely to share their supplies with the locals. In addition, 4/5 of the city was burned down due to the riot, so, within a week, the number of deaths from disease, starvation, and those who tried to resist, is at least 20,000, provided that the Imperial army and Calandia nobles can quickly restore order to the area and levy food from the nearby villages to provide them with sufficient food. Otherwise, Fabian didn't continue, and the others didn't need him to. How many people did the Empire send in total? Anson interrupted the conversation. About 9,000, but that number might not be accurate. Fabian's expression was slightly grim. We didn't initially expect the Empire to land at Calandia port. That scout cavalryman only went to check out Calandia port on a whim while escorting a supply convoy, It wasn't part of the plan. According to his report, he only saw 2 infantry division flags near the port. Considering the size of the army, we arrived at this number. Anson nodded slightly, indicating understanding. The Empire's immediate invasion from Crimea port was indeed somewhat unexpected. He had originally thought the Empire would launch its invasion from the Duchy of Aden first, and then conquer Crimea to completely cut off his retreat while he was struggling to cope. Now it seemed that the invasion from Crimea was probably part of their plan from the beginning. 2 infantry divisions, that's almost half a legion. Anson nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly looked at Fabian with alarm. Who is their commander? Could it be Louis Bernard again? Chapter 316 Assassination. Iron Horse Hills, north of the Night Rose River. Located in the northwest corner of the Kingdom of Clovis, near the border with the Empire, this place is surrounded by continuous forests, filled with swamps and wastelands. The icy Night Rose River flows through the undulating hills, just like the name of this land, forming a natural valley. Louis Bernard, carrying his pack, walked slowly across the empty wasteland, followed by 2 Iser elf followers who had volunteered to follow and protect him. They were not members of the Royal Guard, calling themselves elves of the White Tower City of the Wildlands, and not even considered half-blooded. In the Iser Elven Kingdom's hierarchy, they were only slightly stronger than non-elven races and humans. Louis met them on his way north, when the elven prisoners of war from the siege of White Tower City were being returned to the Iser Elven Kingdom. The 2 native Wildlands elves, unwilling to return to their homeland, had broken away from the main force and happened to stumble upon the procession escorting the Royal Guard commander. After some conversation, Louis accepted the 2 elves' loyalty, or rather, agreed to let them leave with him to the Duchy of Edland, and from there, from a port in Edland, to a colony in the New World. For the vagrants who had lost their families and were left alone after 60 years of war and famine in the Saints' calendar, becoming adventurers and heading to the New World was a fairly common choice. Thus, 2 more Iser elves joined the escort team. According to the agreement reached by both parties, Louis Bernard could return home directly after entering Clovis territory, on the condition that he was not allowed to return to the Kingdom of Iser elves. This was certainly not the result that the army and the Privy Council wanted, but given Ludwig's insistence, and the fact that it was indeed not advisable to use him to blackmail and threaten the Emperor, which would only anger the Grand Duke of Edland, Clovis had no choice but to give up and settle the matter by having the Bernard family pay a ransom. However, keeping the agreement didn't mean the army would truly swallow their pride. Upon reaching the border guards, under orders, refused to provide any supplies or escort for the troops along the way. They had no choice but to traverse the entire Iron Horse Hills on foot back to the Empire. On the 10th day of their return journey, after getting lost several times, they finally obtained a map and some supplies from a kind-hearted hunter named Clovis. The hunter, recognizing Louis's considerable wealth at first glance, generously offered him an exorbitant price, 5 silver coins for a pound of cured meat and 10 gold coins for the map. The 3, starving for 4 days, readily accepted this very reasonable deal. And so they got lost again. The map was fake. Fortunately, the 3 found the marks the hunter had left in the wilderness to prevent them from getting lost, and successfully found the road towards the Empire, crossing the border on the 14th day and entering Imperial territory, though before them lay still endless wilderness. The Iron Horse Hills, a landscape of swamps and forests, is treacherous and resource scarce, making it unappealing to both Clovis and the Empire. The harsh climate and rugged terrain also hindered the establishment of stable supply lines for large armies. Therefore, both sides tacitly agreed to establish only a few outposts on the outskirts, and there has never been a record of battles fought there. Louis was once deeply puzzled by this, even wondering why the Empire had never attempted to cross the Iron Horse Hills to launch a 2-pronged attack on the northern port, or even penetrate the heart of Clovis's central province. This would have been a devastating blow to Clovis. Even if they couldn't conquer the capital, destroying a few key railway hubs, or damaging 1 or 2 military factories or steel mills, would be far more meaningful than capturing a few of its southwestern fortresses or towns. After all, northern and central Clovis are the most densely populated, technologically advanced, and commercially prosperous regions. The risk of attack would certainly throw the Clovis into disarray, leaving them no time to look south. After personally experiencing several days of hellish travel, he finally realized how naive he had been, and how this desolate land was far more terrifying than it had seemed. Any commander attempting to lead an army across the Iron Horse Hills must be prepared for the possibility of losing a third or even half of their troops, mutiny, or even rebellion. So, how did he manage it? Enduring the aching in his legs, Lewis mechanically trudged along, his pack on his back, the image of Anson Bach always so confident, his eyes filled with a malicious smile, flashed through his mind. How did he manage to inspire his army to dare climb the Dawn Ice Peak, even traversing the Dawn Mountains into the wasteland, outmaneuvering him so thoroughly? The more Lewis recalled, the more unbelievable his defeat seemed, the inexplicable surrender of the Eaglehorn garrison, the unannounced defection of Toon. He could accept the difference in strength between himself and Anson, but this defeat clearly had nothing to do with ability. Filled with unresolved confusion, Lewis walked silently at the head of the group of three, or rather, one man and two elves, heading straight towards what might be an Imperial border outpost. As dusk approached, they set up camp outside a forest. The two Eiffel elves, working in perfect unison, one went into the woods to gather firewood, while the other began setting up the tent. Exhausted, Lewis leaned against a tree trunk, panting slightly, his gaze lingering on the southern wilderness, lost in thought as he stared towards what might be Eaglehorn. "Are you still bothered by this?" one of the Eiffel elves asked, gathering firewood as he turned to Lewis's retreating figure. "The war between Eiffel and Clovis, I heard that King Moss's field has been defeated again, and the Clovis army is pressing towards his court." Lewis glanced at the elf before him. He was dressed in a Han-style knight's attire, his brown hair simply tied in a ponytail at the back of his head. Apart from his pointed ears, it was difficult to distinguish him from other Han people. Looking into those curious eyes, Lewis remembered his name was Morin, and that his father was supposedly a knight. If it weren't for this war, he would have had the chance to leave White Tower City and become a cuirassier in the Grand Duke of Hantu's personal guard, a bright future ahead. But now, no matter how much I care, it has nothing to do with me now. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lewis's handsome face. "I gambled everything, full of hope that I could win a decisive victory, and then I lost. An utterly defeated loser, but you still care." Morin looked at Lewis, his sharp gaze seemingly able to see into his heart. "Is that so?" Lewis, his eyes flickering, remained silent. "I don't understand." Morin couldn't help but speak. "You are an Imperial Knight, a gifted individual, a promising Imperial Guard, and the heir to the Duchy of Edland. Why would someone like you care so much about a war between the Clovis and the Iser elves?" "Because I promised them," Lewis said in a deep voice. "Promised? I promised I would bring them victory." The young knight's eyes grew increasingly unfocused, pain spreading through his pupils. The sky was filled with cannon fire, the burning battlefields, the acrid smoke. The charging Toon cavalry, the stubbornly resisting Clovis infantry, the Eaglehorn artillerymen scattering death across the battlefield. The rout of the line infantry, the annihilated artillery positions, and Freya Moss's field. The thought of the tear-streaked elven girl, dragged away by his orders, her eyes fixed on him, deepened Lewis's anguish. The second time he had driven someone so devoted to him into such dire straits because of Louis Bernard's incompetence. On the journey north from Eaglehorn, news poured in from the direction of Iser. The Clovis were so adept at self-promotion that Lewis could obtain the latest battle reports with minimal effort. The Royal Guard was routed. The Southern Legion advanced rapidly eastward. The Royal Guard vanished into the heart of the elven kingdom of Iser, seemingly disintegrated. The Southern Legion besieged the Deerhorn fortress and was about to capture the Iser royal court. Even though the Clovis exaggerated considerably in their battle report, anyone with common sense could see that once the Southern Legion continued its eastward advance, capturing the royal court was only a matter of time. What tragic fate awaited that innocent and naive elven girl who always revolved around him? With a heavy heart, Lewis slowly raised his gaze, only to find that Morin, who seemed to be opposite him, had already stood up and was warily watching the woods. "What's wrong?" "Something's wrong," Morin replied without turning his head, nervously gripping the hilt of the dagger at his waist. "It's been almost an hour, Jorah, he still hasn't returned." Lewis immediately recalled another half-elf with a buzz cut, a baby face, and light brown eyes, who was always cheerful. "You stay at the camp and don't move. I'll go look for him." Lewis stood up and said to Morin, "Don't be nervous, this is Imperial territory, he's probably just lost." How can this be?" "You are, he's just unlucky." Smiling, Lewis patted Morin's shoulder, using a combination of gentle persuasion and firmness to take the dagger from his hand. "Don't worry, leave it to me." With that, He turned and walked into the woods. Morin, left all alone, watched his retreating figure, his expression extremely complicated. The empty woods were very quiet. The gradually dimming evening light filtered through the treetops, revealing cold and fragmented light, making the surroundings seem incredibly vast. Lewis walked aimlessly through the woods, constantly looking left and right, searching for the other half-elf's whereabouts, but he couldn't see anyone around, and there wasn't even a trace of anyone walking on the ground. He suddenly stopped, staring at the empty woods in front of him. Not because he had found any clues, but because, finally ready to make a move, Lewis suddenly spoke from where he stood. "When did you find out?" The half-elf, who had appeared behind him seemingly out of nowhere, looked extremely grim. His right hand remained poised to snap his fingers, resting steadily on the back of the young knight's head. "At the very beginning," Lewis answered softly, slowly releasing the dagger from his right hand, letting the blade fall to the ground. "I inherited the purest sea knight bloodline. My senses are far more acute than those of ordinary gifted individuals. You concealed it well, but the biggest weakness of elven spellcasters is that your power fluctuates with your emotions. Also, a friend reminded me to be careful on my way home." "Then why didn't you say so?" The half-elf. Jorah's expression darkened even more. "Because if your identities are exposed, then the Clovis will use you as a legitimate excuse to invade Iser, and might even gain the church's support," Lewis said in a deep voice. "Although I don't know what you're planning, I can't let the Clovis succeed. It's simple, we need you to die." Jorah sneered. "You are identified Imperial Knight, the Emperor's personal military officer, and the heir to the Duchy of Adran. The Empire cannot stand idly by and watch you die silently on the border. If Iser wants to rise, it must have the Empire's full support. Do you think that as long as I die, the Empire will go all out to support Iser? This will be an opportunity. The Empire and the Clovis have a long history of grudges and conflicts. As long as we can give the Emperor a sufficient excuse to unite the entire Empire, the Clovis's doom will be just around the corner." Jorah shouted, his usually smiling baby face now contorted with rage, his pale skin bloodshot from excitement, his pupils were gradually becoming stained with blood, and he was losing his mind at a visible speed. "If that's really what you think, then the 13 councils are far too naive." Lewis shook his head and sighed softly. "What did you say?" "I said the Empire, even my father, Grand Duke Edlund, wouldn't go all out to attack the kingdom of Clovis because of my death, perhaps because he was an outsider, or perhaps because of the experience he learned from a certain friend." Lewis was able to view this war, which had almost affected the entire world of order, from an incredibly objective perspective for the first time. "As you said, the Empire and the kingdom of Clovis are fraught with conflict. Their dispute is no longer just a conflict between two ruling families, but between two systems. The Empire wants to bring Clovis under its control, while Clovis wants to rise to power. Their fundamental interests are at odds. It's a fight to the death, a conflict that can only end when one side collapses. Therefore, Lewis, interrupting the half-elf, abruptly turned, staring directly into the other's eyes. "The Empire. Adran, everyone who is still clear-headed in this war will not make the most crucial decision due to momentary excitement, because this is not a knightly duel, not a battle of egos. It's not for the glory of a certain family, or for a fertile territory. It's for our own survival, for the future of the next 50 or even 100 years. The life or death of one person is utterly insignificant in this war. Do you even understand?" A stunned Jorah, speechless with shock at Lewis's sudden outburst, stood frozen in place. Just then, a ferocious roar suddenly echoed from outside the forest. Boom. Chapter 317 Close Friend. The moment the deafening roar echoed, the two men facing off instinctively turned their heads towards the direction from which the sound came. Over there, the camp?" Jorah, his expression frozen, paused, even temporarily forgetting his mission to assassinate the heir of Adran, his gaze fixed intently on the figure approaching from the camp. It was an Imperial Knight in full armor, like someone who had stepped out of an oil painting. He wore a dark red cloak, his bright silver armor gleaming like a mirror. His right hand held a helmet adorned with pure white horsehair, and beneath his flowing, golden hair was a handsome, lion-like face, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing Lewis and Jorah, the young Imperial Knight's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. "Halt!" Despite not knowing the other's identity, Jorah immediately pointed his tightly clenched right hand at the suddenly appearing Imperial Knight, his crimson eyes fixed on his every move. "Wait! Morin!" Why didn't Morin, Who is guarding outside? Stop him. The unexpected situation left Jorah in a state of turmoil. Too tense to notice the horrified expression on Lewis's face the moment he saw the knight. Ignoring the elven spellcaster's warning, the young Imperial Knight continued his marching, swinging his arms wildly. Snap! The instant his fingers snapped, a golden red flame shot like a meteor, hurtling towards the approaching knight like a 6-pound shot. Staring at the oncoming fireball, the knight puffed out his chest, his mouth agape, dumbfounded. Boom! The exploding flames engulfed the knight. Lewis, as if jolted by something, collapsed to the ground, burying his head in the soft earth. A cold smile appeared on Jorah's lips. No screams echoed from the burning forest. Instead, the raging fire was visibly dying down. The Imperial Knight, engulfed in flames, rose from his half-crouched position, slowly lowering his crossed arms to reveal his lion-like face, which smiled at him. Jorah's expression changed drastically. In a panic, he snapped his fingers again, conjuring flames around his body. Then, he heard a roar he would never forget. The roar of a dragon. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering deafening roar, Lewis, lying face down on the ground covering his ears, felt as if he had been kicked hard in the head, or as if 168-pound Karen cannons had been set ablaze around him. Even with the power of his Sea Knight bloodline activated, the excruciating pain and intense dizziness nearly made him faint. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his eyes, nostrils, and ears, and the veins on his cheeks and neck bulged, as if even his soul was trembling. The deafening roar lasted for a long time, 3 minutes, maybe 5, when Lewis, his ears ringing, desperately opened his bloodshot eyes. The surrounding forest had been reduced to ashes, leaving only scorched earth. The remaining tree trunks looked as if they had just survived a double attack by shrapnel and bombs, leaving only charred stumps. Burning leaves mixed with ashes swirled in the air. Lewis looked down, where Jorah had just stood. He was gone, replaced by a pair of boots deeply embedded in the mud, filled with dust. The ground beneath his feet was covered in scorched marks, except for the spot where he had been lying, and the grass behind him, which remained intact. At that moment, the Imperial Knight approached, a hearty smile on his face, and extended his right hand to Lewis, who lay prone on the ground. Here you go. Leaning against the shade of a tree, the knight, a smile playing on his lips, solicitously pulled a cigarette from his robes, lit it, and handed it to Lewis. It contains my special herbs. It'll help you recover your spirit. Lewis, still somewhat dazed, didn't stand on ceremony, taking the cigarette with 3 fingers and taking a small sip. He weakly asked, "How did you end up here?" "Your father told me." The knight laughed heartily, running his mud-covered right hand through his golden hair. "He said the scum of Clovis wouldn't be able to swallow this insult, so he'd definitely send you back from Iron Horse Hills." I didn't believe him at first, but the southern garrison said they hadn't received any news of a prisoner exchange, so it must be this place. Those bastards. As he spoke, the knight suddenly darkened his face, crossing his arms in a furious expression. "That's true, but the Iron Horse Hills are so big, I don't know which direction you'll be coming from. At first I planned to wait for you at the outpost, but I couldn't wait any longer, so I borrowed a horse from the border army's camp." "Borrowed?" Lewis interrupted him with a look of surprise. "Oh, I'll definitely return it to them." The knight continued scratching his head, then coughed twice, and argued with a serious expression, "Besides, I'm a knight. A knight, can what a knight does for a noble mission be called stealing? Borrowing? At most they might have just found out about it." "Lewis, go on." "Ahem. And then there's nothing more to say. I searched for several days without finding you, thinking you might have just set off, so I planned to wait a couple of days, but then I met a hunter willing to sell maps, a seemingly honest Imperial man, so I planned to come and pick you up along the way." At this point, the knight erupted in anger again, but it turned out that the seemingly honest Imperial man sold me a fake map, and he even charged me 10 gold coins. Lewis nodded slightly, quite calmly. For the first time in his life, he realized that the Clovis and the Imperials actually had quite a few similarities, and then, that's it. "I first found signs of a camp, then followed the road and found you. First I encountered that Iser elf guard in the camp, and then," the knight shrugged, winking curiously at Lewis, "by the way, weren't you going to fight for the Iser elves? Why did they want to kill you?" "That's not important." Taking a sip of his cigarette, Lewis realized his voice was still very weak. "What's important is, you haven't told me why you're here, Arthur Herod." The knight's dashing laughter suddenly stopped. Lewis, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his face, finished speaking. The cigarette, carrying a faint fragrance, slowly burned out on the silence between the two, turning to ash and falling onto the scorched earth. Another one. Though he said this, the eager Arthur had already lit a new one and handed it to Lewis. "Why don't you smoke yourself?" Lewis asked curiously, taking the cigarette. "I remember you used to be a heavy smoker, my dear Lewis. It's heartbreaking to hear you say that. Are we still friends?" The knight, startled, exaggeratedly clutched his chest, glaring fiercely at Lewis. "I'd like to, but is it possible?" Lewis paused, then suddenly remembered something. "You mean, your throat? What else could it be?" The knight's expression was extremely frustrated. "This stuff isn't good for my lungs and throat. Smoking too much will ruin my bloodline power." Lewis nodded slightly, expressing deep sympathy. The heraldic family, the masters of Dragon City, the emperor of the empire, possessing this ancient bloodline, they are the only family in the world to wield the power of the Dragon Knight bloodline. The reasons for this are varied. Some say it's because the Herald family has long refused to intermarry with high-ranking nobles. Others say it's because the Dragon Knights possess the most powerful bloodline among the 7 knights, naturally endowed with the power to rule. Still others see it as a symbol of the Herald family's imperial power, believing only those who firmly grasp this bloodline are worthy of ruling the world. Undeniably, almost every knight who awakens the Dragon Knight bloodline possesses strength far exceeding that of their peers. Arthur Herald, even within the Herald family, is among the strongest. Because of this powerful bloodline, although he isn't widely known, almost everyone has heard of his nickname, Dragon Roar. Lewis has witnessed firsthand just how strong this power is. To use the Herald family's favorite artillery as an analogy, it's the power of a 68-pound Karen cannon, and at point-blank range. Let alone the infantry line formed by their flesh and blood, even an ordinary city gate, unless it was specially reinforced and made of superior materials, might not withstand a single shot from him. But this bloodline power, so overwhelmingly powerful it defied logic, had a huge flaw, or rather, a weakness: the health of his throat and lungs. If he coughed even slightly, Arthur Reed's power would be greatly diminished. If his chest felt uncomfortable, or even if he ate something too salty, sweet, bitter, sour, or spicy, his bloodline power could completely fail. For a young man who loved coffee and wine, enjoyed strong flavored foods, and had a smoking habit, this was almost a torturous dilemma. Either gain power, or gain a life, only one. Thinking of this, Lewis suddenly understood why, as soon as he woke up, this guy had made all sorts of excuses to rush to light his cigarette, and even got so close. Sullen Arthur pulled a piece of candy wrapped in paper from his pocket. Unwrapping it, he gazed at the candy with an intensely focused expression. He slowly held it up to his nose, inhaling the enticing sweet aroma, a sweet scent mingled with the leisurely smell of tobacco, filling him with pure bliss. Then, he lowered his hand, bringing the candy to his lips. With each swallow, his lips parted slightly, revealing his teeth, and he extended his tongue, touching the candy snap. In an instant, Arthur, his eyes closed, trembled violently as if electrocuted, revealing an expression of utter ecstasy. Yes, this was no ordinary candy. At this moment, it is chocolate with milk and honey, the freshest, steaming hot coffee, a glass of 8-year-old Saint's wine, savory and spicy roast beef, and an extremely sweet cherry cake. At this moment, it carries humanity's expectations for all the world's delicacies. Lewis sighed deeply. "Actually, even without saying it, I could probably guess why you came to see me," Lewis said softly. "I've already lost this war. Even if His Majesty has other plans for me, I've already promised the Clovis that I won't return to the battlefield of Isar. I'm a knight, I can't break my promise." "Well said. A knight shouldn't break his promise." Arthur gave him a thumbs up, then changed the subject. "So, what about the Hantu?" "Hantu? Yes, the 7 Cities Alliance. Well, there might not be as many 7 cities anymore." Arthur scratched his head again. "The Clovis sent a detachment, probably less than 6,000 men, to invade Hantu, throwing the entire 7 Cities Alliance into chaos, and even risking integrating the entire Hantu into a Clovis kingdom vassal state, to prevent the Clovis from gaining a foothold in Hantu and threatening the empire's southern border. His Majesty is preparing to launch the Hantu plan ahead of schedule, advancing from both land and sea to liberate Hantu and drive the Clovis out. And I, Arthur Herald, a member of the royal family, your best friend." The knight patted his chest proudly. "His Majesty has appointed me as a commander of the hastily formed Southern Front Legion, shouldering the heavy responsibility of assault and vanguard. Currently, We lack an adjutant who is particularly knowledgeable about military affairs, and even more so about the Han lands and how to fight these Clovis, so you were the first person I thought of. How about that? Am I not incredibly loyal? Looking at Arthur, who was getting more and more excited, Louis was both amused and exasperated. How many troops do you have? Not sure yet, but at least one regiment, at least. The Legion Commander-in-Chief is my brother-in-law. And he promised me. Arthur proudly put his hands on his hips. It's a bit small, but they are all elite. Even the company commanders are all gifted individuals, all my good friends, company commanders. Louis was slightly taken aback. How many people did you find? 4. Arthur slapped his shoulder hard, including you. 5. So this was a regiment of 2 battalions and 4 companies, less than 500 men. Louis laughed inwardly. He seemed to understand more and more why Arthur had managed to convince his brother-in-law to let him go to the front lines and cause trouble. Since he was the future of the family, he would have to go to the battlefield someday anyway, so let him get some experience under his supervision first. Yes, just like he had back in Thunder Fortress. Louis's eyes became unfocused again, and pain spread through his pupils once more. Come on, Arthur, oblivious to his best friend's expression, said, come to my regiment, and I'll make you my vice commander. Okay, I agree. Louis nodded thoughtfully. On the condition that you tell me something first. What is it? The Clovis detachment that invaded the Hantu. What was the name of their commander? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Misfortune is just the beginning. July 15th, 100th year of the Saints' calendar, continued to bring a series of bad news. The main force of the Southern Legion suffered a setback in the heart of Isar, and the Imperial Army landed at the port of Calindia. 2 pieces of news that couldn't be worse broke out simultaneously, casting a shadow over the future of the Han lands, which had been gradually settling down and moving from war to peace and unification. The Calindians were the first to bear the brunt. These treacherous, cowardly opportunists had been plotting to have their cake and eat it too, leasing their ocean-going fleet to the Empire, allowing 2 full-strength Imperial infantry divisions to easily land at Calindia port. This not only gave the Empire a foothold in the Han lands' weakest southern region, but also severed the Han lands from east to west. If the Storm Division hadn't captured Ironball Fortress as quickly as possible, the Allied forces, which had finally been united, would have been split in 2. Moreover, Calindia port remains the most prosperous and wealthiest port in the Han lands. Controlling it, the Empire could theoretically send a continuous stream of troops from here to launch attacks on 3 fronts to the north, dragging half of the Han lands back into war, and the cause of all this is entirely due to the cowardice and greed of the Calindians. However, these cowards are probably having a tough time now. According to intelligence from the Storm Division scouts, the Imperial stationed in Calindia port have no intention of rebuilding the city for them, nor are they following their wishful thinking of immediately heading north to seize the Calindian territory controlled by Toon and Aiden. Instead, they are stationed there, plundering resources, thinking of these traitors living in misery under Imperial rule. While I feel sorry for the Calindians, I can't help but feel a touch of schadenfreude. Of course, that's not good. Besides mocking the Calindians, as a knight of the Han lands, and the one who knows Anson Bach best, I clearly understand that compared to the landing Imperials, the greater threat to the Han lands actually comes from the north, from the kingdom of Isar the Elf. Once the main force of the Southern Legion, whose offensive has faltered, is surrounded by the Isar elves, even threatening Eaglehorn in the rear, it will fundamentally impact the entire war situation, and may even interrupt the unification process of the entire Han lands. I know that if my diary is ever made public, how many people will condemn me, but the truth is, the rich yet weak Han lands simply cannot rise on their own. She is both rich and poor, brave and weak, united yet divided, unlike the vast empire with its 1,000-year history and countless sacred halos, nor like a rising star like Clovis, with St. Isaac sounding the first whistle of a new era for them. Such a Han lands must rely on an external force, the support of a truly powerful nation, to rise in unity and build an army commensurate with her, capable of defending her homeland. Clavia is such a powerful nation, and as her knight, Anson Bach fully demonstrated the attitude a powerful nation should have towards a weaker one, even facing the perilous situation of being attacked from both sides and having his retreat cut off. He showed no panic, but actively mobilized his troops and organized preparations for war, for 2 days. The Storm Division's command headquarters held military meetings almost constantly. From the highest-ranking officers to the most ordinary soldiers, everyone was busy. Reconnaissance cavalry and skirmishers were exhausted to the point of collapse, and logistics units operated on a 3-shift system. The barracks were brightly lit from day to night, and from night to day. Many nobles of the Han lands told me that this was a sight they had never seen before. No army in Han lands history had ever operated at such a high intensity, yet still managed to complete various complex orders with almost no mistakes, and my guards said that the rumor that the Grey Shirts, referring to the Storm Division, are a group of steel machines in human skin had almost spread throughout Arundel Keep, but they didn't see the true nature of the matter. As far as I know, my cousin Anson isn't particularly keen on discussing strategies with others. His military meetings are more about understanding and gathering the thoughts of other officers and soldiers, and persuading them to agree to his plans. Therefore, the Storm Division's current crazy actions prove that he may already have a bold plan, but hasn't found a way to convince others. Hence, he must maintain morale with high-intensity orders and missions to prevent soldiers from having too much free time to think. Of course, this craziness, besides stabilizing his own people, also demonstrates strength, and it should also be within his consideration to restore the confidence of the Hantu nobles and army, who are agitated by bad news. But ultimately, this is a war for the Hantu people to achieve unification. Besides trusting their comrades, the Hantu people should take the initiative to stand up and fight for her. Standing at the crossroads of fate, Hantu needs a knight to step forward. And we, the Toon people, will once again shoulder this mission, paving the way for Hantu's future with our blood. The only way to stop the Iser elves from turning the tide is to send a large, well-equipped army to Iser, protecting the supply lines and reinforcing the besieged Southern Legion, allowing Major General Ludwig Franz to regroup and launch another attack. Therefore, I have written to Enners, asking him to deliver the letter to his brother, Count Alkard, who leads 30,000 men to guard Eagle's Horn Pass. In the letter, I have explained the stakes in detail, and with his wisdom, he will easily understand just how important this is to the Han land and Toon. As long as Count Alkard launches the attack, everything will be alright. When 30,000 fully armed, brave Toon men march into the Iser Elf Kingdom, rescuing the Clovis from their dire straits, the Han land will win true independence. This was the most excited entry in little Leon's diary. Not only was the handwriting macy and flowing, but his right hand, gripped so tightly, almost pierced the parchment with a pen tip. After writing the last sentence, having calmed down a bit, he didn't close the diary immediately. Instead, he composed himself and began to carefully check it. He didn't know when it had started, but Anson frequently borrowed his diary, and always forgot to return it. The thought of how much Anson cared about his diary made young Leon involuntarily tense. He couldn't help but check it a couple more times to prevent himself from making silly mistakes like spelling errors, or from making the handwriting illegible due to his excitement, so sometimes he would even rewrite it. After flipping through it for a moment, Leon, still not very confident in his handwriting, prepared to rewrite it again. Just as he picked up his pen, the door was pushed open. A dusty guard strode into the room, constantly wiping sweat from his brow with his sleeve, but large beads of sweat still dripped down his forehead like rain. Leon quickly put down his pen, his eyes lighting up. "Well, did you see Enners?" "Yes," the guard nodded breathlessly, standing in front of the desk and saying in a low voice, "He had just left the camp for an inspection, so I met him shortly after leaving Arundel Keep. Lord Enners said that Toon's army would arrive at Arundel Keep in 2 days at the latest, and many things could be discussed in detail then, so there was no need to rush. He also said, I know, but this matter is really important to Toon." Leon quickly poured the guard a glass of water and handed it to him. "What else did he say?" Lord Enners also said. The guard paused, then downed the water in one gulp as if to bolster his courage, glancing down at Leon furtively. "He said what you're doing is pure nonsense." Leon was stunned, almost dropping the water jug in his hand. "He also took the letter from me and ordered me to return immediately, warning you not to even think about commanding Toon's army without your father's help." The guard pursed his lips fearfully. "Even if you sent someone else, or personally detoured to Eaglehorn Pass to find Count Alkard, it wouldn't matter, because he has already sent another messenger to tell Count Alkard to hold the line and not to cross the pass unless Eaglehorn falls." These are his exact words. Having said this, the guard cautiously looked up at the suddenly silent figure opposite him. "Leon, with a composed expression, said nothing, silently placing the kettle on the table. He tried to pick up a pen, but his hand trembled and wouldn't move. So he slowly sat down, saying to the guard without looking up, "You, go out." Yes, the guard, feeling as if granted a pardon, didn't hesitate and quickly and decisively left the room. Just as he was about to close the door, his gaze pierced through the crack and saw something resembling a kettle flying towards him. Bang! The moment the door slammed shut, a sharp boom echoed down the corridor. A fierce battle had begun in young Leon's room. The overconfident Enners had prepared positions in every corner, while the valiant Leon, the future Grand Duke François, launched a frenzied attack from all sides. The battle started in the trench beneath the desk. Giving the enemy no opening, young Leon wielded his 12-pound cannon, chair, and opened fire on the positions, adding bayonet charges, using perfect infantry-artillery coordination to open up the situation. The battle was exceptionally brutal. A canteen was shattered by a volley of line guns, and his bedmate was split in two after being hit by 2 rounds of Karen's naval gunfire. The paintings and decorations on the walls were torn to pieces one by one in the hail of bullets. The floor trembled under the momentum of the charging cavalry. Fine silk and woolen garments groaned before bayonets. Glass bottles filled with fine wine lay side by side in pools of blood gushing from wounds that were beyond description. 15 minutes later, Renaud Emmanuel arrived at Leon's room and saw a guard standing trembling outside the door, too afraid to move. "What's wrong?" Renaud looked at the guard, then at the door behind him. The guard shook his head tremblingly and silently stepped aside. A bewildered Renaud frowned, stepped forward, and slowly pushed open the door. Then, what's going on? The room, not particularly spacious, was a complete mess, as if it had just been hit by a 12-pound shrapnel bomb or ransacked by bandits, leaving barely any room for anyone to step inside. Panting, little Leon sat atop the mess, his clothes stained with various liquids and dust, his eyes wide as he stared at his own stunned reflection. Nothing yet. "I just cleaned the room and then," Lenore pointed to the floor, "like this." "Yes," Leon nodded, "there was a mouse in the room, and I wanted to catch it, and then I accidentally knocked over a few things." "Oh," Lenore suddenly understood, "and the mouse, dead, and you threw it out." How did you know?" "I guessed." "Was I right?" "Right." Leon paused for a moment, then exchanged a glance with a calm Lenore, and burst out laughing. Even the usually aloof Lenore slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Brushing the dust off his clothes, the disheveled Leon scrambled to his feet, picking up a smudged bottle of wine and 2 broken glasses. He poured one and handed it to the other man. "Why did you think of contacting me?" "Because you're the one of the 3 most likely to see Anson Bach." Lenore took the glass, glancing disdainfully at the chipped glass. "I have important news that I must immediately inform the deputy commander of the Southern Legion so he can prepare." "What news?" Before he could finish, Leon, suddenly remembering Lenore's identity, shuddered. "The Empire, an army of 20,000 is already marching towards the Duchy of Aden." Lenore, his face grave, nodded slightly and sighed deeply. "The Empire's reaction was far faster and more decisive than we imagined. This army appeared without warning. Given the Empire's strength, if it wasn't the Emperor's impulsive act, then it could only be premeditated. The Duchy of Aden has left 5,000 men to garrison the border, and my father, upon receiving the news, immediately dispatched 15,000 more from the Grand Duchy of Mist back home. But this time the enemy is the Empire, and to be honest, the Emmanuel family isn't very confident, because as far as we know, these 20,000 men are not all. The Empire has prepared at least twice that number as reserves, and there are rumors that they are attempting to repeat what the Storm Division did, sending a small elite force across the Don Mountains. In addition, they have control of the Kalindian fleet. If, besides the already occupied port of Kalindia, they also intend to attack from the western coast, Aden will be besieged on 3 sides. Leonard's expression grew increasingly grim. Leon, however, saw even further ahead. The 20,000-strong legion on the western front, the landing forces at Kalindia port, the resurrected Iser Guard, the elite force traversing the Don ice peaks, the fleet adrift at sea, 5 armies, like a giant net, completely encircling the Han land. And all of this is merely the first step taken by the newly entered empire. The second act of the Han-Tu war has only just begun. Sorry for the late update today. Chapter 319, Step 3. The intelligence regarding the Empire's 20,000-strong army stationed on the border, poised to invade the Han-Tu, caused no stir at the Storm Division's military conference. The reason was simple. Anson had already discussed this matter 2 days prior at the meeting on the day of the Empire's landing at Columbia Port. Therefore, Leonard's earth-shattering bad news merely proved that the deputy commander was indeed far-sighted, and the Storm Division was already numb to it. As for what to do? They weren't worried, or rather, worrying was useless. The Storm Division only had 5,000 men, and a direct confrontation wouldn't require the Empire to send 20,000 legions, not even enough to fill the gaps between the few thousand Imperials landing at Columbia Port. Since they were a conscripted army, they had to be prepared for it. On the Hanta battlefield, they could easily crush the Seven Cities Alliance's weaklings, but a direct clash with the Imperial regular army would only result in a crushing defeat. This was the prevailing mindset of the stormtroopers, and indeed, of all Clovis conscripts. Victory meant unwavering advance, defeat meant scattering and disarray. As long as Anson Bach continued to pay salaries on time and lead them in revenue generation, and showed no obvious signs of defeat, they cared little for anything else. Their sole task was to perfectly execute, or at least partially execute, Anson's orders. Winning was Anson's job. When it was time to raise the white flag and surrender, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. This calm atmosphere left Leonard, who had rushed to report, both reassured and nervous. Reassured because everything was going according to plan. There was nothing to worry about. Since Anson Bach was still sitting there calmly, it meant he definitely had a way to deal with the Empire's pincer attack. Nervous for the same reason, since everything was going according to plan, it also meant he had guessed from the beginning that the Duchy of Aden, and his father, might defect to the Empire and betray Clovis. If that's the case, then if he hadn't restrained his impulse to force his way into the room, or secretly led the Aden Legion away from Ironbul Castle, then Leonard Emanuel couldn't help but shudder. It was little Leon's intelligence that truly startled Anson, not because Count Alcard had remained inactive, which didn't surprise him, but because Grand Duke Claude François had actually deployed 30,000 troops at Eagle's Horn Pass. And not just present, but already assembled, well-trained, and ready to march at any time. 30,000 troops. What did 30,000 troops ready to march at any time mean? It meant that each soldier carried at least 2 to 6 days' worth of weapons, ammunition, and rations. The military depots stored enough supplies for at least 30 days, and the departure point was very close to the supply depot, allowing for a rapid establishment of a stable supply line. This, how to put it? Grand Duke Watton was indeed insightful and shrewd? Or was he so lacking in confidence in his allies that he was even prepared to defend Eaglehorn for Clovis? Either way, since Grand Duke Toon had made such meticulous preparations, he was certainly willing to send troops. After all, even if he did nothing, the daily expenses of assembling 30,000 troops would be terrifying. The key issue is the price. The François family wasn't a charity. Gambling half their army to rescue the Southern Legion and invade Iser would certainly come at a cost to the Clovis. Not only the François family, but also Emmanuel, who ruled Aden, and Visonia, who ruled Mr. To defeat the Empire, the 5,000 Storm Division soldiers wouldn't even be enough to fill trenches. The entire Hunland needed to be fully mobilized to be qualified to fight the Empire. The problem was, although these forces were Clovis's vassals and allies, the Emperor wasn't short of soldiers. To mobilize them against the Empire with just the promise of Hunland's unification, at most, only little Leon would take the bait. After months of war, the nobles of the Hunlands increasingly understood the gap between themselves and the world's powerful nations. Their mentality resembled that of small business owners struggling with years of poor management and lacking capital. They cared more about practical matters than dreams and beautifully packaged grand plans. These people needed logistics, weapons and ammunition. They needed replacements after defeats and rewards after victories. Anson couldn't provide any of these. He even plundered his own people for the Storm Division supplies. The only thing Anson could offer was empty promises, plus real gold and silver bearing the symbol of the Ring of Order, or at least IOUs symbolizing both. As a penniless, referring to the disparity with the France family, ordinary, not a 1,000-year-old noble family, and promising young officer, 23 years old, the deputy commander, Anson naturally planned to have all the remaining IOUs charged to the Archbishop's son. Thus, with the Storm Division officers calm, Leonard filled with anxiety, and little Leon brimming with worry, another military meeting ended amidst applause. So what exactly do you plan to do? As soon as the officers left, Carl Bain couldn't help but ask, from what you're saying, you're not planning to run away as soon as things get bad, are you? This sudden question wasn't because the Chief of Staff, who had always been a scapegoat, had suddenly become loyal, but because the entire Storm Division was already deeply entangled in this war. If initially they were merely looking to make money in the Hantu, then with the Southern Legion's main force suffering setbacks, the Storm Division, which had previously been unimportant and ignored, had unknowingly become a key force for Clovis on the southern battlefield. In other words, what they were doing was no longer small-scale business, but rather a matter of the entire Clovis kingdom and empire's struggle for supremacy. The two countries, locked in a stalemate on the western border, were very likely to break the balance in the Hantu, a place previously overlooked by everyone. Karl Bane panicked. It wasn't fear of the empire's overwhelming army, but rather the sudden realization that he, along with the scum and cannon fodder around him, had become incredibly important. This veteran soldier, whose sole purpose had always been making money, taking the blame for others, cleaning up other people's messes, and earning extra cash through smuggling, was experiencing for the first time what it meant to have heavy responsibilities and a sense of mission. He realized he didn't want these things he had once coveted, but now that it was his turn, he seemed to have no choice but to accept them. So he suddenly became extremely worried. Worried that his deputy commander still held the same mindset as before, according to his theory that survival is everything, and everything is for making money. The most beneficial course of action for the Storm Division now was for the entire army to retreat to Eaglehorn and hold out, leaving the Hantu to the Empire. After all, they had already made enough profit. The Storm Division couldn't handle any more. Retreating to Eaglehorn and holding out would not only cover the Southern Legion but also allow them to escape the Empire's encirclement. As for the cost, no need to think about it. The Hantu will definitely side with the Empire completely, and the Iser Elves will receive unlimited support from the Hantu. Clovis is doomed to lose this battle. The Storm Division will likely become the scapegoat. In the past, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, it wasn't the first or second time, and Karl Bane was already used to it. Good things never came his way, and he had spent half his life watching others triumph while he suffered. But this time is different. This time it really is different. They won. 2,000 men captured Eaglehorn, and 5,000 men also took over the entire Hantu. In just a few months, the Storm Division had men, equipment, and supplies, as rich as a regular army. In the siege of Ironball Fortress, the plan he personally devised was enough to mobilize dozens of cannons, nearly 1,000 cavalry, and 20,000 troops to fight simultaneously, while just half a year ago, Karl Bane was a captain battalion commander who relied on selling guns for supplies and had only 1.5 companies under his command. This time, they don't need to be scapegoats. This time, they have the resources to fight a powerful enemy. This time, they can become heroes who turn the tide. So, who said I was going to run away? Anson smiled playfully at the shaken chief of staff. Besides, is the situation really that bad, huh? A question mark appeared on Karl Bane's head. Honestly, even if the Empire hadn't invaded, I would have found a way to make them invade. Anson crossed his arms, propped his elbows on the table, and looked Karl in the eye, his neck hunched. The fact that they're attacking Hantu now is actually a good thing. Really, a good thing. Karl was taken aback. Anson nodded. Yes, you mean, if the Empire doesn't come, won't we have to obediently follow Ludwig's orders? Anson looked at him meaningfully. If the Empire doesn't come, how can I rightfully become the real deputy commander of the Southern Legion? If the Empire doesn't come, won't we forever remain a conscripted corps that can be disbanded at any time, and nobody cares? The meeting room fell silent. In the deathly silence, only Anson's voice could be heard. Back in Eaglehorn, I said I'd figured it out. I wanted to be the one to lead the war between Clovis and Iser. Anson looked calmly at Karl before him, and at Fabian and the junior scribe who remained silent. The first step is to conquer Eaglehorn myself. The second step is to leave Ludwig Franz behind and conquer the Hanlands alone. Now, I'm going to take the third step, the most important one, to turn the war between Clovis and Iser into a war between Clovis and the Empire. Ludwig never understood one thing from the beginning. If this war were fought against the Iser Elves, or even with the Hanlands, it would never gain the true attention of the kingdom's upper echelons. The reason is simple, they don't care. In their eyes, if Clovis gets serious, crushing a mere Iser elf is a matter of course. Only a direct defeat of the Empire is a victory that can turn the tide and shake the entire kingdom. So I know the Empire will definitely invade the Hanlands, and even if they don't, I will do everything in my power to lure them into attacking, because that's the only way. What method? The young clerk in the corner couldn't help but ask. his childish voice trembling slightly. "The way to win," Anson replied with absolute certainty. "We don't have the advantage of launching a preemptive attack on the Empire. Don't be fooled by the fact that we captured Iranbul Fortress in just one day. The Empire's border fortresses, the Western Front regular army has been struggling for half a year without even making a single salient, and the Storm Division, they'd be considered too few even to fill the moat. So, to win, we must let them in, to fight on our home turf. This also makes it easier to concentrate superior forces and allocate resources, fighting on home turf." Carl Bain thought for a moment. "So that's why you're so determined to occupy the entire Hantu, even if it means letting go of the Grand Duchy of Mist?" "In a way, yes," Anson nodded. "The army and the Privy Council certainly didn't expect that the Empire already had a plan to attack and conquer Hantu, let alone that we conquered the entire Hantu with only 5,000 men. Of course, we didn't actually conquer the entire Hantu, but that's not the point. The key point is, there's a window of opportunity now. Before the army and the Privy Council can react, we'll have a chance to become the saviors who can turn the tide, and at the same time, lead the army to fight the Empire without the army's interference. As long as we win, or even don't need to win at all, as long as we don't collapse at the first touch and hold off the Empire's offensive, that's a victory for us." Anson became more and more excited as he spoke. "Think about it, the Empire's tens of thousands of troops, which were carefully prepared, were stopped in the face of a mere 5,000 Clovis conscripts in the Han lands. Even if it's just a draw, they've suffered a huge loss." Carl Bain thought about it seriously, and it seemed to make sense. "So what do we need to do now?" "The most important thing now is to maintain our unbreakable alliance with the Hantu," Anson said solemnly. "The life or death of Grand Duke Mist is now entirely in our hands, so we can basically ignore it. Grand Duke Claude Francois of Thun, his 60,000 troops are the key to the upcoming battle, but Thun is already tied to Clovis's chariot, so there's no need to worry about him either. Finally, there's Duke Aiden. I need an excellent scout, the kind that can be placed next to Duke Aiden." Anson turned to Fabian. "Do you have any recommendations? The kind who can ensure that Duke Aiden won't betray us?" the former guard officer asked. "No," Anson shook his head. "It's about convincing Duke Aiden that we absolutely trust him and he won't betray us. If that's the case, I have a very suitable candidate." Fabian thought for a moment and then added, "Jason Fruhoff, lieutenant in the army. He's not a bad person, but he's a bit of a hothead. He's experienced in combat, served in the eastern fortresses, and comes from a minor noble family. So he understands the ways of the aristocracy. Sending him shouldn't be a problem." "Oh, what did he do before?" "Your cavalry company commander." Chapter 320 The Artist. Lieutenant Jason Fruhoff, the cavalry company commander, in Fabian's words, a typical Clovis soldier. This meant he was a minor country nobleman. For the guards, Clovis consisted only of the capital and the countryside, educated in a custodial academy, serving in the army at a very young age, becoming a probationary lieutenant through family connections, and serving in a fortress or reserve. By standard, he would become a lieutenant before 25, a major before 30, a lieutenant colonel before 45, work in the staff, logistics, or civilian system at 50, and honorably retire at 60, if that day ever came. Jason was 20 years old, a cavalry lieutenant who had served 4 years on the eastern frontier, and he was very satisfied with his life so far. His only complaint was perhaps his meager salary. An army lieutenant's allowance was more than enough for one person, but if he wanted to occasionally go on outings or to the opera, attend more upper-class clubs and salons, buy real estate, get married, he would either have to tighten his belt or find a way to earn extra money. As a young officer who spent money faster than he earned it, Jason chose the second path. His reasons for joining the Storm Division were simple. Anson Bach promised a high percentage of spoils, and his Urkaz speech in Eaglehorn had truly ignited the passion of Jason and many of his peers, making them feel nobler while invading. Of course, he hadn't expected the invasion of the Han lands to be so easy, nor had he anticipated the main force of the Legion's setback and the Empire's invasion. The Storm Division, which had initially planned to make a quick profit and run, had become the only Clovis army capable of stopping the Empire's conspiracy. Looking at Duke Aiden, his brow furrowed and his eyes fixed on the letter, the cavalry lieutenant felt for the first time what the fickleness of fate truly meant. Lord Jason Fruhoff, just as the cavalry lieutenant was lost in thought, Duke Aiden, whose face was obscured by a letter, suddenly spoke, making Jason instinctively flinch. "Present, would you like something to drink?" Duke Aiden asked. beckoning to servants by the wine cabinet. Though it was a polite greeting, his tone carried a hint of coldness and anger. "Thank you, but no need," Jason, sitting upright, said solemnly. "I am on official business. According to Clovis's military regulations, drinking alcohol is strictly prohibited." "Very well, I'll have a bottle of this year's newest wine prepared and placed with your luggage." Duke Aiden's expression was perfectly calm. "The horses for your return journey are ready. You may depart at any time." Having said that, Duke Aiden, as if not wanting to say anything more, rose as if to leave. The cavalry lieutenant was startled, then quickly stood up. Then, "Duke Aiden, you haven't told me your answer yet. Don't even think about it." Duke Aiden, with his back to Jason, suddenly shouted sharply, "This is my answer, do you understand?" He turned around abruptly, his eyes, like those of a ferocious beast, fixed on the cavalry lieutenant. "Go back and tell Anson Bach, your deputy commander, no matter how good his terms are, or how many unavoidable reasons he has, the Emmanuel family of Aiden will not kneel and submit to the Francois family, much less acknowledge him as the ruler of the Han land." "I'll say it again, absolutely not," without giving Anson time to finish speaking. Grand Duke Toon, initially delighted but then suddenly turning cold, resolutely rejected the idea. Unify the Han land, but grant the Duchy of Aden absolute autonomy, elevate Aden from a duchy to a grand duchy, and include the port of Calandia within Aden's territory. Anson nodded slightly and said matter-of-factly, "Only in this way will Aden be willing to submit to the Francois family. If that's the case, why should I fight?" Claude Francois roared angrily, "As a king of the Hantu in name only, do I need the help of you, Clovis?" "Of course not." Anson picked up the wine on the table, took a sip, and smiled as he pushed the glass towards the other man. "The Francois family is the rightful ruler of the Hantu. No one but you is qualified to be the king of all the Hantu people." "Uncle." This address made Grand Duke Toon's cheek twitch slightly. He took the glass from Anson with a hint of annoyance. The warm wine calmed his anger somewhat, and he slowly said, "You care so much about the interests of the Francois family, which truly moves me. Unifying the Hantu is indeed my lifelong pursuit, but giving Aden autonomy and ceding the port of Calandia to him is simply, if we don't do this, we'll have to exterminate the Aden people." Anson coldly interrupted. "Aden still has at least 40,000 troops, 8,000 at Iranbal fortress right here, 15,000 entrenched in the western border region of Mist, and the rest scattered across border fortresses to defend against the Empire's invasion. If we don't give him what he wants most, the rifles in the hands of these 40,000 men, along with the fortresses, warehouses, and territories they guard, will immediately become the Empire's possession, along with themselves. Besides Iranbal fortress right here, before the Empire invades Toon's territory, there won't be a single fortress in the entire Hantu that could withstand the Empire's attack." Anson sighed. "Of course, that's a rather tactful way of putting it, and what about the less tactful way?" Grand Duke Toon couldn't help but ask. "The less tactful?" Anson suddenly paused, then burst out laughing. "Let me put it this way. Leon may not have told you, but I actually took Iranbal fortress in just one day." Claude Francois was taken aback at first, then his expression turned ugly. "Even so, is it really necessary to cede Calandia port to Aden?" Grand Duke Toon was still very reluctant. "Giving up a third of our territory in Green Valley isn't enough. Do we have to give him this most prosperous city in the vast lands as well?" "Exactly. What do I need Calandia port for?" Duke Aden said coldly to the cavalry lieutenant. "Yes, I used to really want it, but that was then. Now, Calandia port has suffered a fleet mutiny, then you Clovis looted it, then there was a city riot, and finally it was occupied by the Imperials. Now, Calandia port is nothing but ruins and thousands upon thousands of hungry thugs who want to skin and eat all those nobles and wealthy merchants. And to get these things, I have to fight to the death with the Imperial stationed in the port." In your deputy commander's eyes, am I just a complete idiot? Faced with a furious Duke Aden, Jason really didn't know how to answer. It wasn't because he also thought the Duke was an idiot, at least not a complete one, but because he felt the vice commander's idea was truly insane. How to defeat the Empire's invasion in the fragmented land? Simple. Unify the land and find a king willing to pledge allegiance to Clovis. And then? Nothing. It's that simple. An ancient, fertile land, tens of thousands of people, a dozen ancient families with centuries of history, powerful rulers, all to be changed because of the idea of an ordinary Clovis man, to create a brand new kingdom, and more importantly, it seemed quite feasible. Could anything be more insane? The immense shock of reality made the cavalry lieutenant, who had long since stopped believing in fairy tales, unable to help but recall the storybooks he had read as a child. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Your Excellency Duke Aiden, I understand your concerns," Jason, his voice trembling as he suppressed his fear, said, "but even so, this doesn't change the fact that Port is the most prosperous city in the Han lands. If we take it and rebuild it properly, it can prosper again in less than 10 years, and you will still get what you most desire. The price is becoming a vassal and dependent of the Francois family," Duke Aiden said coldly. "Do you know what happened to the last Duke Aiden who knelt before others? All of Aiden rose up against him, tore him to pieces, and then placed his only surviving son on the throne, crowned with a crown stained with his father's blood, and made him a duke. That son was my great-grandfather. Before he died, he told my grandfather again and again that my father and I, the people of the Emmanuel family, will never kneel." "Well said," the cavalry lieutenant quickly praised. "And this time you won't have to kneel before the Francois family. Grand Duke Toon has promised that if you just nod, you will be Grand Duke Aiden, only needing to bow to the king during the ceremony, and even stand shoulder to shoulder with him when receiving cheers." "When did I promise that, Grand Duke Toon?" His eyes narrowed, interrupted Anson, who was still rambling on. "I'm going to give him autonomy, give him the port of Calindia, and promise him he won't have to kneel before me. Wouldn't that make me, the king of the Han, just a figurehead? If that's the case, then you really are just a figurehead, and yet, so many people want to be." Anson smiled slightly. "This is just a temporary measure." "A temporary measure," Grand Duke Toon smiled coldly, "or is it the reins that you Clovis people have tied around my neck? For a weak and incompetent ruler, it makes no difference, because they have neither the determination nor the courage to get rid of them." Anson remained non-committal. "But you are different, dear Uncle Claude. You are a truly ambitious ruler, my dear nephew Anson. So are you," Grand Duke Toon sneered. "If I wanted a mouth to flatter, I wouldn't need someone as clever as you." "That's right, so every word I've said comes from the bottom of my heart." Anson, his face full of sincerity, remained serious. "In the past, you harbored ambitions to rule the Han lands, but lacked a legitimate excuse, a title to use to rule the Han lands, and the strength to defeat everyone. Now, with just a nod, you can possess the latter two simultaneously. You only lack a slogan to unite the entire Han lands against the Empire." Grand Duke Toon silently toyed with his wineglass, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking with his head bowed. "How confident are you?" 100%. Anson's face revealed a confident smile. "Jason Fruhoff is an excellent cavalry officer, from a prestigious family, and will certainly win Duke Aiden's trust. I believe in him. Drag him out and kill him." Duke Aiden, his face contorted with rage, suddenly spoke coldly. "Consider this a warning to Anson Bach." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of guns being drawn and cocked echoed throughout the hall, and more than a dozen figures rushed in from all directions. "Wait!" The panicked cavalry lieutenant hurriedly spread his arms, hissing nervously. "This isn't a trap. Please believe me, this really isn't a trap. I came with the utmost sincerity." "I don't see any sincerity." Duke Aiden gritted his teeth, his fierce gaze like that of a wounded beast. "All I see is opportunism and extortion. You Clovis, colluding with the Francois family, are trying to unify the Han lands and turn Aiden into your territory under the guise of the Empire's invasion. Very good, but don't expect things to go your way. Let me repeat myself, even if I'm beaten to death by the Empire, torn to pieces by my own people, or even kneel before Claude Francois and submit, I would never want to see the Clovis flag flying over the Han lands. The Clovis army will never be stationed in the Han lands." The cavalry lieutenant, pinned to the ground with 7 or 8 rifles pointed at his head, shouted urgently. "What did you say?" "I'll repeat myself, Clovis's army will never be stationed in the Hantu." Anson looked calmly at the shocked Grand Duke Toon. "This is the only promise I can make to you, Uncle Claude Francois." "Why?" Grand Duke Toon was utterly bewildered. "I understand it's because the Empire won't allow it. As long as Clovis's army remains, the Empire won't stop attacking the Hantu. But how can you ensure that King Carlos II and his ministers, because Clovis doesn't have that many troops to waste?" Anson picked up his wineglass and took a sip. "To defeat the Empire, such a powerful enemy, simply resisting the attack head-on has already exhausted Clovis's strength. If they send troops to control the Hantu, too few would be meaningless. Too many would be a waste. Therefore, I can assure you that Clovis's army will stop at Eaglehorn after this war ends, and will never station a single soldier further south. Can this promise put your mind at ease?" Anson, letting out a long sigh of relief as he stepped out of the room, happened to meet a junior clerk emerging from another door. "So, did he agree?" he asked. "He agreed," the junior clerk nodded. "After Rukhovasonia's death, Mist will be divided into 3 parts, inherited by his grandsons, who will all pledge allegiance to the Francois family, on the condition that Rukhovasonia remains Grand Duke of Mist and is on equal footing with the King of Hantu." He then couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Anson Bach, you are truly an artist." "How so?" "Nothing," the young man smiled. "Great art is self-evident." With that, he turned and left, clutching the documents. Anson, watching his retreating figure, shrugged, a puzzled expression on his face, and downed a bottle of rum in one gulp. Chapter 321 Clovis, the Good Guy. In Clovis, on Westgate Street in the outer city, at the Crown Tavern, as dawn broke, Carinjac, dressed in a black work jacket, faced the wall, hands in his pockets. He glanced around cautiously from under his cap, making sure no one was following him, before timidly pushing open the tavern door. The tavern owner, a familiar face, silently pointed to the side door of a private room behind him. Carinjac nodded, stepped forward, and knocked. Inside sat a young man, impeccably dressed in a full black tailcoat despite the early morning light. His hairstyle and attire were impeccable, as clean and tidy as the empty room. Perhaps due to the early hour, the young man's slightly pale face appeared listless, but the coffee on the table was already cold, and the cigarette resting on the gray ceramic bowl was reduced to long ash. The moment the figure entered, the listless young man's eyes lit up. Before he could get up, Carinjac raised his hand to stop him. "Sit." The young man could only stagger back to his chair, watching as he carefully closed the door, before rudely asking, "Did you bring the things?" "Yes." The young man nodded repeatedly, hurriedly picking up the briefcase that had been prepared on the floor, and pulling out an envelope and a package. "As you requested, the envelope contains an account with 10,000 gold coins. The package contains a magical item called Memory Pendulum, plus a 200-word handwritten manuscript by Saint Isaac, containing his thoughts on the future difference machine." "Enough." Carinjac interrupted the young man again, placing his hand on the envelope and package. "With these things, I think, we should be able to persuade Viscount Borner." His tone was sincere, but it was clear that this was far from enough for the young man. "How much longer will it take before the Privy Council can see me?" The words had barely left his lips when Carinjac, his previously sincere expression hardening, coldly returned the items to the young man and rose to leave. "Wait. I didn't mean to rush you." Seeing him about to leave, the pale-faced young man panicked. "I know you're genuinely trying to help me, really. But I really need to know this right now. Personally, it doesn't matter, but Calindia really can't wait any longer. Right now, Aiden and Toon still control almost all of Calindia's territory. If Clovis doesn't intervene, Calindia will be annexed by them sooner or later, so please forgive any rudeness, because I really don't have time." The young Calindian envoy cried anxiously. He had tried countless times to identify himself to those around him, but for some reason, the Privy Council guards wouldn't even let him in. He had no concrete evidence to prove he was authorized by the Republic of Calindia. The reason was simple: he hadn't actually been sent by the Calindian Council, but rather semi-forced to come by Anson Bach. In the middle of the Hantu War, Calindia, terrified by the formidable might of the Storm Division, decided to surrender. However, Anson, seeking to create a surprise opportunity, did not allow the Calindian envoy to return home. Instead, he sent him to Clovis to submit a diplomatic request to the Privy Council and His Majesty Carlos to establish formal diplomatic relations. Anson then left everything else to chance. He provided no documentation, no written explanation to the army, and left no contact information, nothing at all. So when the young Calindian envoy arrived in Clovis alone, his 2 guards deserted halfway, stealing his carriage in the process. He was horrified to discover he didn't even know where the Privy Council was. He was even arrested and imprisoned for several days as a suspicious foreigner. In prison, he desperately tried to prove his identity, but the compassionate police released him, mistaking him for a madman. For the next month or so, the bewildered Calindian envoy wandered the streets of Clovis. Although he eventually managed to shake off the suspicions of being a madman and beggar with cash and eloquent speech, he was still considered a swindler trying to impersonate a foreign envoy, but not going all out because he lacked identification. This situation continued for another 10 days or so, Even though the Calindian envoy had tried his best, he still couldn't find any connections. Then one evening, a kind-hearted black-robed priest took the initiative to visit him. Kalinjak, standing at the door with his back to him, sighed deeply. You know that even if you went to the palace now and told them you were a Calindian envoy, His Majesty wouldn't see you, right? I know, the young man nodded repeatedly. You know that almost everyone in Clovis's upper class now considers you a fraudster imposter, right? Kalinjak asked again. I know, the young man's expression was slightly embarrassed. Then you must know that, besides me, there's no one else in the entire city of Clovis who is capable and genuinely willing to help you, right? Kalinjak continued to press. The young man, not daring to say anything more, could only silently lower his head. Since you know that, why ask so many questions? Kalinjak deliberately made his voice hoarse and low, filled with pressure. Is there any other path for you? No, that's why I wholeheartedly believe in you, Lord Collins Dick. The young man's pale face became urgent again. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me personally, but Calindia. I believe you will keep your promise, but please, in any case, give me a time that I can be at ease with. At this point, the nearly desperate Calindia had practically given up long ago. He had been semi-forced into coming by Anson, and knew that without any proof of identity, it was a pipe dream to expect an audience with a king of Clovis alone. After being imprisoned and then released as a madman, he had no hope whatsoever for this mission, until he saw a biographical novel in the newspaper. Yes, it was the Chronicles of the Vast Land, published in the Clovis Truth. The author, Léon François. This self-proclaimed second-rate legendary novel, a news report, was mainly based on young Léon's diary, with some additions from Anson himself, and then edited by the newspaper editors, who added some exaggerated but plausible details. It currently had a high level of influence among the lower and middle classes of Clovis, and even occasionally appeared in the salons of some high society clubs. It still primarily consisted of Leon's diary, so it was easy to imagine that he wouldn't have anything kind to say about the Calindians who had surrendered willingly yet remained ambivalent. Add to that the editor's embellishments. Anyway, when the young Calindian envoy saw it, according to the news, Calindia was already on the verge of one step forward, national extinction, one step back, partition and annexation. In short, it was doomed. Utterly doomed. He didn't know the true intentions of the Calindian nobles, he only knew that if Clovis didn't intervene, Calindia's best outcome would be being partitioned and vassaled by other powerful nations. What was originally a forced mission had suddenly become Calindia's lifeline, and he had become the only hero capable of turning the tide. A week, at the latest a week, Viscount Bonner will have a result. Kalinjak sighed helplessly. The Privy Council's working hours are calculated on a weekday basis, well, that is, the first 5 days of the week. For the remaining 2 days, unless there is a royal decree, no one can convene Parliament. Therefore, Viscount Bonner must wait until next week to have an opportunity to apply for an audience with the Privy Council. Doing such a thing, the Viscount also bears risks. After all, you currently have nothing to prove your identity. What if, and I mean what if, someone accuses you of being an imposter, and the Viscount allows an imposter envoy to meet His Majesty? I understand, the envoy nodded repeatedly. Please don't hesitate to ask if there is anything I can do to help. The Viscount doesn't need anything from you. He simply feels pity for a young man loyal to his country and wants to lend a helping hand, and of course, so do I. Kalinjak smiled sincerely and unpretentiously tucked the package and envelope on the table into his pocket. We are all willing to do our best to help you, as well as the country behind you. After all, you are Anson Bach's friend, so you are a friend too, and it is only right for friends to help each other. Yes, you are. Yes, the young man smiled repeatedly, but his smile was somewhat awkward, especially when he thought of the culprit behind the whole thing. So you don't need to think about anything, just wait here patiently, and try not to show your face in public again. Your previous behavior has left a very bad impression on the upper echelons of Clovis, Kalinjak continued, so the best way is to make them forget about you, and when Viscount Bonner proposes it, you can enter as a Calindia diplomatic envoy. That way, no one will remember what you did before, and no one will dare to easily oppose Viscount Bonner. A win-win situation. I also guarantee you that you will be able to meet His Majesty Carlos II by the beginning of August at the latest. Kalinjak patted his chest. Really? The young man looked surprised and delighted. I assure the Ring of Order, the Republic of Calindia will join hands with the Kingdom of Clovis to create a glorious future. Calin, a follower of the old gods, a spellcaster, a contraband dealer, a black market boss, a member of the Truth Society, an informant for the Inquisition, and a trainee priest. Jacques made this promise with utmost sincerity. So you really agreed? In the kitchen of the Crown Tavern, the tavern owner, looking surprised, pointed with his thumb towards the side door of the private room, so he can see the king before the end of August. Yes, Callan Jack nodded absent-mindedly, took the package from his pocket and handed it to the owner. After confirming several times that no one else was around, he let out a long sigh of relief. Find a time to send a trustworthy clerk to mail it. I gave you the address last time. This is extremely important, so there can't be any mistakes. If it's so important, why do you want me to mail it? The tavern owner couldn't help but ask, couldn't you just go yourself? His words trailed off. Remember now, Callan Jack looked at the other man, who had finally come to his senses, with a face full of resentment. I'm an informant for the Inquisition now. The newly appointed Inquisitor Dorian is watching me like a thief. He even sneaked in to come here today. I'm afraid the church has heard something. Callan Jack became more and more angry as he spoke, especially when he thought of the guy who caused all this. He couldn't help but scratch his head. You can't show your face easily either. Just because they haven't targeted you yet doesn't mean they haven't suspected you. I know. The tavern owner nodded sullenly, hiding the package in the middle of a hollowed-out piece of cheese. But I really didn't expect that St. Isaac's manuscript would end up in Calandia. If I remember correctly, he'd never even been there in his life, had he? He'd hardly ever left Clovis City in his life, yet the great magic book was scattered all over the world. Callan Jack muttered a few words. All the manuscripts about the difference engine in the world are in the hands of the church. We've been incredibly lucky this time, managing to get a fragment of 200 words from a mere nobleman in Calandia. What do you mean? I mean, in my experience, when we're exceptionally lucky, it doesn't really have to do with luck. Callan Jack shrugged. Think about it, how many years have we been chasing these things? Suddenly, a guy with this thing and nowhere to turn comes knocking on our door. How lucky is that? So, this is a trap, possibly, but maybe I'm overthinking it. Callan Jack shrugged. So we need to get rid of it before it becomes a problem. The tavern owner nodded in agreement. Yes, we should give it to our companions who are best at dealing with trouble. The two looked at each other knowingly, though neither spoke. The same name had already come to mind. So you're really going to help that fool get an audience with the king? Of course. I've already been paid. When have you ever seen me take money and not do my job? Callan Jack glared at the tavern owner with a hint of reproach. I'll do everything I can to persuade Viscount Bonner to request at the Privy Council meeting an audience with an envoy from Corinthia to negotiate the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries, and to allow him to meet His Majesty Charles II in early August. Of course, that's assuming such a country still exists by then. Chapter 322 Professional. Callan Jack words startled the tavern owner, who stared blankly as the man gulped down his dark beer and grabbed a plate of garlic sausage from the counter. What do you mean? What do you mean by assuming such a country existed back then? Have you heard something again? I know nothing, haven't heard anything, I'm just doing this for money. Callan Jack chuckled, taking large bites of freshly baked black bread with cheese and garlic sausage. That poor little fellow in the private room has alarmed a few big shots in the upper echelons of Clovis. They don't want to see this fly from Calandia buzzing around, and they don't want to get their hands dirty, so they're going to find a professional to deal with him. He pointed to his chest with his greasy right hand. I'm the professional. Big shots? What big shots? The tavern owner was taken aback, snatching the plate from Callan Jack's hand. What? More than one? I'll repeat myself, I know nothing. Callan Jack rolled his eyes again. Even this job wasn't offered to me directly. They used a relative as an intermediary. You know him, my cousin who loves to paint. David Jack. The tavern owner paused, a picture flashing through his mind of a skinny, ragged young man with bright, sparkling eyes who often spoke of dreams, future, and art, words he couldn't understand at all. He remembered this young man because he was often hungry and would occasionally come to his tavern for food and drinks. Over time, he would do odd jobs to pay off his debts. He was honest and hard-working. He struck it rich. Yeah, he's painting for the eldest daughter of the France family now, earning a salary comparable to a lecturer at the academy. He also gets regular salon invitations every month, with the guests all being wealthy heiresses and noblemen. Callan Jack said this with a hint of pride. Have you heard of the Stormbringer crossing the Dawn Ice Peak? The starting price at auction was several thousand gold coins. He painted it. The tavern owner, ignoring his boasting, stared wide-eyed in surprise. So it's Sophia France, she. This is the last time. I know nothing, Kalinjak interrupted, his face turning cold, taking a vicious bite of his sausage sandwich, his gaze fixed intently on the tavern owner. You'd better not know either, for your own good. The tavern owner instantly turned pale, his throat tightening in fear, his lips pressed tightly together, not daring to utter another word. The atmosphere suddenly became serious, the quiet kitchen filled only with the sounds of the two eating and drinking. So what are you going to do next? After 10 minutes of silence, the tavern owner, watching Kalinjak eat and drink his fill, couldn't help but press, even if it's a job someone else gave you, you cheated them so badly, won't they come back to you later? Of course, so I'll be hiding for a while. The head of Clovis's Inquisition, Cole Dorian, seems to be planning something lately. I need to find a way to cut ties with some of my old clients to avoid being implicated. Kalinjak shrugged, looking helpless. You know, people in my line of work are easily misunderstood, thinking we're involved in heinous illegal trades, cultists who believe in the old gods, but actually, we're just middlemen, buying low and selling high, making a little extra for our work. Except for not paying taxes. We're no different from legitimate businessmen. I even secretly slip money into the church donation box. Exactly, just like how I always have to fill the barrels with water. The tavern owner wholeheartedly agreed. They all say I'm a shrewd businessman, but how can those poor bastards afford it if I don't do it this way? Do they really think I enjoy doing this? Sneaking around and working myself to the bone. I'm doing this for their benefit, and they still point fingers at me. Yeah, nothing is easy. Kalinjak nodded seriously, then glanced at his glass. You didn't water this down, did you? The tavern owner hesitated. You could tell. No. Kalinjak shook his head. To be honest, it's pretty good. Tavern owner? Yes, that's my secret recipe. Kalinjak suddenly realized, and happily downed his drink. I'm planning to stay near White Lake Park for a while. You'd better go into hiding too. Close the tavern or sell it. Putting down his glass, Kalinjak wiped his mouth as he said, that little rascal will definitely come looking for you when he can't find me, not because I don't trust him, but because you can't be exposed easily. Close it, the tavern owner exclaimed in surprise and anger. Then how am I supposed to live? Simple, open a new shop in the inner city, Kalinjak said matter-of-factly. Don't run a tavern anymore, those kinds of shops don't make much money. Open a coffee shop, a bakery, or a restaurant near the shopping street. It's not enough to just have a lot of people, it has to be a place where people are willing to spend money. Find 2 decent imperial chefs, prepare a few high-end dishes that are particularly unpalatable to the Clovis. If all else fails, the food just needs to be barely edible, but the coffee, wine, and tobacco must be top-notch, the decor should have an exotic flair, and the waiters must know imperial etiquette. Go to the circus and small theaters. There are plenty of young men and women there who are good at pretending to be foreigners. If everything goes smoothly, just 2 or 3 regular customers will double or triple your current income. But I don't want to open a coffee shop or any high-end restaurant on a shopping street. The tavern owner shook his head, looking surprised. I just want to open a lively tavern, with dozens or even hundreds of customers every day, drinking from dawn till dusk. But that's exhausting, Kalinjak frowned. Your work schedule is almost on par with a factory worker. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it after all these years. With so many customers, don't you find preparing and cleaning troublesome? And those troublemakers, gamblers, drunkards, and those who always refuse to leave after paying their bills. It's alright, I like them, really. I like liveliness. Life is more interesting when it's a little noisy and tiring. I actually treat all those customers as friends, but you could earn more that way. Life isn't just about making money, it has more important meaning. Like what? As long as this tavern is still open, the factory workers nearby will always have a place to gather after get off work. That makes me feel that running this tavern is meaningful. What if I gave you 5,000 gold coins? That has nothing to do with money. What did you say? I said I'd give you 5,000 gold coins to open a new shop in the inner city, in the quiet kitchen. The tavern owner silently got up, expressionlessly picked up a pipe, lit it, and started smoking. After a long silence, he slowly said, actually, I've always had a dream, which is to open a cake shop. Kalinjak thought carefully for a moment, but cake shops are usually not very lively. It's okay, I figured it out. The tavern owner smoked his pipe, his eyes filled with happiness. After so many years of hard work, it's time to relax a bit, and it's more profitable. Jack nodded. But it's not as meaningful as running a tavern, right? No, quite the opposite, the tavern owner immediately corrected him. A cake shop is a place that spreads happiness, a place where every customer who comes in can find joy and happiness. How can you say it's meaningless? Besides, who are the customers of a cake shop? Child, is there anything more meaningful in this world than making children happy? No. Jack pulled an envelope containing checks from his pocket. But if you run a cake shop, the workers around here will soon. Sacrifice is necessary for the children, the tavern owner said seriously. Let the adults bear all the costs and pain. Children have the right to enjoy a happy and fulfilling childhood. What do you think? I think what you said makes a lot of sense, especially convincing. Jack nodded and handed the envelope to the tavern owner. By the way, I'd also like to ask you to take care of that poor little fellow in the private room. He'll be staying here for a week. After a week, kick him out and then get rid of this place as soon as possible. No problem, leave it to me. The tavern owner patted his chest and subtly stuffed the envelope into his pocket. Then what should I tell him if he wants to find you? Oh, Jack, who was about to turn and leave, stopped and fell into deep thought with his back to the tavern owner. He thought seriously for a minute, then turned to look behind him, 1,000 scenarios flashing through his eyes. You just told him that, so, haven't I already told you all that? In a cell outside the Privy Council of Clovis, an extremely agitated young man shouted at the two Whitehall policemen in front of him, I'm not an imposter, I'm the real envoy of Calindia. Really? Faced with a clearly unstable young man, the two policemen quickly exchanged glances and nodded in perfect unison. The policeman on the left spoke first. Cough cough, sir, please calm down. How could I not be agitated? The young man retorted angrily. Today is my big day to meet His Majesty King Charles II. If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you be agitated too? I am agitated too, but no matter how agitated you are now, the Privy Council guards won't let you in. The policeman forced a smile. They'll even call us over, and it's during lunchtime, when our food has just been served. I digress. You're the Calindian envoy. Yes, do you have any proof? It's lost. Oh, do you know any counselors? Viscount Borner, he promised to help me. Yes, we've already verified that. He's not on the Privy Council right now. Is there anyone else? No. The young man was somewhat dejected, but still stubborn. But I really am the Calindian envoy, and I'm to have an audience with His Majesty Carlos II today. That's right, we believe you. Really? The policeman nodded earnestly, then secretly exchanged a glance with his colleague beside him. According to a certain very experienced old policeman who had warned them, this patient was unusually stubborn, and they should never argue with him, otherwise even putting him in jail wouldn't help, and it would just waste their budget. How about this? The policeman tentatively asked. It's 1:30 p.m. now, and the Privy Council is meeting in an hour. If Viscount Borner did indeed bring this up, the Privy Council will definitely send someone to find you. We can send a car from Whitehall Street to take you there. With us here, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. The young man's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. I agree. Then let's do it this way. The two police chiefs breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had time for lunch. Just then, the interrogation room door was suddenly pushed open, and a young man with a short ponytail walked in. Before the three people in the room could speak, he leaned close to the policeman's ear and quickly whispered something, his expression tense. What did you say? The policeman's expression changed instantly. Really, this news just arrived, and the Privy Council only just received it, and it's already been published, the short-haired woman stammered nervously. When I went to ask, I happened to run into the newspaper deliveryman for the Privy Council, and he told me directly that all the major newspapers have gone crazy and are printing extra copies. What's wrong? The young Calindian envoy looked blankly at the three policemen who had suddenly become agitated and couldn't help but ask, does this have anything to do with my affairs? In that instant, three pairs of embarrassed eyes turned to him at the same time. Ahem, sir, I remember you said you were an envoy from Calindia. Yes, Calindia is also part of the Hantu territory, right? Yes, that's right. The young man blinked. What's wrong? Nothing. The three policemen shook their heads simultaneously, their smiles becoming even more awkward. We just wanted to say, you might have made a wasted trip today. The young man frowned, his expression even more confused. What do you mean, made a wasted trip? It's just, before the policeman could finish speaking, The childish cries of newsboys rang out outside. Extra! Extra! The Empire has invaded the Hantu and has captured Calindia. Extra! Extra! Grand Duke Claude François of Thun has announced the unification of the Hantu, crowned himself king, and declared war on the Empire. Extra! Extra! Southern Legion Deputy Commander Anson Bach has announced his support for the unification of the Hantu, promising to fight alongside the Hantu to the end and defeat the Imperial invaders. Extra! Extra! Chapter 323 Lord of the Vast Lands. In the Vast Lands, within the Grand Duchy of Mist, at Ironball Fortress, Grand Duke Thun, his eyes closed and dressed in a white linen coat, knelt before the main steps of the hall, holding a candle, silently awaiting the sunrise. It was a ceremony that appeared remarkably simple, even shabby, so simple that there was no elaborately decorated hall, no lavish feast to whet everyone's appetite, and even the number of nobles and foreign guests present was sparse. Yet, in this humble ceremony, everyone present wore an expression of solemnity or gravity. The atmosphere was utterly solemn. Claude François, son of Vittorio François, under the watchful eyes of all here, with a ring of order, on their behalf, question you. In the deathly silent hall, a black-robed priest, holding a jeweled crown, stood expressionless on the steps, solemnly declaring, "Are you willing to bear the glory of your ancestors and become the guardian of all the people of the vast lands south of the Dawn Mountains?" Everyone held their breath. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Claude François, holding a candle, slowly raised his head and opened his eyes, calm and undisturbed. "I do." Anson, with a serene expression, stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed, looking like a junior attending a distant relative's celebration, oblivious to everything around him. Carl, with a complex expression, and Fabian, lost in thought, stood close behind him, as if they were friends he dragged along to make up the numbers. The junior scribe, relegated to the far corner, paid no attention to the ceremony's protagonist, gazing at Anson's back with adoration throughout. Little Lisa, equally uninterested in the ceremony, sat beside him, intently enjoying the almond cake the junior scribe had prepared for her. "Do you vow to protect your people and keep your promises?" "I do." The moment the words fell, the 70-year-old Grand Duke Mr. and his grandsons all breathed a sigh of relief, their tense bodies completely relaxing. Duke Aiden, or rather, Grand Duke Aiden, frowned slightly, his face, hidden in shadow, displaying an extremely complex expression. "Are you willing to fight for her, to draw your sword against all those who dishonor her dignity, tarnish her glory, and invade her territory, whether they are strong or weak, close or hateful?" "I am willing." The excited young Leon bit his lower lip, looking at his father's back while tightly gripping the wrist of his best friend Renaud beside him. Renaud, whose right hand was almost numb, did not move, his expression as complicated as his father's. Then, in the name of the Ring of Order, his humble servant hereby proclaims to the world, the black-robed priest surveyed the crowd, slowly raising the crown above his head with both hands. "Claude François, son of Vittorio François, is crowned king of the Hantu with the unanimous support of all the people of Hantu, by the grace of our Lord, continuing the bloodline of the ancient King François, establishing the François lineage, and becoming Claude I, from the Dawn Mountain south to the Twilight Sea, all as your territory, your country, the kingdom of Hantu." With each sentence the priest spoke, the atmosphere grew more excited. "In the name of the Ring of Order, and on the will of countless Hantu people, I crown you king of Hantu." The black-robed priest slowly placed the crown on Claude François's head, then slowly stepped back. Suddenly spreading his arms wide, "God bless Hantu, long live our king," his resounding voice echoed throughout the hall like a great bell. The next second, apart from the storm masters and the two Grand Dukes, all the nobles of the Han lands present knelt on one knee in unison, bursting out excited shouts from their chests. "God bless the Han lands, long live our king! God bless the Han lands, long live our king! God bless the Han lands, long live our king!" As the shouts grew louder and louder, Claude I, crowned with a throne, slowly rose. His slightly aged face and sharp eyes swept across everyone in the hall. He saw his excited son, the trembling Grand Duke Mr. who still bowed to him with his hand on his chest, the cold-faced, proud Grand Duke Aiden. Finally, his gaze settled on the deputy commander of the Southern Legion. Anson, who had been silent, nodded slightly, a fleeting smile playing on his lips. Claude I readily understood, turning his gaze to the crowd and listening to their shouts of allegiance, until he raised his hand to signal them, and the nearly 2-minute-long roar finally subsided. "Gentlemen, I, Claude Francois, thank you for your support. It is your unity, strength, courage, and determination that have brought the land of Han, divided for millennia, back together, allowing this land to once again stand shoulder to shoulder and fight for our shared future. Claude surveyed the entire assembly, his voice deep and resonant. But I know even more clearly that king is not merely a title, a name, an honor, or a power. It is a responsibility, a banner, a symbol of the unity and integrity of the entire Han land. But the Han land now is not whole, and we, too, have not won the honor that belongs to this new kingdom. I, your king, will not allow this situation to continue. For unity, we have paid a heavy price, paving the way with the blood of our enemies and even our own, forging bonds that connect us through forgetting hatred and reconciliation. I will not allow the blood and tears of our sacrifices to be wasted. Therefore, I assure you, the Han land will and must be unified. Today, at this glorious and honorable moment, at this moment of unity, I, Claude Francois, your king, issue my first command to you. The kingdom of Hantu formally declares war on the empire, until the last invader is driven from Hantu, until the last Hantu sheds its blood. Our new kingdom will be born from the ashes of war. What does this mean? Inside the military tent, Arthur Herald flipped through the crumpled newspaper in his hand, looking blankly at Louis Bernard, who seemed to be deep in thought. Hantu has declared war on the empire, but aren't our enemies the Clovis and the Toon? Where did the Seven Cities Alliance go? How did it become the kingdom of Hantu, and who is Claude Francois? That name sounds familiar, and why do they say we are invaders? Aren't the invaders the Clovis? Hey, Louis, tell me, what is this newspaper trying to say? The meaning is very clear. With a somber expression, Louis abruptly interrupted his close friend and current commander. If their 4 companies, a fighting unit of less than 500 men, even deserve to be called an infantry regiment, our enemy, or rather, the entire Hantu, has now formed a very united alliance against the empire because of someone, the quick-witted Arthur immediately blinked. You know him? Louis hesitated for a moment, then silently nodded. Then you must know him very well. Arthur immediately perked up. I mean, how will he deal with us, these invaders? You mean his tactics, right? Louis chuckled self-deprecatingly, sighing as he sat on the cold cot. Probably, if repeated defeats can be explained as experience, but let me make it clear beforehand, I'm no longer the commander of the Iser Guard, just your deputy commander. I know nothing about the recent war in the Han lands, just like you, so I certainly can't give you any details. Is that clear? Yes, Arthur nodded excitedly, sitting cross-legged on the cot, his eyes burning with eager anticipation. I haven't fought him many times, strictly speaking, only twice, Louis sighed. From what I know, Anson Bach, he's the kind of guy who seems incredibly bold, but is actually extremely cautious. Occasionally, this caution can be so extreme that it makes him seem like a madman to others. If you have to explain it, it's that he always sees what others consider the most impractical, difficult, and unattainable best option, and then he'll do everything in his power to achieve it. Like this, Arthur's eyes lit up. Turning the Seven Cities Alliance into the Kingdom of Hantu, perhaps, Louis said thoughtfully. He knows that his few thousand men alone cannot withstand the Empire's attack, and he's worried that some members of the fragmented Seven Cities Alliance might side with the Empire, so he's doing everything he can to unite them into one nation. That way, at least nominally, Hantu is now an ally of the Kingdom of Clovis and an enemy of the Empire. Our enemy is no longer the Clovis infantry division of a few thousand men and the disorganized Seven Cities Alliance, but a newly rising kingdom and its allies. Oh, I see. Arthur suddenly understood, and while deeply impressed, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Then how do we defeat this guy named Anson Bach? What does this have to do with us? Suppressing the urge to punch his best friend in the face, Louis pointed to the snow-capped mountains outside the tent and said, We, the 2nd Infantry Regiment, our mission is to garrison the artillery positions, while also monitoring and patrolling nearby roads to ensure the supply lines remain open. What does that mean? It means that unless something unexpected happens, our infantry regiment won't participate in the battle at all, and might not even enter the Hantu. Understand? A stunned Arthur Hurd paused, his previously excited expression suddenly turning dejected. Louis, you've changed. I still remember how excited you were when you and your brother set off to raid Thunder Castle. If it were you back then, you would never have said to me, "This isn't our mission." Louis fell silent, lying on his cold bed with his back to Arthur. He listened to Arthur's defiant footsteps as he stormed out of the tent. He understood the others' feelings, yes, just like himself when he was about to raid Thundercastle. He believed the Imperial cavalry was invincible, believed the enemy would surrender obediently, believed he could turn the tide and become the hero who ended the war and saved everyone. But there are no such heroes on the battlefield. Arthur heard, he was like his former self, far from ready to face war. Now, to face the smoke-filled battlefield, the trenches filled with mud and blood, the hills piled with corpses, he would go mad. With another sigh, Lewis, lying on the bed, turned over and picked up the crumpled newspaper on the floor, beginning to examine it carefully. To be honest, even now he still couldn't believe that Anson Bach could actually unite the fragmented Seven Cities Alliance into a unified kingdom. This was nothing like annexing through marriage or simple conquest. The Grand Duchy of Thun was strong, but even with the addition of a few thousand storm masters, it wasn't enough to crush the rest of the Seven Cities Alliance. Furthermore, although nominally considered a unified entity, the fragmentation of the Hanland had lasted for centuries, and the sense of shared identity had long since vanished. Each nation within the alliance possessed strong independence and would not easily submit simply because the Francois family had royal blood. So how did he do it? No, that wasn't important. What mattered was the impact a unified Hanland would have on the upcoming war. Even if Anson could nominally transform the Hanland into a unified kingdom, it didn't mean that all the rulers of the Hanland would truly unite. In fact, the opposite might be entirely true. The previous intrigue and treachery no longer surfaced, but became a covert undercurrent. The armies of the various lords were no longer loyal to Claude Francois just because he became king, remaining a disorganized mess. More importantly, the war potential of the Hanlands had always been very limited. Even if they could mobilize a large army, their fragile logistical capabilities could barely support the consumption of around 100,000 men at best. Simply increasing the number of troops was meaningless and ineffective. The only real benefit was probably being able to use the banner of Hanland's unification to legitimately wage war against the Empire. But was this reasonable? Did Anson Bach and his allies, including Grand Duke Thun, who had betrayed the Iser Elves in the face of battle, really need such an excuse to be enemies of the Empire? According to known intelligence, if they were facing this situation, the best option would be a complete retreat, establishing a defensive line on the border of the Grand Duchy of Mr., while simultaneously rushing to rescue the main force of the Southern Legion and protecting Eaglehorn, their most important rear base. Then, while using the time the Empire spent occupying various parts of the Hantu to build a solid defensive line, they would simultaneously request more resources and support from within the Empire, leveraging their shorter supply lines to wage a war of attrition against the Empire. In this way, if the Empire still wanted to break through the Hantu, support the Iser Elves from the south, and attack Clovis, it would have to commit far more resources and troops than Clovis, inevitably impacting the Western Front. Otherwise, it would have to withdraw to avoid excessive losses. Clovis could even win without a fight. So, Anson Bach, what exactly are you planning? Louis Bernard muttered to himself, sorry for the late update. Chapter 324 Supreme Staff. My goal is simple, to annihilate the Empire's legions. Anson tapped the map behind him and addressed the crowd. Annihilate. Little Leon's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively stood up, exclaiming in astonishment. He wasn't the only one. Everyone present, except the Storm Masters, was stunned the moment his words left their mouths. This guy, Anson Bach, has he gone mad? Yes, the Clovis had indeed won battle after battle, from Eaglehorn to Ironball Fortress. If we disregard Ludwig Franz's recent setbacks, they had been virtually undefeated since the start of the war. Even the Iser Elves' heavily invested Royal Guard had nearly been wiped out. But that was only the Iser Elves and the Han army. Despite the pride and arrogance of the assembled nobles of the Hantu, they had to admit that their army's combat strength was absolutely among the worst in the entire Order world. A few elite troops could be said to have their own strengths and weaknesses, but the vast majority could be described as utterly worthless, only fit to outweed and outmaneuver bandits and robbers. And this time, their opponent was the Empire. And not just a small infiltration force of 2,000 or 3,000 men, composed of remnants of an infantry division, but a well-prepared, combined land and sea force, tens of thousands of regular legions capable of establishing battle lines and organizing large-scale campaigns. In comparison, the Storm Division, with its stretched thin and unable to even organize a major battle without the Hantu army, was more like cannon fodder. Many Hantu nobles had already expressed doubts about this. Yes, annihilate them all, Anson repeated it matter-of-factly, waving his hand to signal little Leon to sit down. He was blocking the people in the back row. Otherwise, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Yes, I know this plan sounds a bit presumptuous. Our enemy is the Empire, the emperor of the entire world of order in name only, and we, haha. Anson chuckled and shrugged, spreading his hands, a mere few thousand Clovis troops, plus the armies of the three duchies, totaling no more than 100,000 men, with no more than 30,000 elites. Even that force has to be used to maintain control over various regions, and with supply constraints, the number of troops that can be deployed in a single battle cannot exceed 20,000. How can we possibly stand against the Empire, or even boast that we can annihilate them all? Anson's smile gradually turned cold, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in his eyes. Yes, I can also give you a plan that sounds particularly feasible, a very safe plan, a full-scale retreat, building a defensive line on the border of Toon and Mist, extending the Empire's supply lines as much as possible, and fighting a positional war with them. In this way, after sacrificing most of the hard-won unified Hantu and handing it over to the Empire, we can hide behind a safe defensive line and slowly wear them down. Hell, until the Empire decides that continuing like this is an extremely unprofitable endeavor. A brand new Hantu kingdom can truly be born from the ashes of war. Literally, no one spoke. Grand Duke Mist and his followers looked terrified, like stray dogs about to be abandoned. Grand Duke Aiden remained silent, lost in thought. The two nobles and knights avoided eye contact, their complex expressions suggesting their secret thoughts had been exposed. Enough with this sarcasm. A deep, powerful voice broke the brief silence. The former Grand Duke of Toon, now the Lord of the Harn lands, Claudai, spoke in a deep voice, his sharp gaze sweeping over Anson. If we agree to confront the Empire head-on and annihilate the invading enemy, what do you plan to do? Little Leon immediately became agitated, his eyes darting back and forth between Anson and his father, his lips pressed tightly together, afraid to utter a sound. I will tell everyone the plan, but before that, I hope you will give me a guarantee. Anson took a deep breath, a cunning and confident smile appearing on his face. Before I finish speaking, no one is allowed to speak. Well, especially not I'm crazy, or you're crazy, or everyone's crazy, or this is suicide, okay? Carl Bang rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Very well. Claude François, his face ashen, swept his gaze across the crowd behind him, speaking in an unquestionable tone. I guarantee, as king of the Hantu, that everyone present will remain silent, until you finish speaking. The expressions on the faces of those present varied, especially Aiden and Grand Duke Mist, who both showed considerable unease when Claude's gaze fell upon them, but no one raised any objections. Thank you, Anson nodded slightly in gratitude. This plan is both complex and simple. To sum it up in one sentence, since the ultimate goal is to annihilate the Empire's invading army, the best method is, of course, to take the initiative. Therefore, what did you say? A stunned Enners abruptly stood up from his chair. Take the initiative. You mean? His words trailed off. Feeling the silent gaze of Claude beside him, Enners felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his trembling body seemingly frozen, and he slowly sat back down. Therefore, Anson smiled and raised his right hand, gently tapping his temple. First, we need to know what the Empire's purpose is in invading the Hantu. To conquer the Hantu? To seize a southern outlet to the sea? To plunder wealth? Or simply because they see a piece of land on the map that isn't marked with the Empire's color and they don't like it, so they want to take it? The crowd's faces showed indifference. That's right, none of those. Actually, the Empire's purpose is very simple. They just want to open a stable passage through the Hantu to support the struggling Iser Elf Kingdom. It's that simple. Anson patted the Hantu map behind him. For this purpose, they don't mind turning the 7-city alliance into a 6-city, 5-city, or 4-city alliance, because the 7-city alliance can only pose a threat to the Empire when united. Any one of them individually is insignificant. Moreover, not all Hantu nations are willing to fight against the Empire to maintain their independence. Kalindia has set a very good example for us in this regard. Grand Duke Aiden snorted coldly. But now, the once fragmented Hantu has established a unified nation and formally declared war on the Empire that occupied Kalindia port, so they either have to abandon their interests in Hantu and the Elven Kingdom of Iser, or they must obediently withdraw. The Empire now only has these two paths, but, are they really prepared? Anson countered. Everyone here knows very well how difficult it is to mobilize tens of thousands of troops to fight in enemy territory, how much preparation is needed beforehand, how many different contingency plans need to be developed, how much logistical support is required, and how many marching routes need to be designed for these tens of thousands of troops. I don't know about other things, but I know one thing: this invasion is definitely not a sudden whim of Emperor Herald, but rather a long-planned operation. What does this mean? It means that the enemy's strategic deployment still follows the previous plan. In that plan, Han II must still be a fragmented alliance of 7 cities, not a unified kingdom. Anson drew a circle on the map with his hand. This is our opportunity. It must be admitted that the Empire's army is very strong enough to advance by both land and sea, simultaneously deploy in tens of thousands of troops to attack both the port of Calandia and the border fortress of Aden with only a 2 or 3 day margin of error. They even have the capacity to send a detachment to land from other locations, cross the Don Mountains, and penetrate deep into the heart of the Han II. Once they gain a foothold in the Han II and complete their assembly, to be honest, in a head-on confrontation, we don't have much of a chance of winning. Leonard Emanuel nodded slightly, his expression one of deep agreement. Therefore, we must not let them achieve their goal. The enemy is attacking in 4 directions, plus the counter-offensive of the Elven Kingdom of Isar. That makes 5. We must defeat them one by one before these 5 armies can assemble. The Empire has come from afar. While we are fighting on home soil, we have an absolute advantage in mobility, supply, reconnaissance, and intelligence transmission. We are fully capable of assembling superior forces before they can react, or of withdrawing before their main force attacks, avoiding their brunt. In other words, as long as we remain united, we can completely control this war. How to fight, when to fight, where to fight. Anson snapped his fingers. We decide. Little Leon's eyes lit up. Claude nodded slightly, lost in thought. Therefore, for us, there is no need to concern ourselves with the gains or losses of a single city or battle. As long as we can strategically isolate the enemy's various armies, cut off their communication with each other, dismantle their supply lines, and continuously gather superior forces on small battlefields to encircle and annihilate them one by one. Anson's expression was extremely solemn. Victory's ours. Silence. Everyone was silent. Everyone was deep in thought. The cold-eyed Grand Duke Aiden stared intently at the map behind Anson, while the elderly Grand Duke Mr. looked puzzled, as if in a dream. Little Leon clutched his diary, still excited and not yet awakened from his dream of annihilating the Imperial invaders. Leno, whose wrist he was gripping tightly, was quite clear-headed, or rather, his gradually cooling left hand made it impossible for him not to be. The other nobles of the Han lands also had varying expressions. Some were still in shock, some looked down on this arrogant Clovis, and some had suspicious eyes, believing he had ulterior motives. But not a single person stood up to refute his plan. Even the most arrogant nobles of the Han lands, whether they wanted to admit it or not, had to face one fact, that this Clovis had almost single-handedly shattered most of the Han lands. In Eaglehorn, the Isar Elven Royal Guard was annihilated. In White Tower, the garrison surrendered without a fight. In Ragel, tens of thousands of troops didn't even last an afternoon. In Greendale, Duke Aiden, who had ambushed him, was captured alive. And finally, Ironball Keep, an ancient city with a history of thousands of years, held out for only a day. To some extent, it was precisely because of the Stormcasters' near-terrifying win rate that they, with their huge differences, were able to abandon their prejudices and unite. Those who couldn't do it had already become his stepping stones. So what do we need to do now? Duke Aiden broke the silence first, coldly questioning. Speed, or rather, efficiency, is the key to our victory over the Empire. Anson took a deep breath and stood up, his eyes grave. Only by maximizing our strategic advantages can we thwart the Empire's plans, and even go further, annihilate them. Therefore, I propose establishing a Supreme General Staff to improve the efficiency of our troop and resource mobilization. This department should be responsible for the unified coordination and logistical support of all troops, while providing unified training to ensure coordinated operations. It should use a unified command system to manage and control all troops belonging to the Hantu. It should be responsible for collecting, organizing, and providing intelligence, ensuring this information reaches the right people. It should provide stable communication guarantees, allowing all units to know their own and other units' locations precisely. It should be responsible for developing operational plans, assigning tasks to all troops under its jurisdiction, translating the Supreme Commander's orders into detailed strategic guidelines, ensuring that all troops are not fighting independently, but advancing towards a common goal. In short, it should ensure that the Empire faces not a fragmented Allied army, but a united and cohesive Hantu army. This is what we must do now. It is the key to whether we can defeat the Empire. Only by defeating the Empire's invasion and crushing the invading enemy through our own strength can the newly born Hantu kingdom earn the respect of everyone, including Clovis. Otherwise, what dignity or independence can a country that cannot even protect its territory without support have in the face of its allies? To win this battle, and even dominate the entire war, merely breaking free from Ludwig's shackles is far from enough. We must thoroughly integrate our forces and unite the entire Hantu army under one banner, under one slogan. Everything before was merely a prelude to this moment. Defeating the Elven kingdom of Isar was meaningless, for victory was taken for granted by all the Clovis. Conquering the Wildlands was meaningless, for many Clovis had never even heard of the name Wildlands, and only a few knew that their coffee and wine were specialties of the Seven Cities Alliance. Only defeating the Empire, even annihilating an entire Imperial Legion, could shock the entire Clovis, allowing him to completely break free from the shackles of the Franz family and the prejudices of the army, and making the names Anson Bach and Storm Division truly significant. This was what Anson needed to do. Chapter 325 The Advantages of Being Smart, You Don't Understand. As the century of the Saints calendar passed its midpoint and began to draw to a close, the curtain slowly rose on the second half of the War of the Hanlands. In early August, with Claudi's formal coronation at Ironball Fortress, accepting the allegiance of all Hanland subjects and declaring an alliance with the Kingdom of Clovis and a war against the Empire, the fragmented Hanlands were once again united under one banner after centuries of conflict. While tens of thousands of Hanland lords and commoners bowed their heads and swore allegiance to the new king, they were unaware of the earth-shattering changes this new kingdom of the Hanlands would bring, or the terrifying power that His Majesty Claudi would possess, far surpassing that of any ruler of the Dark Ages. Through mobilization for the War of Mr., the former Grand Duchy of Thun, now the Royal Kingdom of Thun, mobilized a total of 65,000 legions, while the Grand Duchy of Aden, after unifying Calindia, mobilized 38,000 legions. Adding to this the Grand Duchy of Mist, which had recovered from the Civil War, the Grand Duke's personal troops, plus surrendered prisoners, numbered approximately 25,000 legions, totaling 128,000 legions, hailed as a 300,000-strong army. Of course, this 300,000 was a true paper figure, excluding the 172,000 ghost soldiers. Of the remaining 128,000, a quarter were supply troops, and half were troops controlling fortresses, strongholds, and maintaining order. Therefore, the actual force capable of being deployed for mobile warfare at any time was only 42,000, plus the Storm Division of over 5,000. It was still less than 50,000, just a full-strength legion. Even so, it nearly drove the newly established Supreme General Staff of the Hantu to madness. Flags, passwords, and equipment were not only unified, but even organization was a mess. A single company might have more than a dozen different weapons, ranging from fire muskets to Leighton rifles exported by Clovis, a variety comparable to a weapons history exhibition. The organization was a complete mess. Almost every infantry company was shockingly large, approaching the size of an infantry regiment. Soldiers ranged in age from 70-year-olds to children under 10, and included both men and women. Despite being called a regular army, they resembled more of a nomadic hunting and fishing tribe, or laborers hastily conscripted to make up the numbers. This phenomenon was not uncommon in the Clovis army. Even the regular army was filled with soldiers from vagrant, criminal, bankrupt farmers, and unemployed workers. These social scum were the army's ideal candidates for filling trenches. But even when doing the same thing, the Hantu were extremely inefficient. Recruiting soldiers often turned into mopping up operations, with the plundered villagers becoming new recruits. The combat effectiveness of such recruits was practically an open secret. Moreover, this type of soldier constituted a significant proportion of the 300,000-strong army. Even these aren't the most despairing aspects. Years of peace have left the infrastructure of the Hantu extremely underdeveloped, lacking any semblance of a logistics system, and even the most basic self-sufficiency is severely lacking. If an army were to be formed somewhere within the Kingdom of Clovis, the army would place orders directly with the nearest military factory. Recruits would be assembled by officers and march on foot along the road to the camp. This force would receive 7 days' worth of supplies at its starting point and be replenished at military depots along the route. Their weapons would depart from the factory, be distributed by the railway commission to the nearest station, and then transported to the camp by requisitioned supply wagons, ensuring the recruits arrived at the camp at least a day ahead of schedule, guaranteeing the army's immediate combat readiness. All of this, however, is non-existent in the Hantu. The underdeveloped infrastructure makes the arrival time of any army a mystery. Warehouses are virtually non-existent, and all supplies must be requisitioned directly from towns and villages. Weapons and ammunition are even more scarce, requiring expensive imports from Clovis. Therefore, from the very first hour of its establishment, the Supreme General Staff of the Hantu, which received unanimous approval from all the lords of Hantu and was touted as the command of the entire army, was rife with chaos and infighting. Some well-equipped units found their numbers missing from the roster. Some units, just dispatched on orders, suffered supply shortages on the day of departure and nearly collapsed. Some units didn't even have a single cannon, yet received valuable 12-pound explosive shells. But even with 1,000 problems, compared to the previously fragmented Seven Cities Alliance Legion, the newly formed 300,000-strong Hantu army was still a huge improvement, especially in terms of control over the entire Hantu, which had reached an unprecedented level. War is a test of a nation's potential, and the army is the ultimate manifestation of strength. Whoever can build such an army can hold the entire nation in their hands. Therefore, although Hantu, due to years of peace, was not sensitive to war, when Anson announced the establishment of the Supreme General Staff, everyone guessed what he was up to. To everyone's astonishment, when Claude and Grand Duke Seydon and Mr. jointly recommended Anson Bach to become Chief of the General Staff, he refused. Not only did he refuse, Anson also strongly recommended Leon François for Chief of the General Staff, Renaud Emmanuel, Grand Duke Aidan's son, for Deputy Chief of the General Staff, and Grand Duke Mister's 3 sons also held important positions in the Supreme Staff. As for the Storm Division, Anson himself refused a key position in the General Staff, only proposing that his secretary, Alan Dawn, be appointed as Logistics Director, and that Mr. Eric, a representative of the August Armory and a worker for the Rune family, be his deputy, responsible for the logistics supply of the entire Hantu Legion. This proposal was calmly and unanimously passed, without any surprises. After all, Hantu had already declared war on the Empire, and apart from the Kingdom of Clovis, no one else could reliably provide the munitions to support a national war. This generous concession surprised and delighted the lords of the Han lands, delighted that they wouldn't have to take orders from a Clovis, but alarmed that rumors about the Clovis trying to escape seemed to have found further evidence. Meanwhile, young Leon, strongly recommended by Anson, was caught between immense joy and trepidation. In his view, there was no one else but Anson for this position, and even if there were, it shouldn't be him. However, this decision was welcomed by the Han lords. The appointment of the Crown Prince as the supreme commander of the Han army was seen as a strong signal to the outside world. It signified that the new kingdom of Han lands was not a simple military alliance, but a nation establishing a stable ruling group through bloodline succession. Therefore, despite young Leon's repeated, trembling refusals, saying, "I'm not being modest, please find someone more capable," he was still surrounded by the Han nobles and appointed Chief of Staff. Anson Bach accepted the position of military advisor amidst praise and applause. No title, only the responsibility of providing military advice to the Supreme Staff. After all, some things can't be taken too far, Anson said sincerely to Carl Bain, who had come to meet him, with a friendly smile in the map room. Although the Supreme Staff was still in its early stages, with its various departments' functions and powers unclear amidst chaos and infighting, it had already begun to demonstrate its power, taking advantage of the fact that Claude had just been crowned and most of the Han nobles and army were gathered near Ironball Fortress. Following the orders of Chief of the General Staff Leon François, or rather, the agreement reached between Anson and Claude, the Count of Arcade was to immediately march north, passing through Eaglehorn towards the Elven Kingdom of Isar, to reinforce the main force of the Southern Legion. To ensure Count Alcard understood the gravity of the situation, young Leon specifically appointed Enners as his messenger, also as a small act of revenge for sending his messenger back earlier. Meanwhile, the Storm Division immediately advanced westward, targeting the next wave of Imperial reinforcements about to land, to coordinate with the forces besieging Karine apported a pincer movement. Because it was completely unclear which port the Imperial fleet would land at, the Storm Division had to set off immediately without any delay, allowing them time to establish a foothold and cooperate with the enemy forces besieging Aden Fortress at Karindia port. Therefore, this was the last meeting between the two before their departure. Is it appropriate for me, a dignified colonel in the army of the Kingdom of Clovis and deputy commander of the Southern Legion, to serve as the chief of staff of the Kingdom of Hantu? It's not appropriate. Anson smiled slightly. Such a responsibility-laden position is more suitable for a noble Hantu knight, like Leon. I've always felt he has great potential in this area and should take responsibility at such an important moment. You're afraid of being too prominent and becoming a target for the Empire, aren't you? Carl Bain sneered, bluntly exposing Anson's dark thoughts. Becoming the chief of staff of the Supreme Staff means being completely bound to the rise and fall of the Kingdom of Hantu. What one gains is not only supreme power, but also a heavy responsibility that is suffocating. Clearly, Anson did not intend to take any responsibility for Hantu. He only wanted the power to remotely command the entire Hantu Legion, and he did not want to become a target for the enemy. That's why he tried his best to recommend young Leon as the chief of staff. In Carl's view, this choice had at least 3 advantages. First, no one dared to question it, because young Leon was the crown prince of the Hantu Kingdom. His appointment as chief of the general staff was, to some extent, an extension of Claudi's authority. Opposing him was tantamount to opposing the king. Second, the fledgling Supreme Staff could only establish sufficient authority by relying on the power of his and Lenore's families. After all, even the best system needs people to implement it, otherwise, it's just an empty shell, a mere formality with endless bickering. Finally, and very importantly, young Leon was already close to being completely obedient to Anson. With him as chief of the general staff, Anson could command the entire Hantu army without bearing any responsibility. Coupled with the junior clerk, the representative of the Rune family, and the arms dealer Eric jointly controlling the logistics department, they held the lifeline of the Hantu's 300,000-strong army firmly in their hands. Normally, this logistics department can maintain a fair stance, providing and allocating supplies to all troops equally. But if it really comes to a critical moment, regardless of whether other units receive supplies, the Storm Division's logistics will certainly be sufficient. With such an arrangement, the title of Chief of the General Staff is just an honorary title for Anson Bach, making little difference whether he has it or not. By handing it over to Leon, he doesn't even have to bear the most basic responsibility. I think you're really too cynical. I didn't think that much. Anson blinked, his face full of naivety and innocence. As long as it can unite the Hantu, it doesn't matter who's in charge. I really think so. Really? Yeah, it doesn't matter who's in charge. Carl rolled his eyes. Compared to you, I think I'm still too innocent. Sigh. No. Anson waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of smiles. You're too modest. You think I'm praising you? Carl sighed helplessly. Besides, you saw the state of the Hantu Legion today. Are you really confident that you can defeat the Empire with them? As always, I never rely on anyone. Anson shrugged indifferently. If they can fight, that would be good, but if not, it doesn't matter. After all, we have 300,000 troops. Just using them to scare the Empire and prevent them from making any rash moves should be enough. To truly defeat the Empire, we still need to find a way ourselves. Of course, this time the situation is rather special, and whether everything goes smoothly depends, to some extent, on the cooperation of the opposing commander. Cooperation? Carl frowned. Hoping he's stupid enough. No. Anson raised his right index finger and shook it. We need him to be smart enough. I don't understand. The logic is simple. If the opposing side is a Lewis. If the opposing side is a fool, he will execute the Empire's original battle plan methodically and systematically. Anson explained, the advantage of a fool is that every step he takes is within our expectations, but the trouble is that the Empire invading the Han lands will be a group of extremely well-prepared, very difficult opponents. To annihilate them completely would require a huge price, like the battle at Eaglehorn. If Louis Bernard hadn't misjudged the situation and treated the Toon Legion as allies, we would almost certainly not have been able to annihilate them. A mutually destructive outcome would have been the best. Carl nodded slightly in agreement. If it weren't for Louis. A smart man, then he would understand that, according to the original plan, the Empire would have no other way to achieve its strategic goals except by conquering the Han lands. Therefore, adjustments, or rather, micromanagement, must be made. This micromanagement will inevitably disrupt the original deployment, causing numerous problems from logistics to previous maneuvers, resulting in a brief period of chaos, and then, Anson's lips began to curl upwards at a 45-degree angle to the left. Our opportunity will have arrived. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.